Proceed east for 200 meters. GD map will continue to guide you. The sweet voice of Sister Jiling emanated from the phone's navigation, yet it did little to alleviate Dong Xie's mounting anxiety. Gripping the steering wheel, he navigated a rather muddy road, where buildings became increasingly sparse, giving way to a proliferation of trees. Beside him, Dong Ning shared in the tension, her gaze fixated on the view outside the window. The time hasn't begun, yet we shouldn't encounter those unclean things, right? Yes. In the back seat sat 3 individuals, one of whom was a relatively tall young man. The long-term residents of the apartment have mentioned such things, but it's not absolute. Not absolute. They discovered some notebooks and meeting records left by previous tenants, for instance, a resident named Xia Yuan. At this moment, Dong Xie felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his hands trembling upon the steering wheel. You should have mentioned this earlier. Dong Ning expressed her dissatisfaction. Such matters. Enough. It's pointless to discuss this now. Dong Xie wished to avoid offending the long-term residents, even though only one of the 3 in the back had executed the bloody word directive twice. He was now en route to a highly perilous area, tasked with a mandatory mission that he must complete within a stipulated time frame. Failure to accomplish the task would lead to death 3 kilometers to the destination. The voice of the phone navigation sent a shiver down Dong Xie's spine. Before long, he finally arrived at the destination. The time was now 10 o'clock at night. It was a rather remote community, devoid of a doorman or security personnel at the entrance. Upon entering the complex, Dong Xie found no suitable parking spaces. Meow. Just then, a black cat darted out in front of the vehicle, letting out a sharp cry. This scene made beads of sweat form on Dong Xie's forehead. He was by no means a coward. It was merely the strangeness of the moment that unsettled him. Brother, don't be afraid, it's just a cat, Dong Ning reassured him, patting his shoulder. It's nothing. Dong Xie carefully reversed the car, parked it, and unbuckled his seatbelt. He turned to Dong Ning and said, "Wait. You must stay right behind me. Do not stray from my side." "Okay. Understood." As he stepped out of the car, a chill enveloped him one by one. The 5 of them exited the vehicle. Around them were only a few dilapidated trees swaying in the cold wind. Dong Xie, holding his phone, switched on the flashlight and said, "Well, Mr. Zhao, you should lead the way." The Zhao he referred to was the previously mentioned tall young man. "All right, sounds good." Mr. Zhao's full name was Zhao Long, but he regrettably lacked the character Z in his name, which dampened his courage. As he stepped out of the car, his legs felt weak, and it took him a moment to stabilize himself. From his demeanor, Dong Xie could glean just how terrifying the task ahead would be. Listen closely. Zhao Long surveyed his surroundings, turning back every 5 seconds or so. This time, we are tasked with a blood mission of only 12 difficulty. First and foremost, we must strictly adhere to the instructions provided, executing our duties with precision. We must observe diligently with each assignment. There will invariably be a path to survival. If we can identify that path, we shall endure. Yes, I understand. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind struck Dong Xie's face, igniting a profound sense of trepidation within him. Everything stemmed from a fortnight ago. Dong Xie was a novelist, specializing in the realm of supernatural tales. He harbored a fervent admiration for the Cthulhu mythos and was an unwavering devotee of H.P. Lovecraft. Consequently, he often sought inspiration in secluded locales that on that particular day, he ventured to the outskirts of K-City with his sister, Dong Ning, to investigate some eerie rumors circulating online. Now, in retrospect, Dong Xie felt a deep-seated regret. If a remedy for remorse existed, he would spare no effort to procure it. Moreover, he had brought along Dong Ning, his sister. Together, they unwittingly stepped into a place of no return. It was a bright afternoon, utterly inconceivable that anything sinister would transpire. Dong Xie was equipped with a digital camera, while Dong Ning held a selfie stick, ready to broadcast live at any moment. There have been numerous reports of unclean entities in this area, along with several uploaded photographs, Dong Xie remarked, lifting his phone to examine images posted on the TY forum, aligning them with the street before him. "This is the spot. Aren't you afraid?" His sister, Dong Ning, asked, lollipop in mouth. "Back in college, you studied economics, yet you insisted on forming a paranormal investigation club, only to be publicly reprimanded by your professors." Dong Ning was 5 years younger than Dong Xie, yet despite being siblings, they shared no blood relation. Their mother had passed away when he was very young, and soon after, their father remarried, giving birth to Dong Ning. The 2 half-siblings grew up together, their bond unscathed by their partial lineage, often proving to be even more intimate than that of full-blooded siblings. On the first day of summer vacation following his 16th birthday, after completing his entrance exams, the family of four embarked on a trip together. Their father had purchased a new car and took on a road trip. However, while navigating through a certain intersection, they were struck heat-in by a vehicle driven by a drunk driver. Their father and stepmother, seated in the front, sustained the gravest injuries and, after being rushed to the hospital, succumbed to their wounds. Though Dong Xie and Dong Ning survived, it was during the blood transfusion for Dong Ning that they discovered her blood type was B. Dong Xie's father possessed an A blood type, while his stepmother had an O blood type. It is biologically impossible for an A and O blood type to produce a B blood type child. Only A and O types could manifest. The relatives present were astounded by this revelation, particularly those from the stepmother's side. Subsequently, an aunt conducted a paternity test using the toothbrushes of the father, stepmother, and sister. The results revealed that the father and sister were not biologically related, yet the stepmother was indeed the biological mother of the sister. Thus, it was confirmed that there was no mix-up at the hospital, but rather an extramarital affair on the part of the stepmother. Initially, the relatives resolved to keep this matter concealed from the children, yet Dong Xie inadvertently overheard a conversation between his aunt and his stepmother's sister. The aunt, feeling guilty about the situation, pleaded with her to refrain from informing Dong Ning, promising to take the child back for upbringing. However, Dong Xie insisted that regardless of the circumstances, Dong Ning would always be his sister, and no one would separate them. If the aunt was unwilling to care for her, he would earn a living and take care of her himself. This secret was kept for over a decade. Now, Dong Xie and Dong Ning lived together, while all relatives remained silent about the matter. The identity of Dong Ning's biological father remained an enigma. For Dong Xie, troubling feelings began to surface. "You shouldn't dress so minimally," he remarked to his sister. "You know your figure is quite appealing. This could be disadvantageous." At this moment, Dong Xie and Dong Ning had traversed several blocks and arrived at the entrance of a community. "What do you mean by minimally?" "As you said, if I have a good figure, I should showcase it," Dong Ning replied, finishing her nearly consumed lollipop and pulling out another. Dong Xie was continually astonished by his sister's fondness for sweets, yet her figure remained unaffected by weight gained at To be candid, until they turned 18, they often shared the same bed. However, as Dong Ning entered her teenage years, Dong Xie gradually came to recognize that they were siblings devoid of blood relation. As days turned into years, he found that his gaze toward his sister was no longer that of a protective brother, which caused him internal turmoil. He had resolved to carry the secret of his sister's lineage to his grave. "Let's take a look here," Dong Xie said, holding his phone and matching the photos from a forum with the backdrop. Yes, this is indeed the place. Thus, the siblings ventured into the community. As they progressed within the vicinity, an eerie occurrence transpired. Beneath the radiant sunlight, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. This incident instilled an unprecedented sense of fear within them. To their astonishment, their bodies began to move autonomously. As they were propelled forward, they found themselves entering a narrow alley, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Dong Xie's first thought was whether the mysterious tales and spectral photographs circulating online were indeed true. Was there something unclean lurking in this vicinity? Finally, traversing through the narrow alley, they found themselves before an apartment building. Before them stood a towering edifice, nearly 30 stories high, which by its very design seemed utterly incongruous with the surrounding rustic landscape. At the entrance, a revolving door beckoned, and upon passing through it, the two were ushered into a resplendent foyer. The opulence of the hall left Dong Xie and Dong Ning in a state of sheer disbelief. They were oblivious to the forces that dictated their movements. What power was it that commanded their bodies? The grandeur of the lobby widened Dong Xie's eyes, resembling nothing less than a luxurious hotel suite. As they navigated through the expansive hall, they approached the elevators. The building boasted 3 elevators, and inexplicably, their hands pressed the button for one. The elevator doors opened immediately. Subsequently, the siblings found themselves compelled to step inside. Without conscious volition, Dong Xie extended his hand and pressed the button for the 14th floor. A glance at the panel revealed that the building comprised a total of 29 stories. The interior of the elevator was adorned with exquisite decor, the mirrors behind them reflecting the siblings with startling clarity. The elevator began its ascent, and their hearts raced with trepidation. Chapter 2. The Survival Task. Upon reaching the 14th floor, the elevator doors slid open, prompting them to step out. They made their way toward the door that lay ahead. In a short span, they arrived before it. At that moment, the illumination from within cast their shadows upon the door. To Dong Xie's astonishment, he noticed that his shadow's right hand had lifted. Suspended in the shadow appeared a set of keys. Yet his own right hand remained motionless. Then he watched in disbelief as the shadow placed the keys into the pocket of his trousers. Following this, Dong Xie instinctively reached into his pocket. And indeed, he retrieved the keys. Inserting the key into the lock, he turned it, and the door swung open. What lay beyond was an extraordinarily spacious hall. Simultaneously, both Dong Xie and Dong Ning were suddenly seized by a sharp, agonizing pain in their chests, as if their hearts were ablaze. Then, as if conjured by an unseen force, blood began to seep through the pristine white walls of the living room. One by one, words formed from the crimson liquid began to materialize. From this day forth, you shall be the residents of apartment 1404, that upon becoming inhabitants of this residence, you are obliged to adhere to the following rules. Firstly, you are prohibited from leaving this apartment for more than 48 consecutive hours. Secondly, periodically, a blood-red inscription will manifest upon the walls, and residents must scrupulously comply with the directives contained within the inscription that appears in their designated living area. With no room for transgression, it is permissible to leave the apartment for over 48 hours during the execution of the blood-red directive. Should you violate either of these two rules, your shadows will herald your demise, and no method shall avail you in evading this fate. Upon successfully executing the blood-red directives 10 times, you shall attain complete freedom, enabling you to vacate this apartment and fulfill a single wish. Herein lies your first blood-red directive. From midnight to 5 a.m. on December 1st, 2019, reside within Building 3 of the Black Butterfly Community on Hongjin Road in City S. During which time you are not permitted to leave Building 3 only upon completion of the task. May you depart. Note: engaging in the process of fulfilling the blood-red directive presents an opportunity to explore the hidden rules of the apartment. Thus, residents may endeavor to independently investigate the area designated for the execution of the blood-red command. Upon discovering that he could move, Dong Xie remained rooted in place, motionless. Brother. Dong Ning grasped Dong Xie's hand, exclaiming, "This is likely real. We should have noticed the height of this apartment before. This place is truly..." Dong Xie inhaled deeply. Although he was a writer of suspenseful and thrilling novels, he had never imagined that he would find himself ensnared in such a predicament. At this moment, he truly comprehended the sentiment of Yi Gong's fondness for dragons that I need to collect my thoughts. This blood-red information is overwhelmingly substantial. Dong Xie wiped the sweat that had begun to bead on his forehead. So are we to execute the directive bestowed upon us by the blood-red inscription in 2 weeks, to reside in a specific building of a community for a few hours? And then it concludes? Is it really that simple? It cannot be that simple. Dong Ning, forcing herself to remain composed, interjected. Listen to me. If this blood-red inscription is genuine, there will not be only us as residents in this place, there must be others that we should search for them. Throughout his life, Dong Xie could not deny that his sister's intellect far surpassed his own, that he was undoubtedly a lackluster student, whereas she was an indisputable academic prodigy. Thus, friends often teased them, yet, despite having the opportunity to attend a prestigious university in the capital, Dong Ning opted for a local institution. You are correct. Dong Xie, though not lacking in intelligence, had been rendered utterly bewildered. However, as he gazed at his sister, he realized as the elder brother, it was his duty to protect her in this critical moment. Understood, let us seek out others. Upon exiting the room, Dong Xie vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. At this juncture, he was gripped by profound terror. The movement of his own shadow, the uncontrollable nature of his body, and the walls that bled unbidden of it felt surreal, resembling a narrative straight from horror. Filmed, he walked cautiously, grasping his sister's hand while keeping a vigilant eye on the shadow beneath his feet. Fearful of any unforeseen changes, he soon arrived at the door next door, marked with the numbers 1403. Extending his hand, he pressed the doorbell beside it. Ding dong. The melodious chime resonated, yet there was no sign of anything amiss. Meanwhile, Dong Xie continued to pull Dong Ning back, shielding her with his body. If anything unusual occurs, flee immediately. Understood? Yes. I understand, brother. That moment, Dong Xie fervently wished for a group of people to emerge, declaring that this was all a prank or perhaps a reality show. How delightful that would be. Yet, it appeared that matters were far from simple. Then, the door creaked open. The figure who opened the door was a tall man with a beard. Upon seeing Dong Xie and Dong Ning, He paused momentarily before inquiring, "Are you the new tenants?" Upon hearing the term new tenants, Dong Xie immediately demanded, "What is going on here? Did you notice the blood-written words on the wall? Every tenant entering the apartment will see that message." At this juncture, Dong Ning interjected, "Please tell us. What exactly is this apartment about?" The bearded man regarded the siblings with a sigh and replied, "Come in and he'll explain. It's a rather complex matter." Dong Xie, however, remained cautious, shaking his head as he said, "Let's discuss it here at the door." "I don't mind standing." Though the bearded man was imposing, Dong Xie was equally tall, both nearly eye to eye. He was prepared to defend himself at any moment in this enigmatic apartment. Trust was a luxury he could not afford. Yet he lacked confidence in physical confrontation. Sports had always been his Achilles heel. He regretted not having accepted the boxing lessons his trainer had offered last year. "Standing can be quite tiring. Why not come into our room talk?" Dong Ning quickly adapted to the situation. Aware of her brother's concerns, but unfamiliar with the apartment's current state, she wished to avoid offending anyone inside, as she did not know the temperament of each occupant. Entering the room they were allocated would, in a sense, give them the upper hand. Very well. The bearded man seemed unperturbed. "By the way, your blood-written message has probably not yet faded. It will only disappear once all tenants assigned tasks have seen it. You should take a photo with your phone immediately to avoid forgetting or misremembering any task details. This pertains to your very survival." "He'll take the photo," Dong Ning said as she retrieved her phone and approached the wall to snap a picture. "My name is Mo Yuan. Please join our apartment's tenant chat group and download the files within." The files contain records left by previous tenants, including text and video documentation. Mo Yuan produced his phone and displayed a QR code. "Just scan this QR code with WeChat to join the group." "Very well." Dong Xie promptly retrieved his phone and scanned the QR code. Upon the arrival of a new member, the WeChat group erupted with messages that a new resident has joined the group. "Which floor do they live on? Please share the photo of the blood mark." "Another newcomer. I extend my deepest sympathies." Within the group, there were a total of 52 members. Dong Xie immediately invited Dong Ning to join the WeChat group and turned to Mo Yuan, inquiring, "The blood mark. It can't be as simple as just moving in, right? Is there something we need to do?" To put it succinctly, it's a matter of survival. Survival? Wait, it won't be like the endless survival games where only one person can emerge victorious, will it? "Rest assured, that is not a concern," Mo Yuan elaborated. "At all the locations indicated by the blood marks, our task is to fight for our lives under the pursuit of malevolent spirits. If we can discover the path to survival indicated by the blood marks, we will endure." The previous residents left behind records that include analyses of their encounters with the blood marks and methods for navigating toward survival. There are even accounts of residents who successfully escaped the apartment. At this juncture, screenshots of the blood mark had begun to surface in the group. "Xiaolong, are you taking newcomers to execute the blood mark this time? How many people are involved in this blood mark? Let's gather at Missouri Yuan's place. I'm still outside, but we'll be back soon." New residents might as well share a photo first. Dong Ning approached Mo Yuan and asked, "You mentioned malevolent spirits. Can I simply interpret that as? You need not delve into any special interpretations. The term means precisely what it signifies." Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Dong Xie felt a chill run down his spine and began to survey his surroundings, saying, "Then, does this apartment also experience?" Before he could utter the horrifying word, Mo Yuan immediately reassured him, "Yes. You can rest easy. This apartment is a sanctum where those things cannot tread. Should they attempt to intrude, they will be consumed by the power of this apartment." "Really? Truly?" Dong Xie felt a sense of relief wash over him, but a thought struck him. "Wait, you're lying. Earlier, I saw my shadow move on its own. Isn't that one of those things?" Both Mo Yuan and Dong Xie understood precisely what those things referred to, yet Dong Xie dared not voice the term. It seemed utterly implausible after all. He was a writer of horror and thriller novels, and the scenarios he penned often left his readers hesitant to visit the restroom at night. To gather material, he had even watched nearly 100 horror films from Asia and Europe. However, when confronted with the reality of true malevolence, Dong Xie was consumed by dread, especially after the recent experience. That shadow was merely cursed. It is not a malevolent spirit. You can take comfort in that is it. Dong Xie settled back down, suddenly feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at his sister, Dong Ning, beside him. Had he perhaps appeared overly timid in front of her just moments ago? Dong Ning seemed oblivious to his discomfort as she pressed on, inquiring about further details from Mo Yuan. "So, our shadows are cursed. Thus, when we breach the rules, our shadows will. Indeed. If you harbor any doubts, you may download the file for further inspection. You can save the video files to your cloud storage and watch them repeatedly, and Mo Yuan replied. After casting a glance at Dong Xie, Dong Ning said, "All right, I believe you, Mr. Mo. So those malevolent spirits will kill us during our tasks. One could say so. However, these spirits will face significant constraints on their movements, which means that residents will be granted a glimmer of hope in finding a way out during their tasks. The blood-marked paths to salvation may vary." He continued, "During the execution of the blood task, there will also be hints. What exactly does path to salvation refer to?" Dong Ning inquired with remarkable precision. Is it akin to a cheat code in a game? A magical artifact capable of subduing the malevolent spirits? Or perhaps a special means to shield us from the curse? And Mo Yuan noted that although Dong Ning's shoulders and hands trembled uncontrollably, her expression remained composed, and her questions were articulated with clarity. "This can be answered by the materials in the group that I wish to hear your perspective," Dong Ning interjected. She always adhered to the belief that practical experience often surpasses the rigid confines of written records. "What sort of path to salvation are you referring to?" Dong Xie couldn't help but admire his sister. His own mind was a chaotic void. Perhaps it was due to the sudden car accident years ago that had plunged him into profound anguish, leading him to retreat into a shell, refusing to accept reality. It was during that dark time that his sister, Dong Ning, had helped him regain his footing. The last type. A path to salvation generally involves discovering a specific method that renders the malevolent spirits powerless against the residents. The details are intricate and cannot be succinctly conveyed. That Mo Yuan, we have new residents arriving. You're here. Due to the door being left ajar, several residents had already gathered. The first to enter was Zhao Long, who was also tasked with executing the blood-mark directives. He immediately spotted the Dong siblings. That day was undoubtedly a purgatorial ordeal for Dong Xie and Dong Ning. Through the written records and footage left by previous residents, the two of them spent nearly the entire night engrossed in their findings. Dong Ning, still a university student, could easily request a leave from her professor. Dong Xie, a writer of online novels, merely needed to issue a notice of absence, though he was inevitably met with a barrage of criticism from his readers in the comments section. Lamenting the multiple days of silence and updates, IN summaried 8T2 in the morning. After consuming an indeterminate number of coffee cans, Dong Ning composed a summary for Dong Xie, synthesizing all the information she had gathered, and presented it to him. Currently, the records indicate that the residents who have vacated the apartment include the following individuals: Li Yin, Ku Yi, Ku Yu. After listing a few names, she continued, in summary, 8 years ago, following the completion of the so-called Demon King level blood inscriptions by the final batch of residents, the apartment underwent a significant transformation. In simple terms, both the rules and the facilities of the current apartment have experienced substantial changes. For instance, the manner in which residents enter the apartment has altered, and the interior has undergone a thorough renovation. I find this utterly insane. How could such occurrences, akin to those in novels and television dramas, manifest in my life? Dong Xie remarked, gazing at the core points his sister had outlined. "I'm sorry, Ning. It's my fault for bringing you into this place." After the chaos subsided, Dong Xie regained his clarity. In such times, he must protect his sister at all costs for their survival. "I was supposed to do a makeup live stream today. I haven't even tried the new TF lipstick shade I bought. As she spoke, Dong Ning picked up the documents from the table and playfully struck Dong Xie on the head, declaring, "All right, pull yourself together, foolish brother. What good does it do to say all this? You don't possess a time machine to revert to the past and alter it thus. We must confront the present. I endured the unbearable days after our parents left. Compared to then, I believe the situation now is still bearable." As she spoke, tears began to well in Dong Ning's eyes. Dong Xie understood his sister's character. Even in dire circumstances, she would resort to humor to lighten the burden. The car accident in their childhood endowed her with a resilience far exceeding that of most. This is the closest resident who has completed the 10 blood inscriptions. His name is Fong Han. At that time, completing 10 blood inscriptions granted one wish. This feature emerged only after the apartment's transformation 8 years ago. However, despite the promise of wish fulfillment, it is certainly not omnipotent. Reviving the dead or conquering the world is beyond its capabilities. The mention of reviving the dead, Dong Ning's tone grew noticeably melancholic. Clearly, she was reminded of their parents who perished in the accident. The meow of a black cat abruptly interrupted Dong Xie's reverie. That cat. Zhao Long instinctively tugged at his collar. Let's go take a look. It might provide some clues about the path ahead. All right then. Dong Xie approached Dong Ning, shedding his outer coat and draping it over her shoulders, saying, It's much colder here than in the city. Put this on for now. Be careful. At that moment, Dong Ning lowered her voice. It's not just them. We must be cautious of the other residents too. Dong Xie nodded. Although they had only been in the apartment for 2 weeks, he could discern that the longtime inhabitants of this place were not quite stable mentally, with many exhibiting clear signs of PTSD and depression. One could never predict if they might resort to extreme actions. Indeed, caution was warranted. Meanwhile, Dong Ning grasped Dong Xie's scarf, tightening it once more. It's chilly after getting out of the car. You should secure your scarf tighter. If only you would care for yourself as much as you care for me, brother. At that moment, Zhao Long had already crouched down before the black cat. The blood-red indicators had yet to officially commence, while not entirely devoid of danger. The probability of death at this moment was relatively low. In fact, the only similar death case found in the records was that of a resident named Xia Yuan. Dong Xie approached, leaning in to observe the cat, but it appeared startled and promptly fled, disappearing into a patch of green grass. It seems rather skittish around strangers. Dong Xie mused, resting his chin on his hand. The cats near my home behave similarly. They scurry away at the sight of people. This seems rather ominous. At that moment, another man named Feng Yu approached, scratching his face, and remarked, Let us hurry and locate Building 3. Not far away. Another resident trembled as he retrieved a box of Zhonghua cigarettes and lit one with a lighter. An advantage of being a resident was the seemingly endless supply of money, making even the most luxurious cigarettes and liquors effortlessly attainable, a feature added to the apartments 8 years ago. This resident, Guqi, was a heavy smoker who had been unable to indulge in the car, clearly suffering from withdrawal. Upon exiting, he immediately lit a cigarette. Let us move quickly, Zhao Long said, walking up to Dong Xie and patting his shoulder. Dong Xie, thank you for driving us here. It's been a long journey. You've worked hard. It's nothing. Soon, the 5 of them gathered together, occasionally glancing around. The community was eerily quiet. So silent it felt as though the surrounding world had been muted, as if viewed through a silent video. Zhao Long took out his phone, dialed a number, and pressed the speakerphone button. Mr. Chen? An elderly voice crackled from the other end. Who is this? Zhao Long paused, quickly responding, We are the tenants who arranged to move in today. This should be Mr. Chen Baoguan's phone, right? Yes, indeed. I am his wife. Cough, 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 cough. The low, raspy coughs echoed intermittently from the phone. Zhao Long surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Could you please direct us to Building 3? Upon entering the community gate and proceeding along the left side of the landscaped area, Zhao Long instinctively glanced at the direction indicated on his phone, which led him precisely to the thicket where the black cat had previously vanished. Witnessing this scene, Dong Xie couldn't help but swallow hard. Unlike Zhao Long, who had executed the blood inscription twice, both Feng Yu and Guqi had only done so once. Yet Dong Xie had never encountered the actual manifestations. This engendered a profound unease within him. After all, in Chinese culture, black cats have long been regarded as omens of misfortune, especially in such an unsettling locale. After traversing the landscaped area and looking to the right, he exclaimed, Ah, there it is. It became apparent that Building 3 was directly behind Building 2, previously obscured from view. However, the surrounding environment was quite deplorable. The ground near the greenery was muddy, littered with scattered refuse. Hasn't waste separation been instituted? Why is there still such disorder? Dong Xie, who usually shared household chores with Dong Ning, had spent considerable time memorizing waste classification rules, and now, confronted with this squalid scene, he instinctively covered his nose. Zhao Long offered a wry smile to Dong Xie, realizing that in such a brief span, Dong Xie had yet to adjust his perspective. For the residents, such matters held little significance. Regardless of the bizarre occurrences at the site of the blood inscriptions, they would remain unfazed. The 5 individuals drew ever closer to Building 3. Shall we enter now? It still feels early, Feng Yu remarked, glancing at the time on his phone. If we go in now, Zhao Long interjected, Indeed. We are quite close to the appointed time, and it would be prudent to enter early to assess the situation. The blood inscriptions could manifest anywhere. Dong Xie suggested, Why don't we first explore other areas of the community? Once the time arrives, we will need to remain inside Building 3. Perhaps we might uncover some clues elsewhere. After pondering, Zhao Long replied, Here is the plan. Feng Yu, Guqi, you two should investigate this vicinity for any leads and report back if you find something. I will take the siblings inside. How does that sound? Given that Dong Xie and Dong Ning were new residents, It was reasonable for them to undertake the task of scouting the blood inscription site, and they had no objections. That works, Fengya nodded, glancing at the silently smoking Guqi. Then let us proceed. As they watched the two depart, Dong Xie turned to Zhao Long and asked, "So, shall we go in first?" "Yes, let us proceed." "Oh, I almost forgot. Mo Yuan instructed me to call him once we arrived." He swiftly dialed Mo Yuan's number. "Hello, is this Mo Yuan?" After confirming the connection, Zhao Long exhaled in relief. "We have arrived." A voice on the other end of the phone, belonging to Mo Yuan, said, "Please take care of those two new residents. Make sure to give them all the necessary advice. They might just blossom into promising individuals. If even one resident discovers a path to survival, it equates to salvation for us all. Thus, there exists a mutual reliance among the residents." "I understand," I replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhao Long suddenly lowered his voice and spoke to Mo Yuan. "Mo Yuan, I have already purchased my gravestone in the cemetery, right next to my parents' graves. If my body is not found after my death, please bury some of my clothes there. Is that acceptable?" Before Mo Yuan could respond, Zhao Long ended the call and walked into the darkened building number 3. The lighting was exceedingly dim. "And Ning, hold my hand," Dong Xie said firmly, gripping Dong Ning's hand. "If anything goes wrong, I will immediately take you to safety. The bloodletter has yet to officially commence. I believe the situation will not be too dire." Dong Ning illuminated the surroundings with her phone's flashlight. "We will be fine, brother. Without sufficient clues for survival, we are safe." The path was not particularly long. However, due to the murky light, the three moved cautiously, fearful that some terrifying entity might suddenly emerge. Such occurrences, based on past examples of bloodletters, were entirely plausible. Fortunately, nothing transpired. Upon reaching the door of room 104, Zhao Long halted, approached, and pressed the doorbell. After taking a deep breath, he stepped back 3 paces. Approximately 10 seconds later, the door creaked open. At that moment, tension gripped the trio, apprehensive about what horror might await them. Standing at the threshold was a hunchbacked old woman, appearing at least 70 or 80 years of age. Beneath her sparse white hair, age spots adorned her face, and her eyes were clouded, reminiscent of cataracts. Zhao Long retreated a step and stammered, "We are the agreed-upon tenants. I just called to." "Two are missing," she interrupted, her voice tremulous. "1, 2, 3. The elderly woman, trembling, extended a finger and revealed her toothless mouth. "It was agreed that there would be 5, yes?" "Yes, indeed," Zhao Long stammered. "The other 2 wish to explore the community first. Madam Chen, please take us to the house." The old woman surveyed Zhao Long with her murky gaze, then turned to Dong Xie and Dong Ning, continuing her unclear speech. "Please wait a moment." Then she closed the door. "Phew." Dong Xie wiped the sweat from his brow and reassured Dong Ning. "And Ning, do not be afraid." I am not afraid. But please do not grip my hand so tightly." Just then, the door reopened, and the old woman emerged with a set of keys. "Follow me." At that moment, the overhead lights flickered ominously, dimming for a couple of seconds before illuminating once more. Startled by the sudden occurrence, the trio was taken aback. Although Dong Ning said nothing, she clutched Dong Xie's hand tightly, her nails nearly piercing his skin. The old woman tilted her head, casting a glance towards Zhao Long. The light near the elevator flickered slightly, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that the old woman's murky eyes hardly retained any trace of black. Subsequently, she began to make her way towards the staircase, much to the astonishment of both Zhao Long and Dong Xie. When they had entered, they had seen the elevator and, considering the elderly woman's advanced age, were initially concerned about her using it. Throughout the historical accounts of survival, residents who had narrowly escaped had compiled numerous survival strategies. During the bloodletter period, it was essential to avoid mirrors and refrain from entering confined spaces, among other vital knowledge. The elevator, during this ominous period, could easily be likened to a moving coffin. Zhao Long had been pondering how to devise an excuse to avoid the elevator. But now the decision had been made for him. Under ordinary circumstances, given the old woman's apparent vision impairment, both Dong Xie and Dong Ning would have instinctively offered her assistance. Yet, the current scene was so peculiar that they hesitated to act. As the old woman led the way to the staircase, they followed closely behind, aiming for the 5th floor. It was evident that she was struggling to ascend, raising the question of why she chose not to use the elevator. Was it out of concern that it might be broken? As the old woman moved slowly, Zhao Long, Dong Xie, and Dong Ning also advanced at a sluggish pace. The staircase was adorned with cobwebs, and the walls bore numerous cracks, suggesting a significant degree of neglect. Throughout their journey, they kept their phones lit, attempting to dispel the encroaching darkness, even though the light held no power over malevolent spirits. Upon reaching the 4th floor, They discovered that the passage to this level was obstructed by a locked iron door. "This place is locked," Zhao Long remarked, pointing at the door. "The fourth floor is sealed off," the old woman replied. "Only the elevator can grant access." The revelation stunned Zhao Long, Dong Xie, and Dong Ning. Why? They pondered, yet the old woman remained silent. Dong Ning approached the iron door, illuminating its interior with her phone. Beyond lay a long, dark corridor, shrouded in an unsettling gloom. A chill ran down her spine as she swallowed hard, and, following Dong Xie, continued up the stairs. At last, they arrived at the fifth floor. The old woman made her way to a door near the staircase, producing a key to unlock it. "This is it," she declared. The space was less than 100 square meters, but for their brief stay, size was inconsequential. Once inside, the old woman flicked on the light and added, "This is it. Here's the key. Take it." Just then, Zhao Long felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Previously, the rental agreement was signed by Zhao Long and the son of Mr. Chen, who resides in the urban area of K-City. Mrs. Chen certainly had never met them. Did she not even glance at their identification before handing over the keys? Zhao Long, perplexed, took the keys, but before he could utter a word, the elderly lady spoke. "Remember one thing. No matter what happens, do not go to the fourth floor. No matter what happens." As she uttered those final words, her voice took on an eerie quality. Not to go to the fourth floor? Why? Upon hearing this, Zhao Long's heart raced. Perhaps the crux of the matter lay there. He felt compelled to inquire further. The old woman fixed her murky gaze upon Zhao Long, but remained silent, turning away and heading towards the staircase. "Madam Chen, please clarify. Why must we avoid the fourth floor?" Dong Xie also rushed after her, eager for answers, yet Mrs. Chen continued her descent without responding. Dong Xie hesitated to follow. After all, they were on a staircase, and one could never be too cautious of potential mishaps, especially given the numerous cases of elderly individuals engaging in deceitful schemes these days. Watching Mrs. Chen descend, Zhao Long gritted his teeth and resolved, "I will call Mr. Chen's son shortly. He should know something." Given the old woman's incoherent speech, inquiring may prove futile. "The fourth floor is directly beneath. We must not go there. Thus, something sinister lies below." Zhao Long retrieved his phone and dialed the landlord's son. Mr. Chen, we've arrived." "But your father isn't here. Your mother let us up. I have a question." "My mother? Are you joking, Mr. Zhao?" "My mother passed away long ago." Zhao Long's face paled as he absorbed the weight of the revelation, his hand trembling so violently that the phone nearly slipped from his grasp. "Hello? Hello? Mr. Zhao? Are you still there?" Since he had not activated the speakerphone, Dong Xie and Dong Ning remained oblivious to the conversation's content. But upon witnessing Zhao Long's sudden pallor, they surmised he had encountered something terrifying. At that moment, the sound of the elderly woman's footsteps had faded. Zhao Long felt his legs weaken, but then a thought struck him. He promptly hung up and dialed Feng Yu. Pick up, please answer." Zhao Long was in a state of desperation. He was unaware of the experiences Feng Yu and Guqi were facing outside, but he needed to warn them. Finally, the situation Zhao Long feared most did not come to pass. The call connected, and Feng Yu's voice broke through. "Zhao Long, it's me. What's wrong? Have you made any discoveries?" Listening intently, Zhao Long exhaled in relief, glanced around the surroundings, and urged, "Do not linger outside any longer. Hurry upstairs. Those things have already appeared." The three of them entered the room, and Zhao Long quickly locked the door, instructing Feng Yu and Guqi to ascend without delay. Upon realizing that the elderly woman they had just encountered was likely a specter, both Dong Xie and Dong Ning felt their bodies nearly collapse. After all, neither had ever truly engaged with the unclean entities, yet they found themselves entangled in such a situation. "Stay calm." Zhao Long took a deep breath and spoke. "Let us not panic. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, but fear rendered his mind a blank slate, preventing any coherent logic from emerging. Prior to their arrival, he had even procured a tombstone for himself, indicating how utterly bleak he felt about the prospects of life. In his mind, he felt little distinction between himself and a patient diagnosed with terminal cancer. At such a moment, his previous experiences with blood curses seemed almost futile. If an old resident was in such a state of disarray, it was only natural that the new resident, Dong Xie, would be equally flustered. However, the image of his sister, Ning, spurred him on, reminding him that retreat was not an option, whether one extends their neck or withdraws it. Death is inevitable if one succumbs to fear. Solutions must be sought. No blood curse is an insurmountable doom. She should not harm us for the time being. Dong Xie grasped the fabric of his chest tightly, striving to suppress his trembling body. If she intended to kill us, she would have acted already. This blood curse has yet to officially commence. At that moment, a sudden ring at the doorbell echoed from outside. Upon hearing the sound, their expression shifted dramatically. Do not fear. Dong Xie caught Zhao Long, who was on the verge of collapsing onto the floor, and reassured him. It might be Feng Yu and Gu Qi. Yes, perhaps it is them. Zhao Long replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a napkin. He understood that his dignity in front of these new residents had been utterly compromised. However, truthfully, after surviving 2 prior blood curses, he felt he had reached his limit. The individuals who had found a way out were not him. Feng Yu, is that you? Zhao Long called out as he approached the door. Yet, there was no answer. The doorbell rang again. Zhao Long's complexion grew even paler, and both Dong Xie and Dong Ning's faces turned ashen. From the records and documentation left by all previous residents, one fact could be inferred. Humanity possesses no means to counterbalance those entities. The myriad exorcism techniques circulating online are nothing but fabrications. The notion that black donkey hooves can restrain rice dumplings is merely a concoction of tomb-raiding novels. Whether it be a cross obtained from a church, holy water, or talismans blessed by esteemed monks in temples, none can contend with those beings. When Dong Xie first learned of these truths, he was engulfed in despair. Years ago, in a desperate bid to ensure the survival of his novel's protagonist, he transformed a supernatural narrative into a tale of cultivation, only to be met with scorn from readers. How could there be spiritual beings without means of control? Yet, reality is often harsh. Opening the door was out of the question. Yet being on the 5th floor left no option for escape. What, then, should they do? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Mr. Zhao? Huh? This voice? Upon hearing it, Zhao Long felt a wave of relief wash over his fear and immediately inquired, Is that you, Mr. Chen? The elderly voice bore a striking resemblance to that of the landlord, Mr. Chen Buquan. Previously, Zhao Long and his companions had investigated the address mentioned in the blood-written message and discovered that Building 3 had a rental available, although the 5th floor was somewhat elevated. The blood-written note had prohibited them from leaving Building 3, thus residing on the 1st floor merely concerned the convenience of escape. They subsequently signed a contract with the landlord's son, who lived in K-City, paying the rent and deposit, with all dealings handled by the landlord's son. Having only communicated with the landlord himself via telephone. My son just called me. Being old, I intended to take a nap but ended up oversleeping. Zhao Long opened the door a crack, peering outside to see an elderly gentleman, though he appeared spirited and lively, unlike the previous. Mr. Chen. Zhao Long breathed a sigh of relief and said, Why did you not contact me upon your arrival? I only learned from my son that you had reached the 5th floor. He also mentioned someone had given you the keys, falsely claiming to be my spouse. Oh, that is indeed the case. I must admit I misplaced a spare key and was contemplating whether to change the lock. I wonder who played this prank. The elder then inquired, May I see the key you possess? Zhao Long handed over the key, and the elder examined it, nodding as he said, It is indeed that key. What does the person who gave you the key look like? It seems I must change the door lock. Who knows if she might have had a copy made. At that moment, Dong Xie approached, casting a wary glance at the elder and asked, Could you show us a photograph of your spouse? The elder paused, his expression turning somewhat displeased. My wife passed away 3 years ago. It must be someone impersonating her. I can show you a picture. He retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph. This was taken 3 years ago. As they gazed at the image, Zhao Long and his companions held their breath. The elderly woman beside the elder in the photograph was none other than the old lady they had just encountered. Chapter 7. The Frightened Bird. At this moment, Dong Ning stepped forward and said, Indeed, it is not her. I apologize, Mr. Chen. My brother is rather impulsive. Please do not take offense. Dong Ning herself was enveloped in fear, yet the situation had reached a point where anxiety could no longer alter the outcome. However, she inquired, How did the aunt leave us? She appears quite spirited in the photograph. It is such a pity. Heart disease, came the reply. Before her passing, she was plagued by numerous ailments, hypertension, emphysema, and then she simply departed. I fear I may not have many years left myself. I merely wish to spend more time with my son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, but they all have their own lives. As an old man, I am left to live in solitude. Dong Ning continued, I have another question. The 4th floor was locked when I came up earlier. What is the reason for that? The landlord nodded and replied, I am uncertain. It seems the 4th floor has been abandoned for quite some time. Somehow, it ended up locked, and the stairwell is inaccessible. No one resides there now. Has anything unusual ever happened there? Dong Ning pressed on. Did you not ask me this before, Mr. Zhao? My memory is fading with age. Unusual occurrences? What kind of unusual? It appeared that the elderly man was unable to provide any substantial information, which was quite disheartening. After all, critical information could prove life-saving. At that moment, Feng Yu and Gu Qi rushed out from the stairwell. They approached the door, gazing at the landlord and Zhao Long, trembling as they inquired, What is the situation now? Seeing the two arrive unscathed was a relief for Zhao Long. After all, having another presence in such a terrifying environment could offer some solace, or at the very least, bolster one's courage. After Zhao Long posed several more questions to the landlord and realized no further information could be extracted, the landlord descended the stairs, stating he would return in the daylight to change the locks. Once the door was closed, Feng Yu fixed an intense gaze on Zhao Long's face and asked, Will she come back? Should we spend the night in the corridor? Let us not worry too much. Zhao Long gradually regained his composure and analyzed. In such circumstances, there have been precedents. We came here knowing it was dangerous, did we not? Dong Xie concurred, believing that venturing outside would not guarantee safety. Danger lurked everywhere in this place. Let us observe other floors, Dong Xie suggested. Perhaps we might uncover clues related to survival. Someone here may know the truth about the fourth floor. Do not go to the fourth floor. The old woman's words echoed in Dong Xie's mind. Her peculiar tone and murky gaze lingering in memory. Could those be the very entities? They appeared scarcely distinguishable from humans. After penning horror novels for a decade and receiving countless inquiries from readers about real supernatural experiences, he never anticipated that today he would encounter those very beings for the first time. It is indeed a method. Zhao Long glanced at his phone again and remarked, But the fourth floor. After experiencing that bizarre incident, who would dare to venture to the fourth floor? Wouldn't that be courting death? It can't be that simple, can it? Dong Ning furrowed her brow slightly and said, Surely. Not going to the fourth floor is the only way to escape the ominous fate foretold by the blood writing? The others exchanged glances. And then Zhao Long shook his head, stating, It cannot possibly be that straightforward. However, it is undoubtedly a crucial clue. One must remember. The fourth floor is right beneath their feet. Perhaps the fourth floor is the key. The usually taciturn Gu Qi proposed an idea. If we were to go to the fourth floor, perhaps we could uncover clues to a path of survival. In that case, Zhao Long was taken aback for a moment before immediately shaking his head. No, that could very well lead to a dead end. Dong Xie and Dong Ning, the siblings, were already aware that the so-called blood writing indicating a path to life often also harbored paths to death. Once a resident triggers a dead end, then there is no doubt of their demise. If they manage to avoid the dead end, there might still be a glimmer of hope. This had been evident in past records of the blood writing. Gu Qi, being a newcomer who had only executed the blood writing once, clearly lacked a thorough understanding of this. For a moment, the room fell into a profound silence. Dong Xie rubbed his forehead and said, Then, let us explore the other floors first. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he observed the expressions on everyone's faces and realized that this was not a simple matter. After the recent incident, everyone had transformed into a startled deer, unwilling to venture out easily. Indeed, it was understood that at the onset of the blood writing, the apartment would restrict certain actions, that much was unquestionable. Only as the blood writing neared its conclusion would those restrictions gradually diminish. Nevertheless, it was easier said than done. Human emotions often overshadow reason, especially when life and death are at stake. Feng Yu awkwardly extended his hand to touch his face and said, I brought several packets of instant coffee, complete with coffee creamer. How about I brew some for you all? After all, we are facing a tough battle tonight. Feng Yu's rather clumsy attempt to change the subject clearly indicated he had no intention of going outside. Though everyone knew that there was no real safety to be found in this place, human instinct often leads one to believe that being indoors is somewhat safer. Well, coffee. Zhao Long tacitly accepted Feng Yu's topic shift and decided to play along. Then, let us brew some coffee. The few of them were clearly terrified. Dong Ning observed this scene and said, I'll go wash my face first. Dong Xie hurriedly stepped forward. I'll wash my face too. Ning. Entering the restroom, Dong Ning turned on the light. She opened the faucet and began to wash her face, disregarding the fact that her makeup was now smudged. Ning's character was such that even when facing the ominous blood writing, she would never forget to apply makeup. If they could survive and return, Dong Xie suspected she wouldn't even stop her makeup livestream. Ning. Dong Xie observed that Ning's hands continued to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of anguish within. In such dire circumstances, there was so little he could do for Ning. If they were truly confronted by those entities, he would be utterly powerless to protect her. In his writings, his protagonist could achieve the impossible, vanquishing demons as effortlessly as one might chop vegetables, yet in reality, he had never once emerged victorious from a fight. It was abundantly clear that in this bloody quest for survival, the only recourse was to rely on intellect. Chapter 8 has commenced. Within the room, an electric kettle is present, swiftly boiling water once plugged in. This marks Feng Yu's third endeavor to brew coffee in the kitchen. The cabinets still contain a number of cups, which Feng Yu hastily washed before using to prepare instant coffee. In 10 minutes. Upon returning with the coffee, everyone is seated. their expressions solemn. At the center lies a round table, upon which rests a mobile phone, with all eyes fixated on the time displayed on its screen. Midnight approaches rapidly. The blood-scribed events are about to commence. It is certain that enduring 5 hours in this chamber is utterly implausible. Once the time arrives, anything could transpire. No one knows if they have already gleaned hints pertaining to their survival, nor does anyone know if they will become the first to fall victim. Life, in the face of this apartment, is as fragile as chaff. Dong Xie lifts his coffee once more, taking a sip. At this moment, he is devoid of any drowsiness, even though he is aware that it is still early. He cannot help but occasionally glance at the phone before him. Drinking coffee serves merely to occupy his hands, diverting his attention and masking the profound fear within. I need to use the restroom, perhaps smoke a cigarette, Gucci announces for the 6th time since their arrival. Clearly, despite having survived a previous encounter with the blood-scribed indications, his fear remains unabated. Are you going to smoke again? This displeases Feng Yu slightly. The ventilation in this room is already poor, and every time I go to the restroom, I am met with the stench of smoke. Who knows if this will be my last cigarette? After uttering this, silence envelopes the group. As he strides toward the restroom, Dong Xie sets down his coffee cup, rubbing his palms together, glancing at the phone again, only to realize that not a single minute has elapsed. He never anticipated that 10 minutes could stretch on for such an eternity. He finds himself uncertain whether to wish for time to pass swiftly or to linger. Building No. 3 seems to have few occupants. At this moment, Zhao Long, unable to endure the oppressive silence any longer, speaks up. The location of this property is inherently poor. There isn't even a convenience store nearby, and many have moved away. The remaining residents are primarily elderly. According to the landlord's son, we are the only tenants on this floor. Initially, he had repeatedly inquired whether anyone had died here or similar matters. Feng Yu takes another sip of coffee and yawns, noting that many blood-scribed occurrences cannot be traced back to their origins, unlike the narratives depicted in horror films, where the endings often reveal that someone perished here many years prior, as seen in the eyes of my mother or Juan. Thus, it may well be impossible to ascertain the reasons. Dong Xie interjects immediately, not necessarily. The downstairs is locked, which suggests that others may have encountered similar phenomena in the past. Furthermore, the landlord's wife's death was attributed to heart disease. Is it truly that simple? The others exchange glances, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, as everyone continued to fixate on their phones. 2 minutes slipped by in silence. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Zhao Long swiftly picked it up. It was a call from the landlord. Hello? Is this the landlord? Zhao Long answered, activating the speakerphone. Just as he was about to inquire, the landlord's voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Zhao, my youngest son has encountered some issues, and I must head to the city. I cannot say when I shall return regarding the lock change. You are leaving? Zhao Long felt an unsettling notion that this was more than mere coincidence. It seemed to be a fateful orchestration. The lock change is not urgent. Ah, that is good. I shall return tomorrow afternoon. That is settled. Excuse me, landlord. How many residents are there in Building 3? Zhao Long suddenly posed this question. After the landlord's departure, as the ominous events began to unfold, he wondered if other residents might provide insight. Not many. There are no occupants on the 4th and 5th floors. In total, there are 7 households on the 1st to 3rd floors, all elderly individuals living alone. Did my son not mention this to you? Yes, he did, but not in such detail. Very well. You may leave now. Is that truly all? Zhao Long pondered aloud. But then again, there is no one currently residing on the 1st to 3rd floors. What did you say? Zhao Long gasped in surprise. Why is that? Because the building is predominantly occupied by elderly residents, and over time, they have all become quite familiar with one another. Consequently, they all formed a group to travel. If you had not arrived at this moment, I too would have been joining that tour. Zhao Long cast a look of astonishment at those around him. This was undoubtedly not a coincidence. Then I shall take my leave. Wait, Mr. Chun. I would like to ask you something. Zhao Long scratched his head and said, You mentioned that your wife passed away from heart disease, correct? Did she die in this building? Why do you ask that? Well, I am merely concerned about whether the feng shui is unfavorable. Zhao Long was aware that this rationale was flimsy at best, but he found himself at a loss for alternatives. What, feng shui? At that moment, Dong Xie suddenly seized the phone and inquired, Mr. Chen, may I ask, when your wife passed away, did she happen to visit the 4th floor? However, the call had already been disconnected. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Do you think that Mrs. Chen visited the 4th floor when she passed away? Zhao Long gazed at Dong Xie. Dong Xie, gripping the phone, pursed his lips and tilted his head slightly back. It is merely a conjecture. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say next. Just then, Gucci emerged from the restroom, asking, What is going on? I thought I heard something about the fourth floor? He stepped out still holding a cigarette, the thick smoke further agitating Dong Xie. Only 5 minutes remained until midnight. At that moment, within the entirety of Building 3, only the 5 of them remained. Indeed, even in the presence of others, the distinction remains negligible. Yet, this overwhelming sense of solitude casts a subtle shadow over each heart. They continued to fixate on their phones as the moment drew near. At last, when the clock struck midnight, a palpable rush of breath swept through the room. Simultaneously, all the lights within the space extinguished in an instant. What has transpired? A power outage? No, that cannot be. How could the phones also dim? Remain calm. Remain calm. Ning, grasp my hand. Do not let go. Chapter 9. Panic. The room was engulfed in darkness, rendering even the mobile phones useless, instilling a profound sense of panic among all present. No one could believe that this was merely a natural power outage. Nevertheless, the abruptness of the situation filled them with dread. What should we do? My phone won't turn on either. What are we to do? Calm down, calm down. Who can remain calm? What if that old lady is already injured? Gucci. Amidst the confusion that clouded their minds, a voice broke through. Dong Ning's, don't you have a lighter? In that moment, they were reminded of its presence. Gucci, too, recalled this detail and hurriedly retrieved the lighter, igniting a small flame. When the flickering light returned to their midst, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. At least the lighter still functioned. Surprisingly, none of the girls had reacted as swiftly. After igniting the lighter, Gucci immediately cast his gaze around the room. Thankfully he exhaled, relieved to find nothing amiss inside. Otherwise, the sight would have surely terrified him beyond measure. At that moment, Feng Yu was utterly at a loss. Akin to a headless fly, turning to Zhao Long and inquiring, Zhao Long, do you have any plans? What should we do in this situation? Should we stay here or go outside? The records and documents filled with blood inscriptions had proven utterly useless when faced with reality. After all, the behavioral patterns of those entities were nearly impossible to deduce from the inscriptions. The less complex inscriptions sometimes limited their movements, preventing them from pinpointing the residents' locations, and their physical actions were not particularly swift. However, this was merely true during the initial stages of the blood inscriptions. As they approached the conclusion, if no escape route was found, the restrictions would gradually lift. Yet, even if those entities were unable to locate them, hiding within such a building was no simple feat. This was indisputable. Yes, Guqi's voice trembled as he spoke. Zhao Long, you have survived the blood inscriptions twice. Surely you have some idea? What should we do? Dong Xie regarded the individuals before him and realized they were utterly unreliable. Though they were termed long-time residents, they were not much different from him, a newcomer, and perhaps even more pitiful. Their past experiences with the blood inscriptions had evidently instilled terror in their hearts. Dong Xie understood that their survival depended solely on himself and on Ning. Zhao Long observed Feng Yu and Guqi, who had completely lost their bearings, even turning to him for guidance on whether to stay or leave. This left Zhao Long's mind blank. Frankly, he was uncertain about what the right choice was. Would venturing outside lead to a more horrific fate? Perhaps that old lady was waiting for them below. The thought made Zhao Long's legs weaken. Do you regard me as a savior? I am neither a bodhisattva nor Jesus. How could I possibly know what to do? Zhao Long, to be honest, is quite weary of being the one in charge. He barely survived the last blood letter. Initially, his intention was to maintain communication with Mo Yuan. Now, within this apartment, the 3 individuals who have endured the most blood letters are Mo Yuan, Qin Ziyuan, and Yahan. Each of them has successfully executed 4 blood letters, but among them, Mo Yuan is the most willing to assist other residents, claiming that he is second to none in this regard. However, now that the phone connection has been severed, it has become impossible to reach Mo Yuan. In the previous blood letter, it was only through constant communication and information exchange with Mo Yuan that a path to survival was devised. Without Mo Yuan, Zhao Long has plunged into utter despair. He perceives himself as far from being intellectually gifted. During the first 2 blood letters, he was entirely in the dark, unable to comprehend how the so-called path to survival was derived. If he cannot deduce a way to survive, then he is left with but one path, death. What do you mean, Zhao Long? Feng Yu exclaimed, suddenly anxious. Aren't you and Mo Yuan neighbors? You often communicate with each other. Surely Mo Yuan has shared some survival strategies with you regarding the blood letters? You cannot abandon your responsibilities at such a critical moment. Guqi chimed in, supporting Feng Yu. Indeed, we have only survived 1 blood letter. To be honest, I barely managed to escape back to the apartment last time. I do not wish to die. Surely you must have some ideas? You have executed the most blood letters and are leading our makeshift team. You cannot shirk your duty. Didn't Spider-Man say that with great power comes great responsibility? What responsibility? I have no responsibility whatsoever. Zhao Long retorted. I am not Spider-Man. I am merely an ordinary person. Dong Ning, observing this scene, felt an overwhelming disappointment towards the three. With their demeanor, survival seemed utterly improbable. Listen to me. At that moment, Dong Xia interjected, let us step outside. As the other three continued to argue fervently, Dong Xia's words immediately drew their attention. What are you saying? Feng Yu had completely disregarded Dong Xia from the start. He was merely using the car he drove to reach the bloodletter execution site. Not only Feng Yu, but Guqi also regarded Dong Xia with the same disdain, as if he were a fool. To them, Dong Xia was simply a new resident attempting his first bloodletter. To put it bluntly, they viewed him as a dead man, harboring no expectations of him whatsoever. I mean, Dong Xia cleared his throat and continued, in such a cramped room, should those things truly appear, it would be quite unsafe for us. It would be better to venture outside. Even if we were to be attacked, we might uncover some clues related to the path of survival. In truth, this matter is not overly complex. Yet, in the face of fear, both Zhao Long and Feng Yu, among others, have chosen to bury their heads in the sand. Despite the awareness that venturing outside might unveil clues, the mere thought of the elderly woman from before, a tangible embodiment of terror, rendered them utterly paralyzed. The prospect of encountering her again instilled such dread in Feng Yu that he hesitated to step outside. Surely, there must be an alternative solution? There is no other way. Dong Xia asserted with unwavering conviction. The path to survival will not simply be laid before us. Evasion will prove futile. I have perused the records of past harrowing events. If the residents do not actively seek out the hints of escape, they will perish from the inability to find a way out. We must explore Building No. 3. Only in doing so can we harbor hope of discovering a route to freedom. Feng Yu, channeling his own trepidation, directed his frustrations toward Dong Xia. What authority do you possess, as a mere newcomer who has yet to endure the trials of the bloodletters, to act so presumptuously before us? Chapter 10. The unreliable allies. Upon hearing someone speak to her brother in such a manner, Dong Ning was immediately engulfed by a surge of indignation. To her, her brother Dong Xia was her sacred taboo. No one would dare to humiliate him in her presence. However, just as Dong Ning opened her mouth to protest, in fact, far more terrifying. Should those unclean things emerge, and if they block the doorway, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Long had entertained similar thoughts earlier, however. The act of stepping outside could very well delineate the line between life and death. Should calamity ensue, he would bear the full brunt of the responsibility. With the newcomer Dong Xia voicing his opinion, he felt it prudent to concur, thus sharing the burden of accountability with another. In response to Zhao Long's assertion, Feng Yu nodded in agreement, stating, that seems reasonable. Perhaps we should heed Zhao Long's advice. People are often susceptible to blind conformity, particularly in such harrowing circumstances. Those engulfed by fear frequently lose their rationality and personal convictions, making the choice to follow the crowd appear to be the most prudent course of action. After all, individuals tend to believe that even if this decision proves erroneous, at least they would face the consequences collectively, alleviating the anxiety of being the first to perish. Very well. Then, as Guqi uttered this phrase, he harbored his own plans, deciding to position himself near Zhao Long, neither too far forward nor too far back. This way, regardless of where the unclean entities might emerge, he would not be the first to meet his demise. Better a fellow traveler than myself should perish. At this juncture, the makeshift team had finally reached a consensus. Dong Xia was utterly disillusioned by the blind obedience and ignorance of these individuals. In stark contrast to the wisdom and emotional intelligence he recalled from Mo Yuan, they seemed worlds apart. It must be exhausting for Mo Yuan to lead a group of such inept allies, even if only in name. Subsequently, they began to advance toward the doorway. At that moment, the lighter in Guqi's hand served as their sole source of illumination. Everyone held their breath, inching forward in the stifling darkness towards the entrance. Dong Xia felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, instinctively recoiling while tightly grasping Dong Ning's hand. For him, should danger arise, only in Ning's life mattered. The fates of the other three were of no concern to him. After all, his capabilities were limited, and thus, so too was his responsibility. Upon reaching the door, Zhao Long extended his hand to unlock it, slowly turning the doorknob. At that moment, each individual was gripped by profound terror, fearing that upon opening the door, they might be confronted by an unclean entity standing just outside. Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, Dong Xia chanted repeatedly. Aware that even the Bodhisattva may be of little help, yet finding some solace in the recitation. Beside him, Dong Ning interjected. Relying on the Buddha is less effective than relying on oneself, brother. The international anthem has already proclaimed that there are no saviors, no divine emperors. All we can depend on is ourselves. For Dong Ning, the darkest and most despairing moment of her life was the tragic car accident that claimed her parents. A sorrow far greater than the pain of entering this apartment. Following that fateful day, she lost all faith in the existence of deities and bodhisattvas. At merely 11 years of age, she had prayed fervently to every being deemed divine across various religions, all of whom were proclaimed to be omnipotent, yet no miracles manifested. Not one deity returned her parents to her. Even this apartment offered no wish to resurrect the deceased. All gods preached the concept of reward and punishment, proclaiming their guardianship over humanity. Yet, if good and evil are indeed rewarded, why did her parents have to perish? From that moment on, she ceased to pray to any god or Buddha. Zhao Long cautiously pushed the door open, eliciting a collective breath holding from nearly everyone present, their gazes fixated on the entrance. In that instant, Dong Xie felt his heart racing, as if it might burst, instinctively clutching Dong Ning's hand tightly. At the most perilous juncture, those entities would have to cross over his lifeless body to harm her. At last, the door swung open, and there was nothing beyond it. Heaving a sigh of relief, Dong Xie suddenly became aware of a tingling sensation in his legs, his back nearly drenched in cold sweat. Moments ago, his heart had been lodged in his throat, and now, as he exhaled, he realized he could hardly maintain his balance. Amitabha, thank you, Bodhisattva. I beseech your protection. I beseech your protection. For Dong Xie, the only wish was for both he and Dong Ning to survive. Whether it be a deity or a demon, he would pray to either, even willing to offer his soul. Stop the incessant murmuring. It's utterly irritating, Dong Xie muttered. Having been in close proximity to Feng Yu, who had been chanting incessantly, further agitating Feng Yu's already frayed nerves. Now, he cast a glance and said, since you proposed this idea, you should lead the way. Dong Ning, unable to suppress her indignation, retorted furiously, just moments ago, you insisted my brother was a new resident. Now you expect a newcomer to lead the charge while you, a so-called veteran, cower in the back? Now I truly understand the meaning of double standards. Previously, Dong Ning had been careful not to offend anyone in the apartment, but this Feng Yu seemed utterly incapable. Merely shifting blame onto others and repeatedly making things difficult for her brother, which had pushed her to her breaking point. To continually yield to such a person would only embolden him to perceive her as weak and easily manipulable. Feng Yu's expression darkened, and he was about to respond when Zhao Long grasped his arm. Feng Yu, I shall lead the way. Good Qi, stay by my side to provide illumination. Everyone, remain vigilant of your surroundings. We cannot predict when those unclean entities may appear. Zhao Long's authority was not to be disregarded, and Feng Yu, recognizing the absurdity of a grown man quarreling with a young girl, muttered something inaudible before falling silent. Dong Xie regarded Feng Yu with indifference, realizing that this individual might very well be the first to meet an untimely demise in this perilous situation. For him, the only consideration was how to ensure the survival of both himself and Aining. However, Gichi stepped outside, illuminating the surroundings with his lighter. Particularly attentive to Zhao Long's earlier remark about something above them, he raised the light to scan the area, confirming there was nothing amiss, and inquired, where shall we go? Where to next? Should we venture to the 4th floor below? Will it lead to a dead end or unveil clues that might guide us to safety? At that moment, Dong Xie was equally at a loss, pondering how individuals like Gichi and Feng Yu had managed to survive their initial encounter with the blood markings. Did they possess no independent judgment whatsoever? Let us first explore the 5th floor, Zhao Long suggested, glancing around, feeling a chill creep over him. The 4th floor. Perhaps we should hold off on that for now. Chapter 11. Li Yin. At this moment, the corridor was devoid of any light. The narrow passageway transformed into the maw of a monstrous beast, poised to unleash a profound darkness at any moment. In this instant, Dong Xie felt as if the encroaching shadows, capable of swallowing him whole, represented true hell. They traversed the corridor on the 5th floor, arriving at a corner. The sole source of illumination emanated from Guqi's lighter, for the corridor bore no windows. It was evident that the 5th floor had long been uninhabited. The ground was strewn with dilapidated cardboard boxes and plastic bags, while the corners were ensnared in cobwebs. The musty odor was unbearable, prompting Feng Yu to instinctively cover her nose, for the stench was truly indescribable. As they moved forward, they encountered a bend. They advanced cautiously, fearful of what unspeakable entities might lurk beyond the corner. Each individual pressed closely together, trembling, with Feng Yu and Guqi thinking that if those indescribable beings were to strike, it would be preferable for them to take the first victim among their ranks. Fortunately, upon rounding the corner, nothing materialized. What is this? Guqi directed the lighter toward the adjacent wall, only to discover peculiar graffiti adorning it. The drawings were clearly the handiwork of a child no older than a few years. Guqi leaned in closer, illuminating the wall with the lighter. What is this? His eyes widened as he fixated on the wall. Dong Xie and Dong Ning approached, gazing at the graffiti. There, depicted were images resembling stair steps, beneath which several shadowy figures were sketched in dark hues. This was undoubtedly the level of artwork one might expect from a kindergarten. Yet witnessing such a scene here was utterly chilling. Reflecting on it now, Dong Xie instinctively stroked his chin. Dong Ning recognized this as a gesture her brother made when anxious. What? Zhao Long glanced over, inquiring. Do you have any thoughts? Zhao Long, like Feng Yu and Gu Qi, held little expectation of Dong Xie, his only impression being the remarkable nature of his name. With Mo Yuan unreachable, Zhao Long was resigned to seeking counsel from Dong Xie, believing that perhaps the collective wisdom of several minds might yield insights. The fourth floor is locked, which implies that something significant must have transpired there. Dong Xie regarded the drawing. This image might well represent. The fourth floor is currently inaccessible, with only the elevator capable of reaching it, and there are no residents remaining. Yet, in the past, it may have been occupied. Perhaps a horrific event occurred then. The shadowy figures illustrated in the drawing could very well be the so-called indescribable entities. Dong Ning pointed to the painted staircase and remarked, if that staircase was seen by a child, it might reveal some unclean things on the fourth floor. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, their eyes drawn to the dark figure on the wall, a chill creeping over them. Those things, won't they leave the fourth floor? If so, would that mean we are safe? Feng Yu suggested, gesturing towards the painting. Because the child who witnessed this and recorded it is still alive, right? Have you forgotten about that old lady? At that moment, Gu Qi's words jolted Feng Yu back to reality, realizing the futility of her thoughts. Well, also, Feng Yu scratched her head and mused, since that old lady is one of those unnameable entities, why did she warn us not to enter the fourth floor? By advising us, she inadvertently steers us away from danger? Zhao Long conceded. Indeed, this is quite perplexing. What could be the reason? Suddenly, Dong Ning spoke up. It should be considered a type of life-saving hint. Everyone's attention swiftly turned to her. Intrigued by Dong Ning's assertion, Zhao Long inquired, please, elaborate. Initially, he held low expectations for the siblings, merely hoping they wouldn't hinder progress. Yet, since the onset of the blood characters, Feng Yu and Gu Qi had been in a state of extreme panic, nearly losing control, despite the unclean entities not yet appearing. In contrast, while Dong Xie and Dong Ning were undoubtedly frightened, their composure was relatively intact, unexpectedly revealing that the true hindrance came from the other two. Dong Ning continued. In the past records of blood characters, there have been precedents where such entities provided life-saving hints to residents. For instance, years ago, in a specific blood character task, residents were sent to 2 abandoned houses to deliver letters to a deceased couple. The information contained in those letters offered crucial life-saving insights. Dong Xie quickly chimed in. That's the one that misled residents using names and information from the letters, triggering their demise. This blood character case is renowned for its high level of deception, nearly resulting in a catastrophic outcome. Most significantly, one of the executors of that blood character, who ultimately escaped the apartment, was a resident named Li Yin. Dong Xie held great admiration for Li Yin while perusing the records of blood character cases, noting that many were meticulously organized by him for future residents. He was also the one who uncovered the traps within the blood character hits. Life paths and dead ends are inherently relative. Dong Ning continued. Based on the records of that past blood character, those things were restricted by the apartment in the early stages of the blood character, which allowed them to disclose information to us. While we cannot ascertain whether the warning against the fourth floor signifies a dead end, it may still harbor a glimmer of hope for finding a life-saving path. However, after contemplating for a moment, Dong Xie remarked, I believe that, as you have suggested, those things may provide us with significant clues. Yet, if ascending to the fourth floor leads to a dead end while avoiding it ensures our survival, it seems rather simplistic, does it not? The others concurred, agreeing that such a notion was indeed overly simplistic. Remaining on the 5th floor could guarantee a safe passage for 5 hours? Such a bloody record has never been documented before. Venturing to the 4th floor would trigger a fatal outcome. However, if one were to be forewarned of this, who would willingly seek their demise on the 4th floor? From the old woman's perspective, it appeared that simply traversing the stairwell to the 4th floor did not equate to actually entering it. The notion that avoiding the 4th floor guarantees survival was met with skepticism among them. Thus, could it be that only by ascending to the 4th floor could they deduce the path to safety? At that moment, Dong Xie felt a profound headache, pondering what means might uncover the clues to survival. In contrast to Dong Xie, Dong Ning harbored an unwavering belief deep within her heart. She was convinced that the old woman had indeed revealed to them the crucial hints for the path to safety. Chapter 12. Graffiti. I believe that the ancient, indescribable entity may have provided us with hints for survival. As someone deeply enamored with the Cthulhu mythos, Dong Xie often finds himself uttering the names of the ancient gods and the indescribable horrors. Yet, at this moment, He feels a peculiar sense of oddity in voicing such thoughts. Among the residents of the apartment, there has emerged a growing tendency to refer to malevolent spirits as those unclean entities. Dong Xie surmises that this nomenclature likely arose due to the recent surge in popularity of the Cthulhu mythos over the past 2 years. After Dong Xie uttered these words, Zhao Long scrutinized him carefully and remarked, "This may indeed be a possibility." However, Feng Yu shook his head and retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? The existence of those entities is solely to annihilate us. Why would they provide us with hints for survival? That makes no sense. As for the blood inscriptions your sister mentioned, after all these years, who can ascertain their authenticity? Even if they're genuine, I believe they are more likely to mislead the residents into demise. How can we trust the words of those entities?" Having undergone the first blood inscription, Feng Yu is now gripped by profound fear. He harbors no desire to confront those entities. During his initial execution of the blood inscription, he witnessed residents, some skeptical, wielding purchased peach with swords and black dog blood, even brandishing black donkey hooves procured from unknown origins. Yet, when they attempted to use these items against those entities, they proved utterly ineffective. The incident involving Guqi was even more outrageous. One resident went so far as to hire a self-proclaimed exorcist from abroad to accompany them to the blood inscription site. Yet, when faced with those entities, the foreigner was so terrified that he soiled himself, discarding his holy water and crucifix, and clutching a Bible while shouting the names of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, ultimately failing to avert his grim fate. The current residents have exhausted all means, and it has become evident that there exists no method to counter or harm those entities. Initially, Feng Han emerged victorious after surviving the 10th blood inscription, thereby earning the opportunity to make a wish. Many residents implored Feng Han to use his wish to grant them freedom or the means to resist those entities. Having grown up watching Dragon Ball and Aladdin, this generation often misconstrues wishes as universally attainable. However, when faced with the prospect of making a wish, they soon realize the immense limitations involved. Resurrecting the dead is unequivocally impossible, as is wishing for anything that contravenes the apartment's regulations. Wishes for the residents' freedom, for a reduction in the difficulty of the blood inscriptions, or for the ability to combat those entities are unattainable. Even aspirations to possess superpowers akin to the Avengers or X-Men are futile, while the notion of destroying the apartment is utterly beyond contemplation. Even an individual's desire for immense societal power cannot contravene the fundamental laws of reality. Aspiring to be the President of the United States remains an absolute impossibility. Thus, the wish appears somewhat trivial. However, apart from this, the aspiration for immortality, the cure of terminal illnesses, and the attainment of love, be it with a multitude of beauties, become effortlessly attainable. While the resurrection of the deceased remains beyond reach, the desire to cause death can be fulfilled, provided the number does not exceed 10,000. From these perspectives, the allure of this wish remains significantly potent. In summary, granting a single wish effectively extinguishes any hope the inhabitants may have of countering such phenomena. In essence, although this wish is touted as a reward for traversing the 10th blood letter, it more closely resembles a mere act of charity. The apartment has housed many residents, yet only one, Feng Han, has been known to have traversed the 10th blood letter. It remains unclear whether any residents prior to Feng Han, following Lian, have achieved the same feat, as it seems that formal records of blood letters began anew with Feng Han. Gao Qi shares a similar mindset with Feng Yu. Initially, he too witnessed the foreign charlatan, hired with money, yet even so, the Bible and the cross held no power against those indescribable entities. Certainly, some residents have fought valiantly before their demise, but any physical means proved utterly ineffective against them. In their presence, even Rambo and Cold Front would meet with a fatal outcome. Consequently, psychologically, it is challenging for them to believe that these entities would ever disclose a path to survival. After all, this is not a mere online game, and these beings are not NPCs capable of revealing strategy hints. However, unlike Feng Yu and Gao Qi, Dong Xie perceives the existence of this apartment as closely resembling a terrifying role-playing game, the only distinction being that even upon reaching the end, players have no opportunity for advancement. In this game, players may die repeatedly and resurrect to try again, but within this apartment, human life is singular. Once lost, there is no chance for resurrection. Now, let us continue our exploration. Zhao Long continues to play the role of mediator, for our time is precious. The blood letter has officially commenced, and now, they may appear at any moment. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale. I understand. Acknowledging Zhao Long's words, Feng Yu could only nod and say, "Let us continue. Let us see what we can find." At that moment, they walked along the corridor, and after a short distance, illuminated by the lighter's flame, they noticed similar paintings on the wall. The images depicted dark, shadowy figures that, Under ordinary circumstances, would send chills down Dong Xie's spine. After taking a few more steps, they encountered another painting, this one illustrating two doors, with a dark shadow between them. At that moment, Dong Xie suddenly realized that on either side of the corridor stood two doors facing each other. This revelation sent a shiver down his spine. This, he pointed ahead, exclaiming, could it be? Dong Ning followed the direction of Dong Xie's finger, and upon comparing the two doors in the painting and the shadow between them, she too was taken aback. Could it be that this graffiti depicts the very scene that once transpired here? Dong Ning's query startled Zhao Long, Feng Yu, and Guqi immensely. No, it cannot be. Guqi fervently shook his head, instinctively retreating a step. Feng Yu's countenance was equally grim, feeling as though his legs were so weak that he needed to lean against the wall for support. Meanwhile, Zhao Long stared at the painting and the scene before him, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 13. Sound. At this moment, the corridor was so profoundly silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Shall we continue onward? Zhao Long hesitantly suggested. He now dared not even glance at the graffiti adorning the walls. Yet, just as he was about to take another step, he noticed that Guqi had frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. With a lighter in his hand, he pondered who would dare to traverse such an impenetrably dark expanse without it. Guqi, Zhao Long inquired, his voice laced with trepidation. Do we truly have to proceed forward? Guqi felt as though his heart might burst from sheer anxiety. The thought of moving further seemed to threaten a heart attack. The rapid pounding of his heart rendered each step exceedingly arduous. The juxtaposition of the grotesque graffiti against the stark reality filled him with a profound dread. Memories of the gruesome fates of other residents during the first execution of the blood mark haunted him vividly. For those who have lived in peaceful times, untouched by war, disaster, or disease, witnessing life slip away so effortlessly can shatter one's worldview, leading to the development of PTSD. Feng Yu and Guqi were enveloped in this very trauma. Did they not understand that to uncover a path to survival, they must continue to explore and confront danger? Did they not realize that even hiding within the confines of a room offered no semblance of safety? Logically, they were aware. Yet, having endured so much terror, they were too terrified to face danger directly, retreating instead into a self-imagined sanctuary. They had placed their hopes for survival almost entirely in Zhao Long, who had survived the blood mark twice and shared a good rapport with Mo Yuan, believing that he would surely devise a way out, allowing them to simply reap the benefits. I can't go any further, Guqi admitted, acutely aware that acknowledging his fear was a blow to his pride. However, at this juncture, he recognized that life was far more valuable than appearance. What if I give you the lighter, and you continue the exploration? We shall return and await news? The we he referred to distinctly indicated himself and Feng Yu. Yes. Feng Yu quickly echoed Guqi's sentiment. His first encounter with the blood mark had occurred in a relatively spacious area. But now they found themselves trapped within a building where escape seemed infinitely more challenging. The thought of those entities manifesting was terrifying, as they could strike with blinding speed, often leaving no trace of their victims behind. One misstep could lead to death. The process of searching for a path to safety required navigating numerous areas of the building. And should they find themselves in the most perilous situation, they might even need to ascend to the fourth floor. What sort of jest is this? Zhao Long exclaimed, realizing that the two had been utterly paralyzed by fear. Yet, he could scarcely believe they had reached such a point. What? They intended to retreat while he and the others continued the search for survival? To wait and benefit from the discoveries made by others? At this moment, a phrase abruptly surfaced in Zhao Long's mind. I have never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. Before Zhao Long could respond, Dong Ning let out a cold laugh, saying, Oh? So the old residents retreat to await news, while we two new residents venture forth in search of survival. The rationale being that you are afraid? Is that correct? Upon hearing Dong Ning's words, both Feng Yu and Guqi felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to burrow into. It is worth noting that Dong Ning, being a woman, displayed no sign of retreat, while the two men, standing tall at 7 feet, wished only to flee. Previously, Feng Yu had disparaged the Dong siblings, but now he found himself painfully slapped in the face by reality. I am not frightened, Feng Yu stubbornly insisted, trying to salvage some semblance of dignity. I merely think that wandering aimlessly could potentially lead to a dead end. Even he recognized the absurdity of his excuse, feeling as if both he and Guqi had lost all face and substance. Even if they managed to return alive, should others discover their true colors, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire apartment complex. Though other residents might not be any better, people are invariably lenient towards themselves while being harshly critical of others. You may return if you wish, Zhao Long stated coldly, but should we uncover a path to survival, it will not be shared with you. We will undertake all the perilous tasks while you reap the benefits. This is not the spirit that should prevail among the residents of this apartment. At that moment, Dong Xie regarded the two men with increasing disdain. He had initially presumed that they would exhibit some semblance of responsibility after enduring a trial, yet they proved to be utterly lackluster. It was astounding to witness them so brazenly shirk their duties during a task meant to be shared by 5 individuals. As the saying goes, fortune favors the brave. Does one truly believe that evading danger will spare them from demise? Upon hearing Zhao Long's words, Feng Yu and Guqi's expressions shifted immediately. Guqi hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "And no. I was just speaking casually. All right. I understand now." Feng Yu also quickly gestured, "I understand. Then, let us proceed." Zhao Long's anger remained unquenched. In a bloodletter mission, no one harbors fondness for teammates who shirk their responsibilities. Indeed, such individuals seldom survive long in such perilous undertakings. Guqi discerned Zhao Long's fury and felt a chill run through him, beginning to regret having crossed Zhao Long. Feng Yu shot him a glare, seemingly blaming him for suggesting such a course of action that had ensnared him in this predicament. Yet now, there was no alternative but to press onward. Otherwise, Zhao Long's wrath would likely only intensify. With this thought, both men grew increasingly frustrated. As they continued onward, Guqi made a conscious effort to maintain a greater distance from Zhao Long. Should an indescribable entity suddenly emerge from the shadows, he hoped Zhao Long would take the brunt of it. If Zhao Long were to perish, Guqi could return to the apartment unscathed, and his behavior would remain unknown to the old residents. As for the 2 new residents, Dong Xie and Dong Ning, even if their names were mentioned, they would bear little weight. At this moment, the 5 individuals proceeded at a languid pace, and soon, the walls were devoid of any graffiti. Eventually, they arrived at the end of the corridor on this floor, having uncovered no new revelations. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from below, as if something had been forcefully hurled to the ground. Chapter 14. Another room. In that fleeting moment, every face turned pale with shock. Particularly, Feng Yu's demeanor was most distressing. His legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. The 5 individuals collectively held their breath, refraining from uttering a single word, intently listening to the sounds emanating from below. Despite the floor separating them, the noises resonated with startling clarity, illustrating the magnitude of the disturbance below. Yet, soon after, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving no trace of sound. At that moment, Dong Xie felt his heart racing in fear. One hand struggled to support himself against the wall, while the other clutched his sister Dong Ning's hand tightly. After what felt like an eternity of 10 seconds, Guqi once again flicked his lighter, scanning the vicinity to ensure no unspeakable entities lurked nearby. Allowing him to exhale with a modicum of relief, he turned to Zhao Long, attempting to lower his voice as much as possible, inquired, "Will that thing come up?" Zhao Long's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. He swallowed hard and replied, "I don't know. If that thing comes up, if it ascends, their fate would be sealed." The residents stood no chance against the terrifying, indescribable entities. In this confined space, what recourse did they possess? Who had the audacity to suggest renting this apartment? Feng Yu lamented bitterly, "Had I known this community lacked even a security guard, with all the residents off on group vacations, and that building 3 had no locks, we should never have rented a unit on the 5th floor. If only we had stayed on the 1st floor." Guqi managed a wry smile, saying, "That wouldn't change much. Even on the 1st floor, we wouldn't escape. Otherwise, our shadows would manipulate our bodies to commit suicide. No resident has ever unraveled the shadow curse." Upon hearing Guqi's words, Dong Xie glanced at the shadow cast on the wall by the lighter in Guqi's hand. He understood that his shadow was ensnared by the apartment's curse, a curse that was utterly hopeless. Humanity possesses no means to extricate itself from its shadow. Previous residents had attempted various methods to break this curse, including avoiding sunlight or binding their limbs to prevent their shadows from dictating their demise. Yet, none succeeded. The shadows inevitably brought death upon the residents whenever they dared to defy the apartment's rules. In truth, not only human residents but also any incomprehensible entities that breached the apartment would be instantly consumed. We can only pray that they do not ascend. Feng Yu truly yearned to flee. But where could he escape? The sole hope was that, should those entities emerge, they would not take his life. During the bloodletter tasks, when residents were slain, typically no more than 1 individual would perish at a time, though not always, but usually. The apartment constrained them from swiftly killing residents, instead eliminating them one by one, with a customary interval in between. This particular bloodletter task had a duration of 5 hours, suggesting that 1 person might be killed each hour. Feng Yu could only wish that the first to die would not be himself, but rather one of the 2 new residents. Thus, an additional hour would be gained. It resembled a game of Russian roulette. At this moment, Feng Yu could only hope that others would perish before him, allowing him to discover a path to survival. "Zhao Long, do you Have any solutions? Feng Yu gazed at Zhao Long, yearning for him to devise a plan. Yet, Zhao Long found himself utterly at a loss. It was his first time executing such a perilous task within an enclosed building, devoid of any avenue for escape. Under these circumstances, he too was uncertain of any viable options. Furthermore, he was exasperated by Feng Yu and Guqi's incessant inquiries. He was not a repository of endless answers. At that moment, Dong Ning tugged at Dong Xie's hand, prompting him to turn towards his sister. Ning? In this critical moment, there was no need for you to shield me, brother. We live in an era of gender equality. I will stand beside you. With unwavering resolve. She approached Dong Xie, her eyes radiating determination. Even for a mere second, do not depart this world before me, brother. I cannot bear to endure that anguish again. Hearing her words profoundly shook Dong Xie. What she referred to was, of course, the death of their parents, following the tragic accident. Ning had lived in profound gloom for an extended period, incapable of finding joy even in the most humorous films. It was Dong Xie's unwavering care and attention that gradually helped her transform into the vibrant girl she was today, one who relished sweets, makeup, and even engaged in beauty live streams. Dong Xie understood well that for Ning, who had lost her parents at the tender age of 11, he embodied both father and mother. He washed her clothes, reviewed her homework, attended parent-teacher meetings, selected her outfits, and even calculated her menstrual cycle to prepare sweetened ginger water for her. Their aunt and grandmother had always disapproved of Ning, unable to comprehend why he devoted himself to a child with no blood ties to the Dong family. However, he kept this secret close to his heart. Had Ning discovered it back then, she might not have blossomed into the cheerful and resilient person she was now. Despite facing situations that would terrify and break most girls, she consistently thought of her brother. Ning, you are my sister. After such a lengthy period, Dong Xie had long ceased to care about Ning's lineage. To him, she was a Dong, his sister, and that fact could never be altered. The mistakes made by her mother were not hers to bear. No matter what she said, Dong Xie would not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. Wait a moment. That door is ajar. At that instant, Guqi noticed a door slightly open, revealing a narrow gap. They all turned to look. Dong Xie's eyes brightened. Just moments ago, his mind had begun to race through the memories of his life. Perhaps there lay some clue within. He pointed towards the slightly open door and said, "Shall we venture inside?" Despite his words, no one dared to move. Who could predict what might lurk behind that door? At this moment, Dong Ning retrieved a compact, foldable selfie stick from her pocket and extended it to its full length. Dong Ning often indulges in spontaneous outdoor live broadcasts, so she never forgets to bring her selfie stick whenever she ventures outside. At this moment, she aimed the stick at the slightly ajar door and gently pushed it open. However, Dong Xie grasped her hand, determined to protect his sister should anything emerge from within. The door creaked open. Inside was a room devoid of any furnishings, even more rudimentary than a bare shell apartment. Shall we step inside and take a look? Chapter 15. The entrance. Although Zhao Long uttered these words, he found himself unable to take a step forward. After all, it was evident to all that something terrifying must lurk within. Feng Yu instinctively retreated a step, resolutely refusing to be the first to enter. As for Guqi, he could only manage a bitter smile and ask, "Do we really have to go in there?" Zhao Long, unable to contain his frustration, declared, "Fine, I will go in first. You all follow me." Seeing Zhao Long genuinely riled up, Feng Yu conceded, all right. I understand. I'll go in first." Feng Yu was genuinely terrified of completely offending Zhao Long. If he discerned a path to safety yet chose not to share it, the consequences would be dire. Relying solely on luck to survive until the end was not entirely impossible, but the odds were exceedingly slim. It was crucial to remember that after the blooding task concluded, they would still need to drive back. The closer they got to the apartment, the weaker the restrictions imposed by those entities would become. Entering the apartment could cleanse all curses, yet there were those who had perished at the threshold. Once Feng Yu stepped through the door, he bit his lip tightly, scanning the surroundings, fervently praying not to be designated as the first target. Hoping that only the fourth floor held true peril, while the fifth would be safe. "Don't just stand there at the entrance. Come in," Zhao Long urged, giving Feng Yu a push as he stepped inside. Following him were Zhao Long, Dong Xie, and Dong Ning. Dong Xie clutched Dong Ning's hand, speaking in a hushed tone. "Listen, do not act recklessly in the future. You terrified me just now. Remaining at the entrance, relying on those people, was futile, brother. Ning. For perilous tasks, I will take the lead." Dong Xie was no selfless saint, but his sister, Dong Ning, was the one person he cherished most in this world. He was determined to shield her from any harm. "Brother." Dong Ning gazed intently at Dong Xie, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "Your life is as precious as mine. I must leave this wretched apartment with you." Hearing his sister's words, Dong Xie felt a flicker of warmth within. Upon entering the room, he diligently observed his surroundings, alert to even the slightest hint of the unnatural. Dong Xie had always admired Li Yin, who had vacated the apartment 8 years prior, while reading the blood-inked records and notes left by former tenants. The reason Li Yin had survived until the end was his keen observational skills and ability to think outside the box. The notes he left behind mentioned that to endure the blood-inked task, one must pay attention to all anomalies and avoid falling prey to preconceived notions that could lead to mental blind spots. Many tenants perished because they became ensnared in traps of their own making. The door here happened to be ajar. Was it mere coincidence? Or a clue for us? Dong Xie noticed another door nearby and cautiously approached it. Hand me your selfie stick, Ning. Oh, all right. Dong Ning complied. Passing the selfie stick to Dong Xie, she understood that she could not argue with her brother. His nature was resolute, and once he made a decision, not even a herd of cattle could sway him. Regardless of what Dong Ning said, Dong Xie was intent on keeping himself as far from danger as possible. The selfie stick pushed the door open. As Gichi, holding a lighter, did not come around, he could not discern what lay beyond the door. Dong Xie immediately grasped Dong Ning's hand, urging her to step back a few paces. Shall we take a look? Gichi turned his gaze back at the door that Dong Xie had pushed open and began to approach cautiously. You go in first. Gichi felt a chill as he stared at the door before him, pressing Dong Xie to enter and scout ahead. Are you really letting us go in first? Dong Ning's expression was one of clear dissatisfaction. Aren't you going in? Gichi felt a twinge of embarrassment, opting not to respond to Dong Ning's words as he gradually drew closer to the doorway, peering inside. Although nothing seemed amiss, he was haunted by the fear that something sinister might lurk between the door and the wall behind it. What if he stepped inside and met his demise instantly? At that moment, Zhao Long and Feng Yu approached as well. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Long glanced at Gichi and stated, we must investigate every possible area for clues. We have no other choice. If we cannot uncover a way out of this bloodletter task, we will not survive. All right, fine. Gichi could only grit his teeth and step into the room. Fortunately, his fears were unfounded. The interior was devoid of any furniture or hiding places. Utilizing the flickering light, Dong Xie noticed a small hole in the floor. Gichi, come and shine your light here. Under normal circumstances, Dong Xie's direct command as a newcomer would have irked Gichi. However, given the circumstances, he felt increasingly ashamed of his own demeanor. Conversely, the sibling duo, executing the bloodletter directive for the first time, appeared remarkably composed. Zhao Long observed their calmness with growing approval. Thus, despite his annoyance, Gichi unwillingly approached. His tone rigid as he inquired, what should I illuminate? Nevertheless, Gichi was not one to overlook the gravity of the situation. If Dong Xie indeed made a significant discovery that could lead to a way out of the bloodletter predicament, he would be grateful to Dong Xie and regard him as a benefactor. Therefore, he held a flicker of anticipation. Dong Xie pointed at the hole in the floor, saying, look at this. Shine your lighter on it. Gichi crouched down, squinting for a long time before finally spotting the small hole in the floor. This is merely a small breach in the floor, isn't it? Disappointment washed over him instantly, and he nearly withdrew the lighter, expressing, are you making a mountain out of a molehill? Dong Ning, unwavering in her support for her brother, remarked, this hole. Perhaps it allows a glimpse of the lower floor, the fourth floor. At this revelation, Gichi froze, leaning closer to the hole and illuminating it, but could discern nothing clearly. He prostrated himself, bringing his eyes near the hole's opening, disregarding the intense heat radiating from the lighter's flame, desperate to see clearly. Yet, still, nothing was visible. The feeble flame of the lighter proved insufficient, and the hole was simply too small. I cannot see anything, Gichi shook his head, stating. After all, it is just a lighter, not a flashlight. Dong Xie gritted his teeth and said, let me take a look. You hold the lighter as close as you can. I believe this may very well be a clue to unraveling the path to survival. Allow me to take the lead. Brother, Dong Ning volunteered, yet Dong Xie shook his head without hesitation. Dong Xie knelt on the floor, leaning close to the small opening. Closing his left eye while directing his right eye toward the aperture. It was pitch black. At that moment, Gichi brought a lighter perilously close to Dong Xie's eye, the flame nearly singeing his eyelashes. As the fire drew near, Dong Xie suddenly beheld a pair of eyes on the other side of the opening, fixed intently upon him. Chapter 16. United in adversity. In this moment, Dong Xie felt an overwhelming emptiness in his mind, swiftly followed by an instinctive reaction to raise his head. His first impulse was to grasp Dong Ning's hand tightly, pulling her away from the ominous hole. Observing Dong Xie's response, Zhao Long hastened to the ground to peer into the abyss. Brother, what did you just see? Dong Ning urgently inquired, her grip on Dong Xie tightening. Are you all right? The terror reflected in Dong Xie's eyes sent a shiver down her spine. What was it? Zhao Long asked, confusion etched across his face as he looked at Dong Xie. I. Dong Xie pressed his body against the wall, exclaiming, I saw an eye. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and everyone instinctively began to distance themselves from the hole in the floor. Tremors coursed through their bodies, each person fearing that something might emerge from the darkness at any moment. Are you certain? Feng Yu's eyes widened as she stared at Dong Xie. You didn't mistake it, did you? I saw it clearly. It was indeed an eye. Dong Xie's assertion sent waves of panic through the group. Should we leave now? Guqi, holding a lighter to illuminate the hole, hesitated to approach, uncertain of what lay ahead. Zhao Long found himself equally torn. The hole appeared to be a potential source of clues for survival, yet a profound fear gripped him. However, he recalled that their phones were still inoperative, severing any connection with Mo Yuan. In this dire circumstance, the path to survival seemed fraught with peril. Truth be told, Zhao Long's confidence in his ability to endure had waned significantly. Thus, he felt compelled to seize every seemingly insignificant clue that might lead them to safety. I'll take another look, he muttered, gritting his teeth as he crouched closer to the hole, focusing his gaze. Guqi, recognizing his determination, continued to provide light. Yet, all Zhao Long could see was an impenetrable darkness. Dong Xie, observing the scene, felt his heart race. Yet, he had indeed seen it, the eye. Watching this very floor, Dong Ning lifted her hand to brush aside her bangs, a gesture that signified her rising anxiety. Brother, at least we've confirmed one thing, she said, her hand resting on her forehead, indicative of her mind racing through thoughts. Dong Xie recalled that she often made this gesture when deep in contemplation, typically before an examination filled with rigorous problem-solving. What have we confirmed? He asked, curiosity piqued. The fourth floor is undoubtedly a perilous zone, not a path to survival, frankly. In the worst-case scenario, I intend to verify this possibility. After all, the one suggesting this is. Dong Xie instantly grasped Dong Ning's implication. She had indeed pondered the notion that the fourth floor might ironically lead to their salvation. This seems rather meaningless, doesn't it? Feng Yu remarked with a hint of indifference. I assumed you had some profound insights. Dong Xie cast a cold glance at Feng Yu and replied, that is certainly preferable to some individuals who blatantly slack off. Feng Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter Dong Xie's statement. After all, he was a person concerned with his dignity. Hearing those words left him speechless. Shall we leave? Guqi timidly suggested. We've pretty much explored this place, haven't we? He had no desire to linger in that spot any longer. Yes, let's go. Feng Yu stammered. We should leave. Dong Xie looked at Dong Ning with a wry smile, feeling frustrated that he found himself aligning with Feng Yu and Guqi for once. In the silent corridor, one could hear a pin drop. Such a description was not an exaggeration. Almost everyone, including Dong Xie, leaned against the wall and moved slowly. After circling the fifth floor, they returned to the door of the room they had rented. Zhao Long was about to open the door when Dong Ning interjected. Wait a moment. Guqi, could you pass me the lighter? Guqi paused for a second before handing it to her. The lighter could not sustain a flame for long. It had to be extinguished periodically and reignited. Nevertheless, it had become quite hot. Thus, Dong Xie took the lighter from Dong Ning and said, Let me hold it for you. Ning, what are you looking for? Dong Ning pointed to the bottom of the door and said, I placed a band-aid there. If anything has entered, it will tear the band-aid. Dong Xie was taken aback. Since his student days, having been particularly weak in fights, he endured severe bullying, especially after losing his parents and entering high school, where the torment intensified. There was no one to stand up for him at school, and even if he suffered greatly, his assailants would not fare much better. He might lose, but he could still leave them with some marks, despite always receiving punishment himself. Over time, even after distancing himself from school, Ning had developed a habit of carrying band-aids. Each time, Dong Xie had to reassure her that the ones who bullied him also suffered greatly, with some exaggeration, for he believed Ning would bravely confront them if necessary. Being a girl, she was indeed meticulous. Zhao Long showed an approving expression, and even Feng Yu and Guqi, who had previously treated Dong Ning with disdain, began to respect her. Confirming that the band-aid was securely in place brought a sigh of relief to Dong Ning. Meanwhile, Dong Xie looked at his sister with a mix of admiration and affection, vowing in his heart to protect Ning no matter what peril they faced. All right, Just then, the door leading to the stairwell creaked open unexpectedly. In that stillness, the sound sent chills down their spines. Witnessing this scene, everyone held their breath. Feng Yu and Guqi instinctively began to retreat, while Dong Xie, in stark contrast, took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Dong Ning. His fists clenched tightly. Perhaps it was the wind? Over there, it appeared, as though nothing was present. Shoo, do not utter a word. Silence. At that moment, however, Dong Ning stepped forward, standing side by side with Dong Xie, regardless of the peril they faced. She was resolute in her determination to advance or retreat alongside her brother. Chapter 17. Dilemma. Now, 5 residents found themselves paralyzed, hesitant to advance or retreat. After all, if they fled, who could predict whether it would precipitate a scenario akin to the nail that sticks out gets hammered down? Each one hoped that the misfortune would befall someone else, allowing them to survive. Thus, Good Fengyu took a few steps back, hoping that those ahead would take their place as sacrifices. Moreover, to be frank, if a life were indeed lost, it might bring them a strange sense of relief. Within the confines of the apartment, the malevolent spirit could claim only one resident at a time before entering a prolonged period of dormancy. During this interval, perhaps a means to survive could be found. Dong Xie looked at Dong Ning, who stood beside him, contemplating their next course of action. Remaining stationary was not a viable option. First, let us retreat. Everyone, step back together. Do not rush. Keep your eyes fixed on the stairwell door, and slowly withdraw. Dong Xie lowered his voice as much as possible, directing everyone to back away. At this moment, each person complied without question, in the face of life and death. No one dared to challenge Dong Xie's authority. After all, human dignity is a fragile thing. 1 step, 2 steps, and soon their movements synchronized into a coordinated retreat. Their eyes remained locked onto the stairwell before them. None could ascertain whether a terrifying entity would emerge from within. Namo Amitabha, Avalokiteshvara, savior of the suffering. Hearing the somber prayers from behind, Dong Xie couldn't help but smile wryly. They were so powerless, devoid of even the slightest capacity for resistance. Their survival thus far was solely due to the restrictions imposed by the apartment. They were mere puppets, entirely incapable of dictating their own fate. After retreating several paces, a semblance of calm began to wash over them. Perhaps those entities would not appear after all. Few are we still residing in that room? Gucci glanced at the others and inquired, or should we explore the lower floors? Dong Xie suggested, regardless, we must seek any clues for survival. Zhao Long scrutinized the stairwell ahead and remarked, but do we truly wish to venture there? Dong Xie's expression mirrored hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, then let us remain here for now. Zhao Long still struggled with indecision. Shall we observe a while longer? Dong Xie cast a glance at Dong Ning. They could not afford to break away from the group to explore the lower levels. Doing so would undoubtedly render them prime targets for the malevolent spirit. To speak candidly, Dong Xie harbored the notion of better them than us, believing that perhaps the first casualties would be those 2 inept companions. After all, his primary concern lay solely with his own and Dong Ning's survival. In truth, it appeared that thus far, there had been no record of a blood mission where all members survived, at least according to the existing documentation. A blood mission with a 50 mortality rate was considered low. Gazing at the stairwell before them, their expressions soured. At this moment, it felt as though no matter where they went, safety was an elusive dream. However, remaining on this floor did not guarantee their security either. What should we do? Simply avoiding the 4th floor seems too simplistic. It cannot possibly be the way to survival. Zhao Long is equally perplexed, given the current predicament. What course of action should we take? We dare not descend to the lower floors, nor do we have the courage to take the elevator. Are we to remain here on the 5th floor for the next 5 hours in tranquility? After uttering these thoughts aloud, Zhao Long himself found them hard to accept. This is rather absurd. If the decision to avoid the 4th floor was indeed a carefully considered route to safety, it defies reason that malevolent spirits would readily disclose the path to survival to the residents. He had entertained a hypothesis similar to Dong Ning's. Perhaps this was a ruse, intentionally deterring them from the 4th floor, which might indeed be the trail to safety. However, that possibility now seemed implausible. Reluctantly, Zhao Long resolved, unless absolutely necessary, we shall not venture to the 4th floor. With this, he felt reassured. Upon hearing Zhao Long's declaration, Fengyu and Gucci nodded in agreement, fully supporting his perspective. Nevertheless, both Dong Xie and Dong Ning found it difficult to concur with Zhao Long's conclusion. I believe it cannot be that simple, Dong Xie remarked, gesturing towards the staircase. Perhaps that recent scare was a deliberate attempt to intimidate us, preventing us from exploring the 1st to 3rd floors. Such precedents exist in the past records of bloodletters. Indeed, you make a valid point. Fengyu unexpectedly concurred with Dong Xie's assertion. I tend to agree. Dong Xie was taken aback. How could Fengyu suddenly support his argument? Zhao Long and Fengyu turned their gazes towards him, stating, as Dong Xie mentioned, perhaps this is indeed the case. Honestly, how could we survive simply remaining on the 5th floor for 5 hours? I refuse to believe that avoiding the 4th floor guarantees our safety. We are not the protagonists in a horror film, recklessly defying taboos. Avoiding the 4th floor is not an insurmountable task. Zhao Long, not lacking in intellect, understood the validity of Dong Xie's reasoning. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the consequences of missteps. In the realm of bloodletters, a single misstep could lead to death. Each person's life is singular. Once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. No amount of wishes could resurrect the deceased. Under such circumstances, he prioritized caution, unwilling to take unnecessary risks. The time frame since the initiation of the bloodletters is still short. Perhaps there are alternative methods to explore the path to safety. Zhao Long maintained his own considerations. It was not yet the critical moment, and caution remained paramount. Feng Yu glanced at Dong Xie once more and suddenly suggested, I believe, continuing in this manner is not a viable solution. Instead, we should organize a group to investigate the lower floors, excluding the fourth floor, of course. Otherwise, in that moment, Dong Xie and Dong Ning comprehended why Feng Yu had aligned with his perspective. He sought someone to descend and ascertain the truth. Everyone desires to remain in a secure zone, and having others face peril is undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. But where in this world can one find such beauty? This matter. I shall ponder it further. For now, our makeshift team must remain united. Should we disperse, we risk being attacked if we become isolated. Ultimately, they opened the door and returned to their original room. Presently, everyone is in a state of confusion, uncertain of the best course of action to take. Meanwhile, the horrifying eyes from earlier haunt Dong Xie's mind. Subsequently, Guqi ventured into the kitchen and retrieved several candles. As he brought the candles back, intending to ignite one with his lighter, the flame unexpectedly extinguished. Guqi was struck with terror, hastily reigniting the lighter. This time, the flame reappeared, and he quickly lit the candle. Phew, how splendid. Then, Guqi's eyes widened, revealing an expression of sheer dread. Chapter 18. The first sacrifice. Just a moment ago, Feng Yu, who had been seated beside Guqi, had vanished. Where is Feng Yu? He was just sitting there. At this moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In the next instant, Dong Xie witnessed another scene unfold. You all look. The door has opened. The grand door leading outside has swung ajar. This sight ignited a fierce rage within everyone. The first sacrifice had emerged. And now, less than half an hour had passed since the blood task commenced. Dong Xie gripped Dong Ning's hand tightly, his heart racing uncontrollably. From the moment the lighter's flame extinguished to when it reignited, merely 1 to 2 seconds had elapsed, and yet, Feng Yu had been seated on the sofa just moments ago. Now, he had inexplicably disappeared. Throughout this ordeal, Feng Yu had emitted not the slightest sound, not even a fleeting struggle. So, should they remain in the room, or venture outside? If they stayed, no one could predict what might transpire. Yet, if they rashly bolted outside, who could say if they would become the second sacrifice? Of course, with the first sacrifice already claimed, it was likely there would be a delay before the next. This was a limitation imposed by the apartment. However, this was merely a general observation, not an absolute rule. For Dong Xie, embarking on his initial blood task, he could not gamble with the lives of himself and Dong Ning. Wait, do you hear that? Is that footsteps? At that moment, Dong Ning's words caused everyone's breath to hitch in unison. They dared not utter another sound, instead straining their ears to listen. And then, in the profound silence, they indeed heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. This revelation left Guqi paralyzed with fear in an instant. He dashed to the door, hastily attempting to shut it. Yet, just as he was about to close the door, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the corridor beside him. He glanced over, and what he saw sent him into sheer terror. It was an incredibly stooped figure, with legs bent at unnatural angles, as if the joints could not straighten. The person's head hung low, the neck and torso forming nearly a perfect right angle. And from the attire, it was unmistakably Feng Yu. Feng Yu, are you still alive? To Guqi, Feng Yu's movements appeared as though he were possessed. In the profound stillness of the corridor, he believed that if Feng Yu's hearing was even remotely normal, he would not fail to hear his words. Observing Guqi's hesitation to close the door, Dong Xie sensed something was amiss, but he dared not pull Dong Ning toward the entrance. To him, it seemed that a hand might reach out from beyond the door at any moment to claim Guqi's life. As a seasoned horror novelist, he had devised countless grotesque deaths within his narratives. However, when he heard Guqi utter the name Feng Yu, he was taken aback. Feng Yu? He is not dead? He cast a glance at Zhao Long beside him, clenched his teeth, and said, Zhao Long, could you please look after my sister? Of course. Zhao Long nodded without hesitation. Subsequently, Dong Xie rushed swiftly towards the entrance, only to witness a bizarre scene unfold before him. Although Feng Yu appeared to be alive, neither Dong Xie nor Guqi had the slightest intention of rushing out to bring him back. After all, Feng Yu now exuded an aura that was most peculiar. At that moment, Feng Yu approached the elevator entrance not far away, trembling as he raised his hand to press the elevator button. Just then, Dong Ning and Zhao Long arrived at the doorway, also witnessing this unsettling spectacle. Feng Yu remained in his hunched posture, standing at the elevator door. Soon, the elevator arrived. The entire building 3 was in darkness, yet the elevator was still operational. When the elevator doors opened, Feng Yu stepped inside. Not a single person present made an attempt to stop him, for Feng Yu appeared to be entirely possessed by some malevolent spirit. Past records of blood curses had shown similar occurrences. It was not an uncommon phenomenon. Setting aside his eerie gait, how could he have traversed from the sofa to the entrance in mere seconds, opening the door and stepping outside without a sound? Once outside, only then did footsteps echo. No one could believe that Feng Yu was not under the influence of a sinister entity. Thus, Feng Yu entered the elevator, and the doors closed with an air of inevitability. In that moment, Dong Xie found an unexpected surge of courage. He snatched the candle from Guqi's hand and dashed towards the elevator entrance. Upon reaching it, he quickly observed the elevator display. The floor changed from 5 to 4. Then, it remained stubbornly at 4, never transforming into 3. Dong Xie instinctively covered his mouth, his eyes betraying a look of terror. Feng Yu. He had ascended to the 4th floor. What would happen next to Feng Yu? Dong Xie could easily envision the possibilities. Just moments ago, Feng Yu had undeniably appeared to be possessed, and according to past records of blood curses, he was likely in a state devoid of self-awareness. A cold sweat unknowingly trickled from his forehead down to his nose, yet Dong Xie remained oblivious. At this juncture, Dong Ning had sprinted to his side, both of them now fixated on the elevator display. The siblings gazed at the glaring red number 4, suddenly realizing its ominous significance. They had initially thought avoiding the 4th floor would be a trivial matter, but it became evident that they had gravely miscalculated. In truth, they could have prevented Feng Yu from entering. Whether he was possessed or cursed remained uncertain. However, Dong Xie felt no remorse regarding this. After all, he was under no obligation to risk his life for Feng Yu's sake. Besides Dong Ning, he certainly prioritized his own life above all else. The brother and sister turned back, gazing at the alarmed faces of Zhao Long and Guqi at the entrance. The elevator had ascended to the 4th floor. Upon uttering this statement, Dong Xie noticed the expressions of Zhao Long and Guqi darken even further. They began to realize that they had been mistaken from the very beginning. Do not ascend to the 4th floor. This was not a decision within their purview. Taking the elevator to the 4th floor could not possibly be a voluntary choice made by Feng Yu. It was undoubtedly an action compelled by the possession of a malevolent spirit, in the task involving blood inscriptions within the apartment. The order of residents' deaths bore no correlation to the frequency with which they performed the blood inscriptions. It was generally random. Furthermore, the 1st to 3rd blood inscriptions presented no discernible increase in difficulty, allowing the 5 of them to venture out together to carry out the task. In other words, it could have been Feng Yu who was possessed by the spirit just moments ago, but it could equally have been Guqi, Zhao Long, or any one of Dong Xie or Dong Ning. It was entirely akin to Russian roulette. No one could predict who the next victim would be. Chapter 19. A descent into darkness. Moments ago, had there been any peculiar anomalies prior to Feng Yu's actions? The remaining 4 residents had returned to the room. Several candles flickered on the table, their combined glow far surpassing that of the solitary lighter used earlier. Yet, they all remained acutely aware of the essence of true terror. No, I do not perceive any particular anomaly, came the response. Zhao Long, still unconvinced, pondered whether Feng Yu had engaged in any actions that they had not singularly undertaken by him. He desperately sought a clue that could illuminate the path to their demise, rather than relying on the randomness of selection that condemned them to the malevolent spirit's possession, ultimately leading to Feng Yu's fate. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Yu, now on the 4th floor, might be greeting the specter of death without any semblance of self-awareness. I have contemplated this matter as well, but it seems evident that no actions constitute a path to demise, Dong Ning remarked, brushing aside her bangs with her right hand, revealing her smooth forehead. This indicated that she was earnestly engaging her cognitive faculties in search of a strategy. However, her hands trembled uncontrollably, causing her bangs to fall repeatedly. Feng Yu's demise shattered all their aspirations, simultaneously affirming one undeniable truth. The 4th floor was indeed a dead end. At that moment, Guqi surveyed his surroundings and suggested, "Let us find a rope and bind me. This way, I shall not ascend to the 4th floor." Dong Ning shook her head, responding, "Just now, Feng Yu left without a sound. I fear that binding you would prove futile." Dong Xie nodded in agreement, then proposed, "Why don't we guard the elevator? If we do so, no one can descend to the 4th floor." However, as he spoke, his voice dwindled, revealing his apprehension that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. That is indeed a sound strategy. Yet, in that moment of trepidation, Guqi, who had been unusually silent, abruptly turned to Dong Xie and declared, "Let us proceed with that plan." He then glanced at Zhao Long and continued, "Let the 4 of us gather at the elevator. This building has but one elevator. We shall stand guard there. If anyone succumbs to the malevolent spirit, we must prevent them from taking the elevator." "Forgive my skepticism at such a critical juncture," Dong Ning interjected, lowering her hand from her forehead. "If that is the case, why did you not attempt to stop Feng Yu earlier?" Her words plunged the room into a profound silence. Gucci was momentarily taken aback. And as he opened his mouth to respond, Dong Ning continued, "Do you truly believe that once you exhibit signs of possession, any of us would be willing to risk our lives to prevent you from taking the elevator? Me? My brother? Or Zhao Long?" When Dong Ning uttered those words, she silently added to herself that it was utterly impossible for her to risk her life to save Gucci. She was no idle drama's Mary Sue. Only her brother was the one she would willingly fight to save. If someone were to stop me. Gucci, however, struggled for a long time but could not articulate anything he could promise in return. Money? Their apartment was overflowing with it. Conversely, both Dong Xie and Dong Ning were individuals willing to sacrifice their lives to protect one another. Thus, if a situation akin to Feng Yu's were to arise, they would both be willing to prevent the other from taking the elevator. This trait became the greatest advantage of the sibling duo. Observing Gucci's expression, which resembled that of pig liver, Dong Xie sighed and remarked, "I believe that trying to physically restrain someone is not something easily achieved. It is evident that whether or not we go to the fourth floor is likely beyond our simple decision." "What do you mean by that?" Gucci's gaze swept across the Dong siblings before him. "Are we merely to wait for death?" Dong Xie noticed Gucci becoming increasingly agitated. Initially, Ning had cautioned Dong Xie about the unstable emotions of the residents, yet the actions of these inept allies had rendered her disdainful, and a series of fears had caused her to lose her usual composure, leading her to utter words that clearly provoked Gucci. As articulated in The Wandering Earth, it is impossible for humanity to maintain rationality at all times. Moreover, even though Ning was much more mature than her peers, she was still merely a university student. Dong Xie recognized the necessity of calming Gucci. Should Gucci truly believe there was no hope for survival, no one could predict whether he would succumb to despair and engage in irrational behavior. In comparison to his sister Ning, who had yet to step out of the ivory tower, Dong Xie possessed slightly more social experience and understood one fundamental truth: sometimes humans can be far more terrifying than malevolent spirits. Therefore, he needed to instill hope in Gucci to prevent any reckless actions. "Listen to me. I propose we investigate downstairs. Perhaps we can discover clues for survival down there. Feng Yu has just perished. Well, I believe he is now deceased. In any case, this interval of time may provide a relatively safe window. We can utilize this time to search for survival leads. I do not believe that merely guarding the elevator will suffice to survive this bloody task." Rationally speaking, no one could deny the validity of Dong Xie's words. However, as previously mentioned, it is challenging to keep humanity in a state of constant rationality. People are always more inclined to believe in favorable outcomes while dismissing adverse possibilities. Absolute rationality is a harsh reality, a truth that Dong Xie, who lost his mother in childhood and his father at 16, understood all too well. Finally, Zhao Long ceased to hesitate. He could not deny that Dong Xie's words held merit. Whether there was hope below, he did not know. But the fact remained that if they continued to linger here, the fate that befell Feng Yu would eventually befall them as well. Could merely guarding the elevator provide a solution? To be candid, it is entirely plausible that when the candle extinguishes, they may suddenly appear in the elevator. Very well. Let us depart. Zhao Long stood upright, casting aside any hesitation. "Ning, you." Dong Xie glanced at his sister, but before he could speak, Dong Ning responded, "Wherever you go, brother, I shall follow." With 3 against 1, Gucci's descent became futile. Surely, he could not remain alone on this floor. Thus, they resolved to venture downstairs. The elevator was out of the question. They could only descend via the stairs. Chapter 20. The key. Dong Yi cautiously cracked open the door before him, revealing the corridor beyond, silent as ever, devoid of any anomalies. Only then did he gradually pull the door wider and step out, exhaling in quiet relief before motioning for Dong Ning to follow. Zhao Long and Gucci trailed behind them. "Let's go." Zhao Long took the lead. After all, as the most seasoned resident, his confidence was crucial. If even he faltered, the group would lose cohesion. Dong Yi, Dong Ning, and Gucci followed closely. "Dong Yi," Gucci began, his voice now subdued and deferential. "We've grown familiar enough to speak plainly. I may have misspoken earlier, perhaps offending you. I apologize. We're all trapped in this damned apartment together, bound by shared misfortune. If danger arises, I hope you'll lend me a hand." Fear not at Gucci. The fate of Feng Yu, how swiftly a living companion had vanished, left him trembling. No one would risk their life to rescue Feng Yu from the 4th floor now. By this point, he had likely already met his end. The fox mourns the hare's death, creatures grieve for their kind. Gucci refused to share Feng Yu's fate. He didn't want to die. My parents are elderly, living out their days in the countryside. They think I'm working in K-City. I can't imagine their grief if I died here. A transparent plea for sympathy. A desperate bid for survival. How did you end up in this apartment? Dong Yi wasn't fooled by Gucci's tactics. But the phrase shared misfortune resonated with him. I was delivering food for ELE. Me, got lost in the neighborhood, rushed into that alley, worried about being late. And then, life is hard for all of us. Dong Ning clasped his shoulder. We'll rely on each other. The emphasis was mutual. The stairwell door remained wide open. This time, Zhao Long stepped through without hesitation. Feng Yue's sacrifice had offered a grim clue. The true danger lay on the fourth floor. Otherwise, why force him downstairs? It was unlikely an ambush awaited them here. Dong Ning followed closely behind Zhao Long, though his steps slowed imperceptibly. The fourth floor loomed ahead if Zhao Long fell. He'd flee without hesitation. The four descended with painstaking care, each footfall lighter than a whisper, faces taut with tension. In the narrow stairwell, hiding places were scarce. Especially at the forefront, Zhao Long bore the greatest burden. Consequently, they took nearly 2 minutes to descend a mere flight of stairs. The iron door leading to the fourth floor remained securely locked, shrouding the interior in impenetrable darkness. As they passed by, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them, compelling them to avert their gazes from the door. They hastily continued their descent. Upon reaching the third floor, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. As they entered the third-floor corridor, Gucci swiftly closed the door to the stairwell behind them. Armed with candles, they illuminated the pitch-black hallway ahead. Would they encounter any clues akin to graffiti this time? The four of them resumed their cautious advance, despite holding his sister's hand tightly. Dong Xie felt an incessant urge to glance back at her for reassurance. The flickering candlelight became their sole beacon of comfort amid the oppressive darkness. Suddenly, Dong Xie noticed a door with a mailbox beside it, filled to the brim with newspapers, the edges protruding conspicuously. He approached, directing the candlelight towards the exposed papers, revealing their publication date, 3 days prior. Given that the residents were elderly, it was likely they were not adept with smartphones and still preferred the traditional newspaper for news. It seemed the landlord's assertion was accurate. The elderly residents had indeed embarked on a group trip. Dong Xie passed the candle to Zhao Long. Unwilling to relinquish his grip on Ning's hand, he reached into the mailbox to retrieve a newspaper. Curious enough that even a blood-stained handprint on the page would not have surprised him. However, the newspaper appeared quite ordinary, devoid of anything unusual, save for an abundance of advertisements tucked within. Gucci leaned in for a closer look. But the dim corridor betrayed him as he accidentally kicked over a potted plant at the entrance. Crash! The pot clattered to the ground, shattering the silence of the corridor with a resounding noise. In that instant, all their faces turned ashen. Gucci, realizing his blunder, immediately covered his mouth, while the others stood frozen in trepidation, fearful that the commotion might summon some calamity. The sharpness of Dong Ning's gaze upon Gucci was akin to a knife. After what felt like an eternity, the surrounding silence gradually assuaged their tension. Zhao Long shot Gucci a fierce glare, then pointed an accusatory finger at him. Though no words were spoken, the message was unmistakably clear. Look, came Dong Ning's hushed voice, drawing their attention to the overturned plant. Beneath the shattered pot, a key emerged. Dong Xie slowly crouched down to retrieve it. In that moment, he felt akin to a player in a game, discovering a crucial hidden item that could facilitate their progression. Given that the residents were elderly, it was plausible that they might forget their keys when leaving, thus leaving one hidden beneath the potted plant as a precaution. He promptly rose to his feet, brandishing the key as he aimed it at the lock before inserting it. With a gentle turn, the door swung open. Indeed, this was the key. He then slowly pushed the door ajar and took the candle from Zhao Long, illuminating the interior. The entrance revealed a rather modest kitchen, while the far end appeared to lead into the living room. Let us venture inside. Perhaps there might be some clues within. Chapter 21. Rock, paper, scissors, wait. Dong Ning abruptly grabbed Dong Xie's arm and said, "This kitchen is far too cramped. If all four of us go in and something happens, escaping would be nearly impossible. If we all enter together, in an emergency, everyone would scramble to get out first." Feng Yu was possessed and dragged away in an instant. Even the slightest delay could mean the difference between life and death. Let's just have 2 people go in. Whatever we find can be shared afterward. To keep it fair, how about we decide by rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors? Everyone was stunned. Such a critical matter, decided by a game of chance? Gucci was the first to object. Are you joking? That's ridiculous. Then you go in? That's not what I meant. Gucci secretly hoped the siblings would volunteer while he stayed outside, but they clearly weren't fools. Rock, paper, scissors actually seems fair, Zhao Long admitted. A method based purely on luck left no room for complaints. It all came down to fortune. Those with good luck wouldn't have to enter. Afterward, no one could hold a grudge, except perhaps against Dong Ning. It had to be said, Dong Ning considered things with remarkable thoroughness. So, she extended her hand and declared, "All right, let's begin. Rock, paper, scissors." Hands were raised, and the results were: Dong Xie chose paper, Dong Ning scissors, while Zhao Long and Gucci both picked rock. With no clear winner, they played again. The second round, Dong Xie chose scissors, Dong Ning rock, Zhao Long rock. and Gucci scissors. The outcome was clear. The losers were Dong Xie and Gucci. Dong Ning looked at her brother, her heart heavy with worry. But since she had proposed the game, she couldn't go back on it now. Gucci stared at his scissors in bitter regret. Why hadn't he stuck with rock? If he had, only Dong Xie would have lost, and the remaining three could have played another round. But everyone had agreed to this. Backing out now was unthinkable. Dong Xie patted Dong Ning's head reassuringly. It's fine. I'll be back soon. Zhao Long, I'm counting on you to watch over my sister. He truly didn't want to leave her side, but perhaps staying outside was safer for her. Understood. Zhao Long nodded firmly. I'll take good care of her. He could see the deep bond between the siblings, each was willing to sacrifice for the other. As Dong Xie patted her head, Dong Ning's emotions tangled. Her brother was 5 years older, and his growth spurt during adolescence had left a noticeable height difference between them. Over time, he developed this habit, a gesture of affection and protectiveness. All right, let us go. Dong Xie glanced at Gucci beside him, and together, they stepped through the doorway. The narrow kitchen beyond could barely accommodate two people walking side by side. Upon traversing the kitchen and entering the living room, a sense of spaciousness enveloped him. Gazing at the meticulously arranged room, Gucci could not help but keep a vigilant eye on Dong Xie beside him. He pondered that, should a malevolent spirit truly manifest, he would undoubtedly push Dong Xie towards its direction to ensure his own survival. He mused, do not hold it against me. Life is replete with such circumstances. Even while merely delivering takeout, one can encounter such daunting events. Life, after all, is inherently unjust. Simultaneously, he assessed their physical statures. Dong Xie was likely the tallest individual in the entire apartment, second only to Mo Yuan, while Gucci's slight frame would necessitate a stealthy ambush from behind to succeed. Of course, he had no intention of resorting to such treachery unless absolutely necessary. Should he fail, it would result in a deadly confrontation. Unbeknownst to Dong Xie, who was diligently observing the living room, he contemplated whether the key beneath the potted plant resembled a hidden item from a game. If so, there was a possibility of uncovering something of value in this location. Yet, it could also be attributed to his habitual immersion in gaming. After all, a blood task was no mere game. The likelihood of returning empty-handed loomed large. The so-called temporal patterns of resident fatalities were not absolute. Numerous complex scenarios could yield exceptions. Records within the blood script indicated that a blood task could last anywhere from a mere 5 hours, as in this instance, to approximately a month, leaving the actual duration of the so-called interval shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, as the blood task approached its conclusion and the apartment began to relax its restrictions, the notion of a predictable pattern to the ensuing carnage became utterly irrelevant. The alleged rules of slaughter were entirely the result of the apartment's intervention. Therefore, the current period of supposed safety was far from reliable. Zhao Long and Dong Ning stood before the entrance, and at that moment, Dong Ning began to feel a pang of regret. Her earlier suggestion had resulted in her brother entering alone, which meant that should a malevolent spirit choose to attack, the probability of it targeting her brother was a stark 50. Countless records of the blood script and the fate of Feng Yu had made one thing abundantly clear. Once a malevolent spirit set its sights on a victim, resistance was futile, and death was inevitable. Dong Ning realized that she seemed to be losing her composure significantly. In the past, she would have contemplated such implications. However, a whirlwind of chaos had muddled her thoughts. Yet, she also recognized the harsh reality before her. She was still a sheltered university student. And one of the greatest advantages of student life was that every challenge faced had a standard solution. Conversely, the myriad dilemmas of real life possessed no absolute answers. No problem was guaranteed a foolproof resolution. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that she was now confronted with a situation where any slight misjudgment could lead to irrevocable consequences. This bestowed upon Dong Ning an unprecedented weight of pressure, reminiscent of the most despairing moment in her life, her parents' demise. Presently, the most terrifying prospect for her was the thought of losing her brother. For her, the prospect of dying alongside herself was equally despairing. Just as she was about to rush in, Zhao Long seized her. Dong Ning, there is no need for you to enter. I must go in. I fear something terrible may happen. Dong Xie searched the living room thoroughly, yet yielded no results. Suddenly, he felt a droplet of water fall upon his forehead. He lifted the candle, directing it upwards. There, on the ceiling, was a pool of liquid, steadily dripping down. However, as Dong Xie raised the candle higher for a closer inspection, he discovered it was a pool of fresh blood. Chapter 22. The photograph. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence overhead. No, no, no. The agonizing cry tore through the stillness surrounding them, mingling with the blood that trickled slowly from Dong Xie's face, evoking a profound sense of terror. Even the wails from the deepest abyss of hell could scarcely compare. This sound is from Feng Yu. At that moment, Dong Ning and Zhao Long rushed in with urgency. Upon seeing the blood on Dong Xie's face illuminated by the candle in her hand, Dong Ning's visage drained of color as she hurriedly approached him, grasping his hand to ascertain where he was injured. "I'm fine, Ning," Dong Xie reassured her, lifting his gaze to the ceiling, where the pool of blood had rapidly expanded. Then, Feng Yu's anguished cries ceased. An oppressive silence once again enveloped the vicinity. This blood. It was unmistakably Feng Yu's. The four of them raised their eyes to the ceiling, their minds racing to conjure the harrowing experiences Feng Yu must have endured upstairs. Merely contemplating it sent chills down their spines. Undoubtedly, a death filled with excruciating pain is far more terrifying than death itself. If they could not uncover a path to safety, one by one, they would succumb to the same fate. Zhao Long's expression was grim. It was now certain that Feng Yu had perished. Their own demise could very well follow suit. Do we continue our exploration? Or, Gucci could not bear to remain there for another minute, fearing that they too might search. Look for any clues akin to the graffiti. Zhao Long resolved firmly, if we do not take action, we will inevitably end up like Feng Yu. Silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances, each face reflecting a pallor of dread. Wait, Dong Ning suddenly recalled something, pointing towards the distant entrance. Someone must keep watch at the door. Her decision to enter the room in pairs was also to prevent the door from unexpectedly slamming shut and sealing them in. In her earlier examination of the blood inscriptions, she had encountered similar phenomena where residents would enter a room only for the door to close abruptly, trapping them within. Once that occurred, the occupants often found themselves in dire straits. Ah, you make a valid point. Zhao Long felt a wave of shame wash over him, as a long-time resident. He had not shown as much diligence as this newcomer. He dashed toward the door, relieved to find it still ajar. Dong Ning turned to Dong Xie and declared, "I will stay with you. Ning, you." However, Dong Ning was resolute this time. There is no safe place here. If the worst were to happen, I must be by my brother's side. She could not bear to experience the despair and agony of losing a loved one again. Seeing her unwavering determination, Dong Xie realized that persuading his sister was futile. Subsequently, Dong Ning glanced towards a door adjacent to the living room and approached it, grasping the doorknob. Upon discovering that it could be pushed open, she first created a small opening, then stepped back a few paces and, using a selfie stick, gently pushed the door ajar. Inside lay a diminutive bedroom, furnished in an exceedingly simple manner with scarcely any furniture. A look of disappointment crossed Dong Ning's face, and Dong Xie shared her sentiments, sensing that there were unlikely to be any further valuable clues within. "Brother, I will enter. You guard the door to prevent it from closing unexpectedly." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Dong Xie stepped inside, turning back to Dong Ning and saying, "Keep an eye on the door for me, Ning." Dong Xie remained undeterred, unwilling to accept the possibility of failing to uncover a trail of survival. He could not fathom a fate akin to Feng Yu's awaiting him and Ning. "I cannot perish. Ning must not perish either. We must survive." They had narrowly escaped from a harrowing car accident years ago. Today, they could certainly endure once more. Holding a candle, Dong Xie began to survey the room. The bed, chairs, table, and cabinet constituted an austere arrangement of furniture. Yet, he persisted, moving to the table and pulling open a drawer, only to be met with the sight of an album. An album. Upon opening it, he was confronted with a wedding photograph. He recalled that the living room also housed a picture of a man alongside a middle-aged woman, presumably a mother and son. The groom in this wedding photo bore an uncanny resemblance to the man in the earlier photograph. He then noticed the date stamped on the image, 2009. It had been a decade since then. Nevertheless, even after such a long time, the mother had cherished her son's wedding photo. Dong Xie continued to leaf through the album, soon discovering images of the groom on the day of his wedding, personally coming to fetch the bride. In one photograph, the groom was seen being blocked at the door by bridesmaids, ultimately resorting to offering red envelopes to gain entry. The atmosphere captured in these images was jubilant, a stark contrast to the surrounding gloominess. As Dong Xie continued to turn the pages, he observed the bride following the groom, together presenting tea to the mother-in-law. Then, in another snapshot, it appeared that a male relative of the bride was lifting her off the ground, with the photographer trailing closely behind. Subsequently, the bride was carried to the stairwell. Upon stepping outside, Dong Xie recognized that the corridor depicted was undeniably within Building 3. Soon after, the relative of the bride was shown carrying her toward an iron door leading to the 4th floor, clearly marked as 5F in the images. The bride had originally resided on the 5th floor. Then, as he flipped to the next page of the album, he was astonished to see the bride being carried right before the iron door leading to the stairwell of the 4th floor. The photograph had evidently employed a flash, illuminating the darkness beyond the iron gate. Dong Xie leaned closer to the image with his candle. He widened his eyes and then discerned a shadowy figure standing approximately 10 meters behind the iron door. Yet, the distance rendered the figure's features indistinguishable. Certainly, for the photographer, noticing such a detail would not seem peculiar. Although the fourth floor was sealed off, access was still possible via the elevator. Dong Xie fixed his gaze intently on the shadowy figure and then continued to flip through the pages. The subsequent images depicted the bride being carried down to the ornate wedding carriage, followed by the vehicle arriving at a hotel in S-City for the ceremony. There was only one crucial photograph. Dong Xie retrieved the album and rummaged through the back drawer, but found no further valuable items. He then swiftly exited and informed Dong Ning, "I have uncovered a clue, though its usefulness remains uncertain." "A clue is sufficient. What is it?" Dong Xie promptly opened the album to reveal that particular photo, and Dong Ning leaned in for a closer look. Subsequently, Dong Xie beheld a pale figure almost entirely pressed against the iron door, its soulless eyes seemingly fixated on him with an eerie intensity. Chapter 23. Dong Xie's speculation. Dong Xie instinctively hurled the photo album away. No, it cannot be. That photograph was not like this moments ago. Beside him, Dong Ning and Gu Qi displayed expressions of utter shock, especially Gu Qi, who had previously encountered the bloodied writing. He stammered, You. Are you sure? What was it like just now?" Dong Xie fixated on the album lying on the ground, while the sentinel, Zhao Long, sensed the disturbance and inquired, "What have you discovered?" In a state of intense turmoil, Dong Xie lifted his gaze to the blood on the ceiling, steeling himself as he approached once more. He crouched down and illuminated the photograph with a candle. At that moment, the image appeared exceedingly eerie. The ghastly specter, with a pallid visage reminiscent of the terrifying spirit Sadako Yamamura from the Japanese horror film The Grudge, seemed to press its entire face against the iron door, as if it were intently gazing at the bride beyond. The specter wore a tattered garment, devoid of any particular distinction. At this juncture, Dong Ning and Gu Qi leaned in to scrutinize the photograph. "This is," Gu Qi mused, hesitating to even touch it. To be frank, even if the malevolent spirit were to emerge from the picture, he would not find it surprising. A thought struck Dong Xie. Could it be that this photograph was not a clue to survival at all, but merely an instrument of terror aimed at instilling fear in the residents? As for Dong Ning, she compelled herself to remain composed, observing the image and stating, "It seems that whether it is the old woman or this photograph, coupled with Feng Yu's death, all serve as warnings that the fourth floor is perilously dangerous." And indeed, the truth was consistent with her assertion. Yet, it was perplexing. If the fourth floor were so perilous, why employ various methods to alert us? Why does the apartment compel us to comprehend this? Dong Xie found this notion utterly baffling. Had they not been previously aware of the dangers of the fourth floor, they might have ventured there in search of a route to safety. But what was the current situation? Dong Ning raised her hand, brushing aside her bangs as she pondered their predicament. If one were to reverse the line of thought, one could entirely dismiss the possibility of the fourth floor being a route to survival. Why then would there be an intentional effort to steer us away from it? Suddenly, a realization struck her. The fourth floor may indeed not be a path to safety, but it could harbor the crucial clues to survival. In other words, although going to the fourth floor is fraught with danger, it may also represent a chance for rebirth from despair. However, if one ascended to the fourth floor while possessed by malevolent forces, they would be unable to uncover the path to survival and would likely meet a swift demise. Dong Ning's speculation was nothing short of astonishing. All along, both Dong Xie and Dong Ning had harbored a latent desire to investigate the fourth floor. In fact, Dong Xie had even contemplated the possibility that the fourth floor might be a route to safety. According to Dong Ning's hypothesis, could it be that the fourth floor indeed held a connection to survival? They stepped out of the room, with Dong Xie clutching the album, addressing Zhao Long. "Zhao Long, it appears that all the clues are incessantly instilling in us the notion that the fourth floor is fraught with peril and should be avoided. However, Ning speculates that perhaps the key to survival lies on the fourth floor. Does this mean we truly must venture there?" Zhao Long's expression darkened at this thought. Yet, he shook his head resolutely, stating, "We have yet to explore the lower floors. Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily. Regardless, given the current circumstances, if we were to truly ascend to the fourth floor, it would likely lead us to our demise." At this moment, everyone exchanged glances, for Zhao Long's words resonated with their collective apprehension. The haunting image from the photograph, coupled with Feng Yu's agonizing screams at the moment of death, instilled a paralyzing fear within them. Even though they understood that vital clues to survival might be located on the fourth floor, the trepidation held them back. This fear was deeply rooted in their psyche, rendering them irrational in the face of such dread. Dong Xie increasingly felt that this was precisely the purpose of that photograph, to deter them from ascending to the fourth floor. "Ning," Dong Xie said, still haunted by the events, glancing at Dong Ning, "it has been less than an hour since the blood writing began. We still have time." "No, brother," Dong Ning interjected. "The only way we have time is if the next sacrifice is neither you nor me. Her words tightened Dong Xie's heart. It was crucial to recognize that the likelihood of either sibling being the next victim was 50. The order of sacrifices among residents did not differentiate between long-term and new inhabitants. Death was indiscriminately equal in its approach. Feng Yu had perished. But how long would the interval be until the next victim? An hour? 3/4 of an hour? Half an hour? None could ascertain. However, I understand your concerns. Dong Ning continued, her gaze fixed on the album in his hands. We can explore the lower floors. But I still believe the 4th floor may conceal vital clues for our survival. Time relentlessly marched on. With each passing minute, the group felt as though the specter of death edged closer. Their search on the 3rd floor concluded swiftly, yielding nothing but the photograph. Thus, they descended to the 2nd floor. Here, a full floor separated them from the 4th, offering a slight reprieve to their anxious minds. Yet, Dong Xie's thoughts echoed at Ning's words, reminding him that their remaining time might be limited. No one knew if the next moment they too would succumb to malevolent forces, losing their souls and unwittingly ascending to the 4th floor. At that instant, Dong Xie suddenly recalled an unsettling detail. Ning, I have a troubling thought regarding Feng Yu's death. Dong Ning turned to him, inquiring, what about Feng Yu's death? In mere seconds, Feng Yu had appeared outside and descended in the elevator. If the malevolent spirit on the 4th floor possessed such terrifying power to instantly transport him away, could it not have similarly transported him to the 4th floor? Why go through such an elaborate maneuver? This raises the question of whether the malevolent spirit's movement is constrained by distance, or if, hypothetically, had we intervened at that moment, it might have been possible to save Feng Yu. My assessment leans towards the limitations imposed by the apartment's architecture. The distance constraint is plausible. If so, it would be a vertical limitation. Considering the vertical distance, we are on the 5th floor, merely a stone's throw away from the 4th floor beneath us. Is it not conceivable to transfer downwards? Therefore, Ning, do you imply that I am suggesting the second possibility? Indeed, there exists that potential. Furthermore, Ning, when Feng Yu met his demise, he emitted such a harrowing scream, indicating that he was undoubtedly conscious at the time of his death, rather than being in a state of possession. Guqi interjected, isn't that to be expected? It is likely that they wished for Feng Yu to experience sheer terror and agony in his final moments, hence allowing him to die in full awareness. This possibility is also valid, but could it not be that the state of possession itself is subject to a time constraint? Chapter 24. The new blood character's Mo Yuan lifted his wrist and glanced at the watch in his hand. He had long cultivated the habit of checking the time with this specially customized Rolex, whose time deviation was now less than 0.5 seconds. This meticulousness was deeply intertwined with his inherently rigorous nature. Since the onset of the blood characters, he had severed all ties with Zhao Long. Whenever he attempted to call anyone, he received the notification that the number he dialed was switched off. No one would turn off their phone during the execution of the blood characters, and they all carried more than one power bank to ensure ample battery life. Therefore, only one possibility remained: interference from the blood characters. Without the ability to further discern the circumstances surrounding the execution of the blood characters, should the blood characters face annihilation, the specifics would remain unknown. Mo Yuan had always been responsible for comprehensively overseeing and documenting all blood character missions each month. He convened routine meetings to discuss the patterns of the blood characters and explore any potential avenues for survival. Studying the cases of the blood characters had become a vital means for the residents to enhance their survival odds. This time, the involvement of Zhao Long, who was executing the blood character instructions for the 3rd time, naturally drew the attention of the residents. Now, an hour had passed since the commencement of the blood character mission. His attempts to call yielded the same notification of the phone being turned off. Although it was the dead of night, many residents surely remained restless. Before midnight, a multitude of residents had gathered at Mo Yuan's place, even preparing copious amounts of coffee, tea, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, ready to stay connected with the front lines of the blood characters. Eager to acquire first-hand information and collectively assist Zhao Long and others in surviving the blood characters, thereby augmenting their own future experiences. Once communication ceased, they gradually retreated to rest, for enduring the night was indeed a taxing endeavor. In the aftermath of their departure, no one bothered to clear away the shells of the sunflower seeds and peanuts left on the table, and Mo Yuan had neither the heart nor the inclination to tidy up, opting to wait until the blood character digits were finalized. He picked up a new pack of Lipton tea bags and added some water to his cup. At that moment, however, he suddenly felt the familiar searing sensation in his heart. As a result, he lost his grip, causing hot water to spill outside the cup. Yet, he paid no mind to it, focusing instead on the pristine white wall before him. In the instant the burning sensation in his heart ignited, blood began to seep from the wall, forming characters. Once the blood coalesced into complete characters, it defied the laws of gravity, ceasing to flow downward. Imo Yuan swiftly set down the electric kettle, rushed to turn on the light, and gazed at the blood characters that were gradually taking shape. This marked his fifth blood character instruction. The fifth blood character represented a pivotal turning point. From the sixth blood character onward, upon the successful execution of the blood characters, residents would be instantaneously transported back to the lobby of the apartment. Once within the confines of the apartment, malevolent spirits could no longer pursue them to inflict harm, and any curses would automatically dissipate. Upon exiting the apartment, the malevolent spirits would be rendered incapable of causing them further injury. Historical records of blood characters even included instances where residents forcibly brought malevolent spirits into the apartment, resulting in the spirits being consumed by the apartment itself. Having endured this directive marked in blood, the survival rate for future executions of such mandates will see a significant enhancement. During the time frame of January 7, 2020, from midnight to 2 o'clock a.m., on the Qing Mountain Ring Expressway in K-City, for individuals must be safeguarded. Imo Yuan meticulously scrutinized the blood inscription, and upon its complete manifestation, he captured an image of it with his phone. Subsequently, he retreated to his bedroom, where a color printer had automatically activated, producing several photographs. Each household was equipped with a color printer connected to a computer. He approached and retrieved the prints. The blood inscription indicated that the individuals depicted in the photographs were those requiring protection in this instance. It was Imo Yuan's first encounter with a blood inscription necessitating the protection of others, a revelation that took him by surprise. Although many were asleep, the agony of a racing heart would certainly rouse them. He promptly opened his WeChat to check which residents had been selected to participate in this blood inscription. This directive would again add to the tally of blood cases, and if he could survive. An hour had already elapsed since the initiation of the blood inscription. Their exploration of building number 3 was nearing completion, having already scoured the first and second floors. Ultimately, they found nothing of significance. Should we return to the 5th floor? Perhaps it is wiser to remain on the 1st floor, suggested Guqi, although we cannot leave just yet. Staying on the 1st floor would allow us to escape immediately once the blood inscription concludes. If we remain on the 5th, we risk being trapped in the stairwell. At that moment, Dong Xie proposed another perspective. However, if we are on the 1st floor, we will have to flee upwards when the time comes. Ascending is inherently more strenuous than descending, and if we are delayed even slightly, the consequences could be dire, leading to severe exhaustion. Guqi paused, recognizing the validity of Dong Xie's argument. So, are you suggesting we should return to the 5th floor? Perhaps a compromise. What about the 3rd floor? Zhao Long interjected. No. Let us not, Guqi replied, his scalp prickling at the mere mention of the 3rd floor, vividly recalling the horrific screams of Feng Yu at the moment of demise. Meanwhile, Dong Ning leaned against the wall, donning a headband to keep her bangs neatly pulled back. Each time she wore the headband, it signified her entering a meditative state akin to that of a monk, indicating she was engaged in profound contemplation. Thus, Dong Xie refrained from disturbing her. Guqi retrieved a cigarette, ready to light it, but Dong Xie swiftly seized his hand. Do not smoke. It will disrupt the Ning's thoughts. She may uncover clues we have overlooked. Upon hearing this, Guqi glanced at Dong Ning, who was deep in thought against the wall, and reluctantly set down the cigarette. For a seasoned smoker, resisting the urge to smoke was excruciating, particularly in such a heightened state of anxiety and fear. Unbeknownst to Dong Xie, however, Dong Ning was less engaged in contemplation and more embroiled in a psychological struggle of risk assessment. Often, in the realm of bloodshed, the most arduous challenge lies not in the act of survival itself, but in the choices one must make. A single erroneous decision can exact a fatal toll. Many paths to salvation remain unexplored not due to a lack of intelligence, but from an apprehension to venture forth. It is frequently only when one finds themselves in dire straits that they dare to act. Yet, the malevolent forces of death strike swiftly, leaving the unfortunate to lament their choices too late. Thus, the survival wisdom inscribed in blood emphasizes the necessity of mastering the art of risk assessment and decision-making. One must strike a delicate balance between evading risks and embracing them. Chapter 25, The Tiger's Den and Its Cub in Truth. Dong Xie harbored a significant reason for his reluctance to remain on the 1st floor. At this moment, the 4 individuals resolved to ascend the staircase, drawing ever closer to room 104. This proximity was precisely why Dong Xie was averse to lingering on this level. Just as they were about to reach room 104, an unexpected sound emanated from within, a door handle being turned. The 4 of them paled in unison, and in the next instant, the door creaked open. They were momentarily taken aback, for although the door had opened, no one was visible inside. Dong Xie instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Dong Ning, while Guqi prepared to flee, only to realize that the other 3 remained steadfast. Let us enter, Dong Ning declared with resolute clarity. To his astonishment, neither Dong Xie nor Zhao Long offered any dissent. Let us continue with the game of rock, paper, scissors, Zhao Long suggested, his gaze fixed intently on the door. The situation had become abundantly clear. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub. Indeed, the principle was well understood by all. Yet no one was willing to bear the grave risk of losing their life. It was imperative that someone guard the entrance. If only one person stood watch, fear would inevitably ensue. Thus, they agreed to determine who would guard and who would enter through the game of chance, a fair arrangement. If misfortune befell them, they could only blame their own ill luck. At this juncture, each individual comprehended the stark truth. They had yet to encounter the true tiger's cub. Observing the resolute expressions of the others, Guqi quickly interjected, "Could we not alternate? I entered just a moment ago, so now." However, Dong Xie would never entertain Guqi's suggestion. That would mean Dong Ning would have to enter. He promptly refuted. Can the dangers of room 104 be compared to those of the third floor? Guqi was rendered speechless. Did Dong Xie truly fear no peril? Who could ascertain whether he would emerge alive if he ventured into room 104? Very well, Dong Xie added, if Dong Ning loses the game, I shall willingly accompany her inside. You have no objections to that, do you? Upon hearing this, both Zhao Long and Guqi were taken aback. Zhao Long scrutinized Dong Xie intently. Although he had long perceived Dong Xie's protective nature towards his sister, he had not anticipated it would manifest to such an extent. In the real world, disputes over life and death could pale in comparison to the rifts caused by mere property among siblings. Yet, Dong Xie's declaration was unwavering and resolute. That is out of the question, brother. But before Dong Ning could finish, Dong Xie swiftly raised his fist, leaving her no time to ponder. Should she abstain, she would automatically forfeit, and regardless of the outcome of the round, Dong Xie would accompany her into the room. Reluctantly, Dong Ning complied. In the first round of their game, Dong Xie chose scissors, while Zhao Long and Guqi opted for cloth, and Dong Ning chose stone. There was no clear victor. Again, this time, Dong Xie continued swiftly, denying Dong Ning any opportunity to hesitate. Stone, scissors, cloth. In this round, Dong Xie selected stone, while Zhao Long, Guqi, and Dong Ning all chose scissors. Thus, the victor would be determined among the remaining three. At this moment, Zhao Long and Guqi understood that as long as the eventual winner was not Dong Ning, they would all be spared from entering. They were acutely aware that the terrifying old woman might still be lurking within. If she were present, the stakes would be nothing short of life and death. This is undoubtedly the most significant game of rock, paper, scissors in their lives. Dong Ning had successively chosen rock and scissors. Would she opt for paper this time? Or perhaps rock? Zhao Long and Guqi were in a tumultuous internal struggle, yet the time for contemplation was fleeting. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, nearly everyone held their breath in anticipation. Dong Ning revealed, scissors. What? Zhao Long and Guqi both chose paper. They both believed Dong Ning would not repeat her previous choice of scissors. And regardless of whether she chose paper or rock, selecting paper at least ensured a tie. Well, it's over. Dong Ning also analyzed the gamble from a psychological perspective. Knowing there was no absolute certainty, but fortunately, she emerged victorious. No, this cannot be. Guqi, nearly blinded by rage, contemplated cheating, but with so many witnesses, he could find no excuse to protest. Alas, it is merely my bad luck. Zhao Long sighed, unwilling to deny the outcome, and pulled Guqi directly into the room. Dong Xie and Dong Ning stood guard at the door, ready to prevent anyone from sealing it shut. The candle was nearly burnt out, but Guqi retrieved 2 spare ones and reignited them with a lighter. In truth, the room was not entirely shrouded in darkness, as the moonlight from outside allowed for some visibility of the outlines, even without the candles. At that moment, Guqi was filled with regret for not choosing rock. Pressing his body closely against Zhao Long, illuminating the room with candlelight as they explored. The living room was quite spacious before them. The flickering candlelight illuminated a wall-mounted LCD television. As the candlelight danced to one side, Zhao Long and Guqi were suddenly confronted by a black and white memorial photograph. The image depicted the very elderly woman. Guqi inhaled sharply, nearly losing his grip on the candle, though he had long known of her demise. The sight still filled him with dread. In that moment, Guqi desperately wished to abandon all rules of the game and flee, yet Zhao Long held him firmly, rendering escape impossible. Moreover, Dong Xie was blocking the doorway. He was unaware that Dong Xie had rarely triumphed in fights, as Dong Xie's height was comparable to that of the nearly 6-foot-tall Mo Yuan, making escape seem unlikely. Zhao Long, why did you choose paper? If one of us had chosen rock and the other paper, we could have one. Zhao Long found Guqi's incessant chatter unbearable. It was no wonder he could only deliver takeout. Given the situation, what else could be done? Dwelling in regret was futile. It was better to focus on finding a solution. If they could uncover a clue for survival, would that not render their misfortune a blessing in disguise? Silence. Take a closer look at that black and white photograph. Could there be a clue within? Zhao Long grasped Guqi's hand and moved toward the memorial photo. He was resolute. Should something unspeakable manifest, he would shove Guqi directly forward. Just as they approached the black and white photograph, the framed image on the nearby cabinet suddenly tumbled to the ground, shattering glass with a sharp, crisp sound. This startled Guqi to the core, causing his heart to feel as if it had ceased beating for a moment. Simultaneously, he felt a warm liquid trickling down his pant leg, seeping into his sports shoes. She must be here. Let us go, Zhao Long, let us depart. I implore you. I do not wish to perish. Zhao Long. At that moment, he was on the verge of tears. Initially, he had merely set out to deliver food, only to find himself plunged into hell. Why had he not chosen to remain in his hometown, instead of venturing to K-City for work? Meow. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Long immediately directed his gaze downward. To his astonishment, he beheld the black cat he had spotted upon entering the community, now standing at his feet. At that moment, the feline was nearly drenched in blood. Chapter 26. The black cat. The sudden appearance of the blood-soaked black cat sent chills coursing through Zhao Long's body. The stains of blood on the feline were evidently fresh, as clear paw prints marked the ground beneath it. When the black cat and Zhao Long locked eyes, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. It seemed as though the creature possessed an uncanny intelligence, its gaze brimming with disdain for humanity, as if it were aware that they would meet their doom here. Meow. The black cat emitted a peculiar cry before darting into the depths of darkness. Zhao Long hurriedly directed his candlelight in pursuit, but the cat vanished from sight, leaving only the crimson prints trailing into a nearby room. Strangely, the door to that room was shut, yet the cat's footprints inexplicably ceased at the threshold. In that moment, Zhao Long was nearly certain that this black cat was anything but a living being. Zhao Long, please, I beg you, let us leave. At that moment, Guqi unexpectedly fell to his knees, pleading with Zhao Long, who was gripping his arm tightly. I do not wish to die. I truly do not want to perish. If you release me, I can serve you like a beast. I implore you, I beg of you. I do not want to die. At the doorway, Dong Xie and Dong Ning also caught sight of the black cat. They paid little heed to Guqi's desperate reaction. It is human nature to fear death, and no one can remain untroubled in the face of mortality. Their thoughts were consumed by the enigmatic feline. Brother, that cat may very well not be a living creature at all. If humans transform into malevolent spirits after death, then it is equally plausible for other beings to do the same. Indeed, at that moment, Dong Xie recalled the infamous Japanese horror film, The Grudge, featuring the vengeful spirit Kayako Siki and her black cat. After its demise, the cat too became a malevolent entity, rivaling the terror of Kayako and her child. Dong Xie had watched that film numerous times to hone his craft for writing horror stories, leaving a profound impression on him. With this thought, he grasped Dong Ning's arm, urging her to distance herself from the door as much as possible while shielding her with his own body. Ning, remember that year you were in high school? I made a special trip to watch your sports meet, and you ran the 400 meters. I recall you secured second place, didn't you? You should still be able to run swiftly now, correct? Brother? Dong Ning sensed the gravity of the situation. Dong Xie truly hoped it would not escalate to that extent. Yet, he could not bury his head in the sand. He had to prepare for the worst. In reality, humans could never outrun malevolent spirits. Any escape was merely a limitation imposed by the apartment's confines. Dong Xie clenched his fists, his entire body taut, his gaze fixed intently on the interior of the room. Meanwhile, Zhao Long struggled to drag the obstinate Guqi to the door of that room. The cat's footprints had ended at the threshold, and it was likely that the creature was now within. Zhao Long took a deep breath and addressed Guqi. I must open the door, and with the other hand, I need to hold the candle. If you attempt to flee now, Dong Xie at the entrance will not spare you. Zhao Long, we will perish if we enter. We truly will. Guqi was nearly dragged along by Zhao Long, whose strength was formidable, rendering Guqi unable to break free. If I release your hand to open the door, I warn you once more, if you dare to escape, I will not let you off lightly. Guqi glanced back at Dong Xie, who was blocking the doorway, then looked at Zhao Long. He realized that pleading was futile. Reluctantly, he stood up and said to Zhao Long, do we really have to go in? I could guard the door for you, perhaps? Guarding the door. Zhao Long pondered this and concluded that someone was indeed needed to watch the entrance. Nodding, he replied, very well, you shall guard the door. Dong Xie. If he attempts to flee, do not hesitate to take action against him. Dong Xie nodded, tightening his fists, understood. For Dong Xie, he would prefer that whatever lurked beyond would eliminate Guqi, buying him and his sister more time. Guqi observed Dong Xie's towering stature by the door, realizing he resembled a guardian, making any escape exceedingly difficult. Despair began to engulf Guqi. Was he truly destined to perish here? In that moment, he cast a bitter glare at Zhao Long's back, wishing for his demise. If Zhao Long were to die, there would be a reprieve for him. As he silently cursed, Zhao Long opened the door and stepped inside. Guqi, prepared for what was to come, resolved that while he guarded the door, he would not actively prevent it from closing under the weight of the curse, allowing Zhao Long to become trapped within. Zhao Long, may you meet your end, Guqi muttered under his breath, barely audible to himself, while also surveying the room Zhao Long had entered. It was a modest bedroom, devoid of the black cat ash tracks after the door was pushed open. On the desk lay several photographs. Zhao Long approached and illuminated them with the candlelight for a closer inspection. When he had interacted with the landlord's son during their time in K-City, Zhao Long had inquired about many matters. The landlord had two sons, the elder in K-City and the younger in S-City. Among the photographs was a picture of both sons together, along with images of the landlord and his wife during their lifetimes. At that moment, seeing the likeness of the landlord's wife in the photograph instilled a sense of dread in Zhao Long. He scrutinized the images, searching for any clues. This photograph was taken within this community? He picked up one of the images. He noted that among all the photographs on the desk, only this one featured the landlord and his family, with the community as its backdrop. This struck him as peculiar. Typically, a family portrait displayed publicly would be captured during an outing. From this, one can deduce that even if the two sons returned to accompany their parents, they lacked the time to take them out for leisure. At that moment, Zhao Long's eyes widened as he noticed, approximately 10 meters away under a tree, an elderly man who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. In the old man's hands, he unmistakably held that black cat. He brought the candle closer to examine the scene. Although the distance was somewhat considerable, the photograph's clarity was quite remarkable. Then, he stumbled upon an even more horrifying revelation. The attire of the elderly man was identical to that worn by the ghastly spirit, pale as death, that Dong Xie had found in the photograph affixed to the iron gate. Chapter 27 2009 as Zhao Long reminisced. He noted that the photograph he held bore a stark contrast to the one discovered by Dong Xie, which possessed considerably lower resolution. The dimly lit corridor further obscured the image, revealing a ghostly visage affixed to the iron door, pallid and grotesquely contorted, rendering it impossible to discern any wrinkles or ascertain the individual's age. The clothing, aged and tattered, did not align with the aesthetic sensibilities of youth. Moreover, the landlord had previously mentioned that most residents of this area were solitary empty nesters. This was hardly surprising, for the locality was exceedingly remote, hardly deserving the designation of an urban-rural fringe. Lacking a subway, bus station, or even a modest grocery store, the dilapidated housing deterred potential buyers or renters. Young individuals seeking employment in the city would likely opt for accommodations within urban confines, as this location was over 2 hours' drive from the center of S-City. Their early departure the previous night had been motivated by a desire to avoid complications due to poor road conditions, ensuring their arrival by 10 o'clock. Thus, it could be inferred that the elderly man clutching a black cat was likely another solitary empty nester. Zhao Long drew the photograph closer, grateful for its sufficient clarity, possibly captured by the landlord's son using a smart camera or smartphone. However, the distance still rendered it challenging to distinguish the man's features, though it was evident that his attire, including pants and shoes, bore patches. In the background loomed building number 3. Guqi observed as Zhao Long picked up a frame to scrutinize it closely with a candle. Moments ago, he had cursed Zhao Long to death, but now his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Could it be that Zhao Long had uncovered another lead? This was splendid. Only an hour had elapsed since the blood-red task commenced. Perhaps they could still find a way out in time. Consequently, he resolved to guard the door diligently. Zhao Long, what is that photograph? Show it to me. Guqi was eager to glimpse the image, yet he feared that upon entering, the main door would seal shut behind him. In previous blood records, such occurrences rendered any attempts to forcibly reopen the door futile. I will show you shortly, but for now, be quiet. Despite having brought the photograph exceedingly close, the elderly man's visage remained shrouded in obscurity. Besides the distance, the shadow of the tree behind him obscured a significant amount of sunlight, creating an impression of unity between the old man and his shadow. If this was indeed a malevolent spirit, Zhao Long continued to examine the remaining photographs. Although they were not set within this community, he scrutinized them meticulously, aware that he might overlook crucial clues. Regrettably, no new leads emerged from the other images, no matter how intently he searched. Contemplating further, he extracted the pivotal photograph from its frame, hoping to discover a date of capture. Unfortunately, none was inscribed. He resolved to search diligently for additional clues. Continuing to rummage through the drawer below, the drawers contained mostly miscellaneous items, along with some anti-hypertensive medication, presumably stocked by the landlord. As Zhao Long opened the final drawer, he was taken aback to discover a calendar. Curiously, it was the end of 2019, yet this calendar was from 2009. Remarkably, such an old calendar was still preserved in pristine condition. What could this mean? Numerous dates on the calendar were circled in red, accompanied by annotations, hospital follow-up dates, the birthday of the spouse, the birthdays of the elder and younger sons, the days they visited. Furthermore, the calendar continued into 2010 and 2011. The landlord had meticulously kept the calendars from 2009 to the present, each one marking the days when his two sons visited, who came only once a year, specifically during the new year. Nevertheless, there had been 2 or 3 years when neither son visited their parents, and the gap extended to 3 years until the passing of the landlord's wife. The photograph depicted them in summer attire, which seemed improbable for the new year. Especially considering the elderly couple's frail health, they would not likely wear such light clothing in January or February. Zhao Long began to analyze, aside from the new year. The only day both sons visited was, that photograph must have been taken on that very day. The photograph's date was 3 years prior to the landlord's wife's death, placing it 6 years ago in 2013. After searching other areas and confirming the absence of further clues, he approached the doorway and said to Guqi, "Excellent, I thought you might flee. Show me the photograph. Let us all take a look." Upon reaching the door, Zhao Long presented the photograph to Dong Xie and Dong Ning, saying, "Examine this photograph and compare it with the ones you previously found." He pointed directly at the elderly man holding a black cat beneath a tree, and Dong Xie and Dong Ning immediately focused their attention. The clothing. Dong Ning was the first to notice the discrepancy, and Dong Xie swiftly retrieved the comparison photo. The eerie visage in the photograph remained chilling, and upon comparing the clothing, it was indeed identical, down to the patched areas, which were unmistakably the same. Furthermore, these calendars allowed me to estimate that the photograph was taken 3 years before the landlord's wife's death, due to heart complications. Dong Xie took the calendar for a closer examination and suddenly had a realization. "Are you suggesting that the photograph was taken in 2013? Yes." Upon hearing this, Dong Ning also suddenly had a revelation. Subsequently, Dong Xie and Dong Ning exclaimed in unison, 2009. Confused, Zhao Long asked, "What does this mean?" "The photograph we found was taken on December 30th, 2009. That is 10 years ago." Dong Xie pointed at the photograph of the malevolent spirit in his hand and remarked, "If the newly discovered image was captured in 2013, then the elderly figure depicted in this photograph has undoubtedly transformed into a malevolent spirit." Upon hearing this, everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. "Are there any other photographs?" Dong Ning inquired of Zhao Long. "Is this the only one?" "Yes. There are a few more that are merely family portraits of the landlord's family, with no apparent abnormalities," Zhao Long replied. "Please take them out for us to examine. Perhaps we might uncover some clues." Reluctantly, Zhao Long returned to the room, retrieving several additional frames. He handed the frames to Dong Xie and Dong Ning, who each took 2 photographs to scrutinize. By the flickering candlelight, Dong Xie observed that in each image, not far behind the individuals, stood the elderly figure holding a black cat. "No." Zhao Long's face turned ashen. "Just now, when I looked, he was clearly not there." Chapter 28. The phone. Dong Xie has become somewhat desensitized to this terrifying phenomenon. Yet, despite this numbness, the picture frame in his hand feels as searing as a piece of red-hot coal. He contemplates discarding it, but hesitates, fearing that it might contain details he has overlooked. Without exception, all the faces remain obscured, leaving only the impression of an elderly individual. Dong Ning shares in the trepidation, yet she steels herself to examine each photograph, noting that the clothing remains consistent regardless of the season. Particularly striking is the photograph discovered by Zhao Long, where it is evident that it was Summer, the landlord's family, all clad in short sleeves, while the old man is dressed in long sleeves. Indeed, I had not previously noticed this detail. Zhao Long cannot help but admire Dong Ning. It is true that women tend to be more observant. Upon closer inspection, Dong Xie hears Dong Ning mention the clothing and begins to pay attention. The garments appear to be substantial winter attire, suggesting the presence of additional layers beneath the collar. Ordinarily, few would concern themselves with the clothing of a malevolent spirit, as most are drawn to its horrific visage. However, Dong Ning has noted the inconsistency between the clothing and the season, leading her to hypothesize that this spirit likely met its demise during winter, possibly in the very attire it wore at the time of death. Winter? Guqi scrutinizes the photographs, hesitating to reach out and grasp them. After a prolonged silence, he slams his fist against his forehead and remarks, "What does it matter if the death occurred in winter or summer?" By now, Zhao Long and the others have completely disregarded Guqi's presence. His contribution has been limited to providing a lighter, rendering him nearly inconsequential. Such a person, even if they were to survive this encounter, would inevitably face death in the future. Dong Ning, pointing toward the malevolent spirit in the photograph, her finger hovering at least 2 centimeters away, poses the question, could this individual be the reason for the 4th floor's lockdown? Indeed, there is a possibility. Dong Xie has also contemplated this. He might very well have been a resident of the 4th floor of Building 3. This implies he died prior to December 30th, 2009. Zhao Long ponders this and remarks, however, when we inquired with the landlord. He claimed ignorance regarding the reason for the fourth floor's closure. He has lived here since at least 2009. Can he truly be unaware? Either the malevolent entity perished much earlier, or the landlord himself is lying. We have all signed contracts and moved in. What incentive would he have to deceive us? The contracts were handled by the landlord's son. And given the landlord's advanced age, he may not fully comprehend the repercussions of a breach. Moreover, it is often better to avoid stirring up trouble. It was a long time ago, and we have no means of verifying his deceit. Before arriving, we scoured the internet for numerous news articles, yet found nothing. Zhao Long sighed, reflecting, it is difficult to ascertain. This place is so remote. Back in 2009, news dissemination relied predominantly on print media. Unlike the present day where news is conveyed through smartphones. Perhaps there are no news articles available online. A profound silence enveloped the group. The landlord might have been aware of the underlying circumstances, but it was improbable he would return before the blood task concluded, and his phone was unusable. Would the landline be operational? Perhaps it operated on an independent line? Dong Ning remained undeterred, attempting to call the landlord. Yet, silence persisted. Dong Xie stroked his forehead, concealing his own embarrassment. Ning, the issue is, we cannot recall the landlord's mobile number. In this era of smartphones, individuals no longer need to memorize phone numbers. Many people struggle to even recite their parents' mobile numbers, as everything is conveniently stored in their devices. Dong Ning displayed a moment of awkwardness. None of you have noted down the number? This is a matter of life and death. Zhao Long instinctively rubbed his chin, also attempting to mask his embarrassment. Well, I had no idea the landlord would be out so late, and that his phone would be inoperative. I had actually pinned my hopes on getting in touch with Mo Yuan and the others, yet I cannot recall any of their numbers. Originally, Zhao Long had coordinated with Mo Yuan, planning for the residents to assemble at Mo Yuan's home in the evening, pooling their resources. Perhaps the other two residents who had undergone the blood task would also arrive, which had provided him with a semblance of assurance. He never anticipated that circumstances would escalate to this extent. Dong Ning refrained from saying more, as she too had grown accustomed to the smartphone era and the lack of necessity for memorizing numbers. If only she had prepared a number herself. Gucci illuminated the area behind him with a candle, only to discover a telephone resting on the living room cabinet. Cautiously, he approached and picked up the receiver. To his astonishment, it was indeed functional. Gucci grasped the receiver, endeavoring to recall the landlord's mobile number. When they signed the contract with the landlord's son, he was present when the number was shared. What was it again? Think quickly. Gucci, do you remember the number? Zhao Long exclaimed joyously upon seeing Gucci with the receiver. What is it? I'm trying to remember. Take your time. Zhao Long's tone shifted to one of utmost politeness. It would be splendid if he could indeed recall it. However, at that moment, as he discovered the telephone was operational, a bold idea began to take shape in Gucci's mind. He could not for the life of him remember the landlord's number. Or perhaps he remembered Mo Yuan's number. Listening to Zhao Long's inquiry from behind, Gucci remained silent, extending his index finger and poised to press a certain digit. Damn it. Do it. One must look out for oneself. He understood that if he proceeded, he would be viewed as a despicable individual by all, yet should he perish, everything would be in vain. After my demise, what do I care for the raging flood? He swiftly dialed a number. Dong Xie and Dong Ning, witnessing his action, were taken aback with astonishment, never anticipating that Gucci could still prove useful. Wait a moment. Dong Ning sensed something amiss, despite facing away from them. It seemed he had only dialed 3 digits. Hello. Upon connection, Gucci urgently addressed the voice on the other end. We are located at Building 3 of the Hongjin Highway Heidi Community, Room 402 on the 4th floor. A fight broke out just now, and someone shouted about wanting to kill someone. After that, there was silence. I fear someone may have died. Please hurry. He completed his message at an astonishing speed. Upon hearing this, the others were left in stunned silence. You. Dong Xie seized Gucci by the collar, shouting furiously, who did you call? You all need to come quickly. Gucci immediately hung up the phone and disconnected the line. Dong Ning rushed forward, seething with rage, demanding, did you just call the police? Chapter 29. The second victim after the tragic car accident. Dong Xie and Dong Ning were cared for by the traffic police captain assigned to handle the case. Despite his own modest means, he frequently offered them assistance and would visit them during festivals and holidays. Having witnessed countless tragic accidents caused by drunk driving over the years, the captain felt profound sympathy for the orphaned siblings, prompting him to undertake responsibilities that extended far beyond his official duties. This experience instilled in Dong Xie and Dong Ning a deep and abiding reverence for the police profession. I am doing this for everyone's benefit. Gucci hastily defended himself. What truly transpires on the fourth floor remains a mystery to us all. If we must venture there, the police could guide our way. You need not worry. The history of the blood tasks has shown that no matter the grave consequences, the police would not trace anything back to us. Each blood task inevitably results in fatalities. Were the police to intervene every time, some residents would have long been apprehended as suspects. Dong Ning, having reviewed past blood task records, discovered that many heinous incidents were linked to these tasks. Strangely, numerous residents had attempted to draw media and governmental attention to the existence of the apartment by making it public. In this age of ubiquitous smartphones and advanced online connectivity, a mere video posted online could spark significant concern. Some residents had even live-streamed during blood task executions, while others, like Gucci, had called the police to report the tasks in progress. Yet, regardless of the methods employed, the terrifying curse of the apartment concealed the blood tasks and its existence from public scrutiny in this information-saturated society. This apartment was far more horrific than they had ever imagined. The police, safeguarding our lives, represent a vocation of the highest sanctity. At this moment, Dong Ning's anger towards Gucci overshadowed his own fear. You are not to use me as a mere pawn for your reckless exploration. You wretched scoundrel. Dong Ning turned to Zhao Long, her voice tinged with urgency. I recall during the previous blood task briefing, it was mentioned that a resident had alerted the police during a blood task. What was the outcome? That particular task took place in a different location. Communication was lost midway through the execution, Zhao Long admitted, his expression turning sheepish. Therefore, I cannot ascertain the result. However, I suspect the police likely did not respond. In the past, residents have attempted similar tactics, fabricating emergency calls to summon the police to the alley in front of the apartment, only to find that the police never arrived. Upon hearing this, Dong Ning nodded thoughtfully. Let us hope that is the case. She approached the telephone, contemplating reconnecting the line to inform the police that it was merely a prank. However, another thought struck her. Just before Gucci had hung up, her brother had shouted, "Who are you calling?" followed by the abrupt disconnection of the line. The police might surmise that an emergency had occurred and respond accordingly. If she were to call back now to report it as a prank, they would likely not believe her and would at least send someone to investigate. Such an action would, in all likelihood, provide no assistance whatsoever. Hoping that the police would refrain from responding, Dong Ning could only pray for such an outcome. At this moment, Dong Xia entertained a disturbing thought, to confine the scoundrel Gucci here and allow him to meet his own fate. If it weren't for the presence of the malevolent spirit, which compelled him to conserve his strength, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Gucci in combat. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Should the police arrive, the wretch would undoubtedly call for help, prompting them to forcibly breach the door to rescue him. Thus, it was wiser to keep this menace close at hand. No longer gripping the fellow by the collar, Dong Xia forcefully shoved Gucci away. He even wiped his hands, feeling sullied by the mere contact with such a despicable individual. Stay behind me. I will keep a vigilant watch over you. As he uttered these words, the candle in his hand abruptly extinguished, sending a wave of dread coursing through him. Candle. Gucci, the lighter. Yet, in the enveloping darkness, Gucci offered no response. Brother, let us get out of here. Move. Fortunately, it was not yet pitch black. The doorway remained discernible. Dong Xia swiftly grasped Dong Ning's hand, and together with Zhao Long, they surged towards the exit. Just then, the door closed automatically behind them. Dong Xia, witnessing this, rushed forward and called out through the door. Gucci? Gucci. However, silence met his pleas. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he dashed towards the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator door, he found that it indeed had activated. The numbers on the display screen ascended steadily. Before long, the digits halted at 4. It was Gucci. Dong Xia could vividly imagine Gucci's current predicament. He had likely become as wretched as Feng Yu. Dong Ning and Zhao Long soon caught up, their faces grave as they beheld the elevator display. Truly, Gucci deserved his fate, yet the malevolent spirit showed no discrimination between the virtuous and the wicked. It was crucial to remember that Gucci had just been in that room, and now, he was riding the elevator directly upwards. Listen to me. Zhao Long pondered for a moment before speaking. While I believe the police are unlikely to respond, if they do come, perhaps we can gauge the situation by the survival of the officers. If someone manages to escape from the 4th floor, Dong Xia vehemently opposed this course of action. If the police arrive, it would be for naught. They should not perish because of a scoundrel like Gucci. Dong Ning nodded in agreement, the visage of the traffic police captain flashing in her mind. She felt that the likelihood of the police not arriving was considerably higher. They hoped such a scenario would not unfold. As they gazed at the elevator before them, a chilling realization dawned upon them. The fate that had befallen Feng Yu and Gucci could very well be theirs as well. We should indeed proceed to the 4th floor, Dong Ning declared, clutching the picture frame in her hands. I am almost certain that more clues await us on the 4th floor. They all understood that this course of action was unavoidable. Zhao Long gritted his teeth and said, but, we can still wait for the police to arrive first. Zhao Long, if we go to the 4th floor now, what if the police come and find us suspicious, taking us back? At this moment, the elevator before them loomed like a veritable gateway to hell. Whether to enter or to remain outside, both choices led to the terrifying fate of death. Chapter 30. Back to the 3rd floor. Zhao Long raised his wrist to glance at his watch. It had been less than 2 hours since the bloodletter mission commenced. We still had ample time. Moreover, with Guqi's recent demise, it implied that we would enjoy a brief respite. Thus, we were not particularly pressed for time. Previously, Zhao Long had harbored deep concerns about becoming the next sacrifice. Fortunately, the misfortune had befallen Guqi. The death of Guqi granted Zhao Long an extended interval for survival. At this moment, Zhao Long speculated that Guqi was likely in a state akin to Feng Yu, utterly devoid of self-awareness, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. Making his way to the 4th floor, it was only in the final moments of his life that he would regain consciousness. The time span from Feng Yu's entrance to the 4th floor until his eventual demise was exceedingly brief. Dong Xie shared a similar trepidation. Yet it was evident that addressing the issue without venturing to the 4th floor was impractical. Zhao Long's perspective indeed held some merit. However, exploiting the police was out of the question. Such actions would render us no different from Guqi. Dong Xie remained staunchly opposed to this notion. Even so, in an instant, a significant divergence of opinions arose among the three. Guqi's death instigated within Zhao Long the notion that he could survive for a while longer, a thought that made him reluctant to take immediate risks. After all, there were still over 3 hours remaining until the bloodletter mission concluded, which was quite advantageous for him. Moreover, Zhao Long discovered that, deep within his heart, he actually hoped for the police to arrive. Listening to Guqi's call for help, it was evident that he had indicated a potential homicide. Thus, it was highly probable that the responding officers would be armed. Although gunfire would not vanquish the malevolent spirit, the sound of gunshots would resonate throughout the building, allowing them to ascertain whether the police were still alive. In that case, we could silence. At this juncture, Dong Xie could no longer contain his fury. How can we proceed in such a manner? The sibling duo, Dong Xie and Dong Ning, resolutely rejected his proposal, exhibiting not a hint of hesitation. Zhao Long, witnessing their firm stance, felt a deep admiration for their principles. Yet, admiration aside, he knew he could not embody such noble integrity. Just then, they suddenly heard a sound emanating from nearby. The location of the emergency call was in Building 3. Upon hearing this, they were momentarily taken aback. Quick, hide. The three swiftly retreated to a concealed corner of the staircase. The police had arrived at this point. Dong Xie realized that everything was beyond their control. They could not possibly go out and explain the situation to the police. Would they claim that no incident had occurred here? In reality, the police were not as inept or easily deceived as portrayed in films. A single misstep could lead them to be regarded as suspects. Subsequently, they heard footsteps approaching. The hallway here was shrouded in darkness, thankfully. The police station was not too far away. Was the police station truly in such close proximity? Dong Xie was completely unaware of this detail when examining the map, failing to notice its significance. No wonder the police arrived so swiftly. Zhao Long, perplexed, inquired, "How strange. Why didn't I hear the sirens?" Dong Xie replied, "Police do not always respond like they do in crime films, with sirens blaring. If they did, wouldn't it just allow the criminals to escape? They typically sound their sirens only when faced with a red light or traffic congestion." It was through his acquaintance with the traffic police captain that Dong Xie had come to understand such nuances, having asked numerous questions about the police, which revealed that the general public often harbors many misconceptions about law enforcement. At that moment, they were all tense, reluctant to peek outside. This was not a movie where the protagonist could peek around a corner unnoticed. Even in a dimly lit corridor, they dared not take that chance. Suddenly, they heard the elevator doors open. 2 police officers entered, and the doors closed behind them. The three exchanged glances, now that the police had arrived. What should they do? Dong Xie handed all the photographs to Zhao Long and Dong Ning, then retrieved a key from his pocket. "Let us head to the 3rd floor first. I doubt the police will encounter any issues. After all, they are not residents. And this blood task is meant to eliminate any unrelated individuals. Isn't it? Let us hope so." Dong Ning clenched her fists. "Damn Guqi. I wish him to descend to the depths of hell." Subsequently, Dong Xie, Dong Ning, and Zhao Long emerged from their concealed position and cautiously approached the elevator entrance. By that time, the officers had ascended to the 4th floor. Holding the key tightly, Dong Xie urged, "We must hurry to the 3rd floor. If fortune favors us, we might assist those 2 officers. I do not wish for their demise." Zhao Long nodded in agreement, hoping they could gather first-hand information from them. The trio dashed towards the stairwell, moving as swiftly as possible to the 3rd floor. Guqi's death had granted them a brief respite. allowing them to run quickly without much concern of encountering further threats. Upon reaching the third floor, they soon stood before the designated. Dong Xie swiftly inserted the key and opened the door. Quick, let us go inside. This time, there were no elaborate precautions as before, thanks to the temporary safety afforded by Guqi's demise. Once in the living room, they began to catch their breath. At this point, the two police officers should be above them. The number 402 was merely a fabrication of Guqi's, however. It was worth noting that some doors here bore numbers while others did not. The officers might very well struggle to locate their destination. The three nearly lifted their gazes to the ceiling, silently wishing that the apartment would spare the officers from harm. Dong Ning's eyes radiated earnest concern. She genuinely hoped that the blood task would not lead to the demise of innocent individuals. Meanwhile, above them, there was still no sign of activity. With Guqi's demise, the lighter was also lost. The entire living room was shrouded in darkness and an oppressive atmosphere. The three individuals were nearly pressed against one another. 5 minutes elapsed, then 10, 20 minutes passed. Zhao Long approached the living room window, utilizing the moonlight outside to discern the time on his wristwatch. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, yet there was not a whisper of sound. Something was amiss. When Feng Yu met his grim fate, his anguished cries echoed clearly here. If the police had encountered those entities and resorted to gunfire, surely the sounds of the shots would have reached them. Yet, an eerie silence prevailed. Consequently, the trio ventured into the kitchen, where Dong Xie cracked the door open just a sliver, peering into the corridor outside. At the far end of the corridor stood the elevator. Still, no sound could be heard. Now, a sense of dread enveloped them. What on earth had transpired on the 4th floor? Chapter 31. Ascending to the 4th floor. At this juncture, the profound silence only amplifies the boundless psychological torment. They were acutely aware that this might very well be the calm before the storm. Nearly half the allotted time for the blood task had elapsed, and they were on the verge of confronting the most severe circumstances. Had they truly reached a point of no return? At that moment, Zhao Long had entirely dismissed the idea of venturing to the 4th floor. The two policemen had ascended, only to vanish without a trace? This notion sent a chilling wave through him. Zhao Long found himself increasingly stammering. We cannot go to the 4th floor. Surely, our skills cannot surpass those of the police? However, Dong Ning countered his argument. I beg to differ. As residents, the apartment's protective measures would likely deter malevolent forces from directly targeting us. The safety interval following Guqi's demise holds no significance for the police. Dong Xie concurred, adding, Indeed, as Ning stated, the life or death of the police does not equate to our survival capacity on the 4th floor. Even so, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. They had thoroughly explored every accessible area in building number 3. The only place left uncharted was the 4th floor. The photographs they had discovered led them to speculate that the elderly individual cradling the black cat might have perished as a resident of the 4th floor. Yet, this knowledge did nothing to alleviate their current predicament. After careful consideration, Zhao Long shook his head and declared, given the current situations, it is still too perilous to ascend to the 4th floor. How long has it been since Feng Yu went up? It's only been a short while, and yet, Zhao Long, Dong Ning pointed to the watch on her wrist, reminding him of a crucial fact. Do you believe that the passage of time works in our favor? The longer we delay, the weaker the apartment's constraints become. Especially by 5 in the morning, it will be even more pronounced. As long as we do not return to the apartment, the blood task remains unresolved. The journey from here to the suburban apartment in K City will likely take 2 hours. You must comprehend how perilous this is for us. Dong Ning deliberately emphasized the word weaken. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long regained his clarity. Indeed, as time progresses, the danger escalates. Moreover, so much time has already passed. If they procrastinate further, the safety interval following Guqi's death would soon expire. They could not afford to delay any longer. We shall ascend to the 4th floor, Dong Ning ultimately concluded. At that moment, she was resolute. Without taking this risk, survival in the blood task was utterly implausible. The 4th floor was their final hope. Failing to explore it would not guarantee safety. As time slips away, once the apartment's restrictions diminish, could they truly survive on the other floors? With 3 hours remaining in the blood task, coupled with a 2-hour return journey to the apartment, that totals 5 hours. Enough time for the malevolent spirit to claim their lives numerous times over. At such moments, Dong Xie could not help but admire Ning. She lived with remarkable clarity. And once she resolutely committed to something, she would not easily waver. Thus, he turned to Zhao Long with a determined expression, signaling his support for Ning's decision. To ascend to the 4th floor, it was imperative to bring Zhao Long along. Having an extra pair of hands not only meant additional strength, but Zhao Long's survival experience far exceeded their own. The combined efforts of the three would significantly enhance their chances of unearthing a path to survival. After careful consideration, Zhao Long ultimately had to concede that heading to the fourth floor was indeed the most prudent course of action. This was the cruel reality of the blood task. Every individual who entered this apartment had to endure this exceedingly brutal cycle of hellish trials. Beneath the edifice lay countless accumulated bones. Yet, the residents possessed no means to challenge the apartment. They could only abide by its rules. Enough, enough, enough. Zhao Long finally shattered all remnants of hope within him. Clenched his fists, took a couple of deep breaths, and declared, not going to the fourth floor means death, and going there also means death. So let us just do it. Given Zhao Long's nature, such coarse words made it clear to Dong Xie and Dong Ning that he was truly resolute. Consequently, Zhao Long slightly ajar the door and stepped into the corridor. To reach the fourth floor, they had no choice but to take the elevator. Residents had always endeavored to avoid the elevator during the blood task, but now, it was evidently the only option. As the three of them exited the room, they stealthily approached the elevator entrance. Upon entering the hallway, the surroundings grew even darker. They huddled closely together, fearful of any sudden emergence from the shadows. Upon reaching the elevator, the sole source of light emanated from the elevator display. Zhao Long stood at the elevator entrance, taking a few deep breaths, even reflecting on his life thus far. However, Dong Xie did not indulge in such thoughts. Pondering now was futile. He eagerly yearned to uncover any critical clues on the fourth floor. This was a path destined to confront death before the prospect of life. Ding! The elevator doors opened. And with its arrival, light finally penetrated the dark corridor, allowing them a moment of respite. The three entered the elevator almost simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, Dong Xie pressed the button for the fourth floor. This time, they had no alternatives. The elevator began its gradual ascent and soon came to a halt. The doors opened once more. At last, they had arrived at this forbidden domain. Dong Xie tightly grasped Dong Ning's hand, while Zhao Long rolled up his sleeves, his hands repeatedly clenching into fists and then relaxing. Outside the elevator, the hallway appeared entirely normal, devoid of any of the terrifying scenes they had envisioned. In fact, this was their greatest fear. Should a malevolent spirit appear at the elevator entrance and rush in, their demise would be unequivocal. I'll go first. Zhao Long, having survived the blood task twice, could never allow Dong Xie and Dong Ning to take the lead. He stepped forward, entering the corridor on the fourth floor. In that instant, he felt a chilling wave enveloping his entire being. Memories of the grave beside his parents' shared tombstone flooded his mind. If he were to perish here, there would be nothing left of him to bury. Immediately after, Dong Xie and Dong Ning emerged as well. The elevator doors behind them closed slowly, plunging the corridor into darkness once more. At that moment, all three were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Had they known, they should have taken Gucci's lighter with them. They began to move forward, step by cautious step. Chapter 32. The stench the darkness enveloped him. In the past, Dong Xie had purchased tickets to haunted houses to indulge in the thrill of horror novels, where phones and lighters were confiscated to enhance the eerie atmosphere. After numerous visits, he had finally developed a certain immunity to the various malevolent spirits portrayed by the staff, particularly after his first heartbreak 2 years prior. He had frequented haunted houses 3 times in a single week to mend his wounds. Perhaps these experiences had afforded him a modicum of psychological resilience against such darkness. However, what lay ahead was not merely the illusionary specters conjured by the staff. As a result, the trio found themselves in the oppressive blackness. Having traversed a mere 10 meters in an excruciating 5 minutes, Dong Xie was acutely aware of a grim possibility. The fourth floor might very well be a dead end in this bloodletter task. Triggering a dead end would not be subject to the so-called safety interval. Otherwise, Zhao Long would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to explore during the safety period following Gucci's demise. At that moment, Dong Xie suddenly felt a hard object beneath his foot. Startled, he swiftly withdrew his foot. What is this? His heart skipped a beat, and his imagination as a novelist led him to ponder whether it was a corpse, already stiffened by death. There seemed to be something here. Let me take a look. Dong Xie crouched down to touch the object. This texture. Only then did he realize it was a potted plant. He had nearly made the same mistake as Gucci. Just a potted plant, likely an ornamental species. Dong Xie let out a sigh of relief. Dong Ning, still shaken, remarked, "How can we proceed in such darkness?" Suddenly, Dong Xie grasped the potted plant and declared, "I have a solution." The only source of light in the corridor was the elevator display. He felt along the wall until he reached the elevator door and pressed the button. The elevator doors opened, allowing light to flood in. After the doors swung open, Dong Xie placed the potted plant at the entryway of the elevator. As the doors began to close, the plant obstructed them, preventing complete closure. In this manner, the light from the elevator would continue to illuminate the corridor. Dong Ning paused, recognizing this plan as characteristic of her brother. She recalled how their father often told Dong Xie that despite his poor academic performance, he he was particularly adept at employing cunning tricks. For instance, to conceal a failed exam, he would print a mock test paper, complete with his own questions, and grade himself. Later, when the teacher noted his actual scores in the mandatory student memo requiring parental signatures, he would glue the memo page to the adjacent one, deftly deceiving everyone. Of course, Dong Ning always saw through his ruses. Thus, in their childhood, Dong Xie had frequently bribed her with lollipops to keep her silent. Having positioned the potted plant, Dong Xie stood up, gazing at the now illuminated corridor, which imbued him with a slight surge of courage. "Let us move," he urged. "All right." Naturally, as they distanced themselves from the elevator, the corridor remained shrouded in darkness, yet it was no longer so oppressive that they would fail to notice anything standing before them. Silence enveloped the air, and the two policemen remained still. Zhao Long whispered in a tone barely audible to the three present, "We must exercise utmost caution." The fourth floor had indeed been sealed off for quite some time, with dust adorning the walls and doors, and cobwebs woven throughout. Upon entering, Dong Xie had been struck by the oppressive mustiness that lingered here. "Let us check room 402, he suggested swiftly. The police might have left some traces. Regardless of life or death. Observing the surroundings, Dong Ning noted the absence of room numbers, leaving them uncertain of which room was 402. Soon, they arrived at the corner of the corridor. As they turned, visibility diminished, the light from the elevator failing to penetrate the gloom. Nevertheless, they had a general understanding of the floor's layout. They were not too far from the end of the corridor. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced Dong Xie's ears. In the darkness, a pair of glowing eyes emerged. Instantly, he recognized it was the black cat. In that moment, the three found themselves in a standoff with the feline gaze in the shadows. Given Zhao Long's previous encounters, Dong Xie surmised with certainty that this black cat was indeed a malevolent spirit. Unanimously, they took a step back. In the darkness, all they could see were the cat's eyes, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Abruptly, the feline eyes vanished into the murk. "Should we proceed?" Zhao Long's nerves were fraying, while Dong Ning clutched Dong Xie's hand, trembling uncontrollably. The cat's gaze bore an uncanny malevolence, one that instilled fear even from a distance. "Onward," Dong Xie declared resolutely, even as Zhao Long and Dong Ning hesitated. "We've come this far. Can we truly be deterred by a meerkat?" Dong Xie, fully aware that the terror instilled by the black cat likely surpassed that of the malevolent spirit itself, understood the essence of the uncanny valley theory. Entities that resemble humans evoke a stronger sense of dread. For instance, among the great old ones of the Cthulhu mythos, Nyarlathotep often elicits greater fear than Azathoth due to his more human-like appearance. When a cat conveys emotions akin to those of a human, it becomes all the more frightening. Yet, Dong Xie felt this also hinted at the presence of life, a glimmer of hope. "We must not be intimidated. We shall endure. Let us press on." With determination, Dong Xie stepped forward, pulling Dong Ning along. Witnessing this, Zhao Long, the resigned, had no choice but to continue onward. Moving deeper into the corridor held the promise of hope. Dong Xie did not slow his pace. Rather, he maintained a steady rhythm. Slowing down now would shatter their morale. He needed to uplift their spirits. At last, they reached the end of the corridor, where an unpleasant odor suddenly assaulted Dong Xie's senses. "What is that foul smell?" He paused, momentarily bewildered. Then, a subtle sense of unease began to creep over him. At that moment, he heard a voice emanating from ahead. "Is anyone out there?" Upon hearing this, Dong Xie immediately approached, confirming that the voice was coming from behind a door. "Please, if someone is there, help me contact the police station. I am an officer trapped in here." Suddenly, it dawned on Dong Xie that this was the voice of one of the officers he had heard from the first floor. "Are you alone?" Dong Xie inquired anxiously. "I have a colleague, but he is missing." Dong Xie reached out to twist the doorknob before him, and to his astonishment, the door actually opened. Chapter 33. The sound of coughing the moment the door swung open. A fetid stench permeated the air, nearly inducing a wave of nausea in Dong Xie. At that instant, he beheld a man clad in a black police uniform standing at the threshold. How is it possible that this door can be opened? The officer, equally taken aback, turned to Dong Xie and inquired, "Are you residents of this building?" "Officer, what is the source of this foul odor?" Dong Xie could not help but cover his nose, a sentiment echoed by Dong Ning and Zhao Long. The officer replied, "I am uncertain. My colleague and I followed this noxious trail, and just as now, the door was ajar. However, after we split up to investigate, we could not locate the source of the stench, and my partner has since gone missing." Upon hearing this, Dong Xie realized that the other officer might have perished in the line of duty. This thought ignited a torrent of curses within him directed at Guqi, that despicable creature. Yet, lamenting was futile at this juncture. He promptly stated, "Indeed, officer, we are new residents of this building. What exactly has transpired that brought you here?" "Someone reported a disturbance, claiming there was a fight occurring here. We came to assess the situation." Do you know where room 402 is? Is it this one? We just moved in, so we are not familiar with the layout, Dong Xie replied. He continued to press the officer. Officer, may I inquire if you have discovered anything inside? Surely, on our very first day, there cannot already be a criminal incident? This place appears to have been uninhabited for many years. Perhaps the stench is merely the result of neglect. Beyond that, we found nothing. However, my colleague inexplicably vanished, and I attempted to reach the station, but my phone inexplicably turned off. Is there no phone inside? None, came the officer's reply. Dong Xie contemplated his next course of action. Should he venture inside for a first-hand inspection, or should he seek information from this officer? The latter option, while safer, might not yield comprehensive information, whereas the former was undeniably perilous. Do you have a phone? I need to contact the station. Hearing the officer's request, Dong Xie was on the verge of admitting they had no phones, but then he realized how implausible that sounded. In this era where life without a smartphone is nearly impossible, claiming to be without one might raise suspicion. Thus, Dong Xie quickly devised a response. Well, officer, the three of us heard strange noises from the fourth floor, so we ventured out to investigate. Unfortunately, a gust of wind closed the door behind us, and our keys are inside along with our phones. Upon hearing this explanation, Dong Ning was taken aback, marveling at how swiftly her brother had reacted. He had managed to justify their lack of phones and their presence on the fourth floor. Indeed, as their father had once remarked, though her brother struggled academically, he possessed an astonishing acumen and adaptability in unconventional matters. From a young age, she was always the obedient daughter at home, while her brother was the perpetually troublesome rascal. Dong Ning could not help but reminisce about their school days when her brother would often sneakily purchase comics behind their parents' backs. As a result, their parents frequently conducted surprise inspections of his bookshelf to check for any newly acquired comic books. Each time, her brother would cleverly shift the blame onto her. Knowing that their parents would never oppose her, as her academic performance was superior and she only bought shoujo manga. During those times, their father would invariably ask why she, as a girl, preferred comic covers featuring male characters. Her brother concocted a lie, suggesting that if she helped him maintain this ruse, he would treat her to sweets for a year. Dong Ning often regretted this deceit, as their parents continued to believe she was a fujoshi until their passing. As Dong Xie finished recounting this fabricated tale in one breath, he felt a sense of relief. He then wished to inquire of the police if any discoveries had been made. Officer, have you noticed anything unusual? I'm quite worried since I live upstairs. This statement, although somewhat exaggerated, contained a kernel of truth. The officer responded, without your phones, I must return to the station to report the situation and summon reinforcements. Summon reinforcements? What a jest. If a horde of police officers arrived, wouldn't that be tantamount to inviting death? Just then, cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. A familiar voice echoed from behind. The sound sent chills down the spines of Dong Xie, Dong Ning, and Zhao Long, for they were all too acquainted with it. The cough of the landlady, who was ostensibly deceased. The sound approached from behind, growing ever closer. The three of them rushed into the room, with Zhao Long glancing back just as he entered. In the darkness, he vaguely discerned a shadowy figure drawing near, prompting him to hastily shut the door. Cough, 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 cough. Outside, the coughing continued, growing increasingly distinct. The officer queried, what is going on? Why have you closed the door? Who is outside? The three of them were pale with fear, and just as the coughing reached the threshold, it ceased abruptly. The officer approached and turned the doorknob. No. Zhao Long, terrified, lunged to pull the officer back, but the officer could not open the door. How could this be? It had opened moments ago, yet now it was locked from the outside while they were trapped inside. It dawned on them that they were ensnared once more. What to do? Dong Xie stared at the door, still shaken. A mere door could not hinder a malevolent spirit. Perhaps it had already entered. The officer looked at the three of them, continuing to press for answers. Do you know anything? Is this why you called the police? No, it's not. Dong Xie quickly devised an explanation. We heard someone fighting downstairs, and the assailant threatened to kill the other person while coughing. But you live upstairs? You could hear that? The landlord had informed me that the apartment was antiquated and poorly maintained, resulting in inadequate sound insulation. Although this statement contained certain inconsistencies, Zhao Long was still quite impressed by Dong Xie's adaptability. As for Dong Ning, she had long since grown accustomed to such matters. The police officer clearly remained skeptical, asserting, with me here, you need not fear. Indeed, this was the most significant flaw in Dong Xie's argument. It was only a moment ago that I failed to react. At that moment, Dong Ning interjected, my brother is quite timid. Despite his tall stature, he has never won a fight at school. Dong Xie could only manage a foolish grin, while Zhao Long presumed that Ning was merely fabricating a story to ease the tension, unaware that it was, in fact, the truth. Simultaneously, He began to survey the room before him. It was a living room devoid of windows, resulting in a feeble light, with only a few pieces of basic furniture remaining. Recently, the foul odor had intensified. Soon, Dong Xie discovered that the source of the stench emanated from a room on the right. Chapter 34. A desperate situation. While Dong Ning continued to explain to the police, Dong Xie turned his attention to the room. It was highly likely that there would be clues within. He gently tapped Dong Ning on the shoulder and, covering his nose, remarked, Ning, it seems that the foul odor is emanating from there. Shall we take a look? To be frank, the stench was so repulsive that it led him to suspect it might be the result of decaying flesh. However, it was winter. Even the earliest deceased, Feng Yu, should not be emitting such a reek at this time. Moreover, it was evident that this house was not directly above the one they had entered on the third floor. Dong Ning glanced at the door and nodded, saying, Yes, indeed. Brother, let's go and have a look. Wait, this isn't your home. But before the police could finish their sentence, Dong Xie seized Dong Ning's hand and rushed toward the door. Upon reaching it, he instructed Ning to stand behind him, grasped the doorknob, and swiftly opened the door. At this point, having endured numerous terrifying experiences, his tolerance for horror had significantly increased, and he was mentally prepared. Even if he were to encounter a ghost like Sadako from a rural village, he would not be frightened. The door swung open, and the noxious stench nearly overwhelmed him, almost causing him to retch. Not even the dirtiest of toilets had ever emitted such a repugnant odor. Instinctively, he covered his nose and stepped inside the room, turning back to Dong Ning and whispering, You stay out here. I'll go in alone. From behind, Zhao Long's voice interrupted, Yes, officer, please don't mind them. My younger siblings have been reading too many detective novels, so, may I ask who reported the incident? Zhao Long was clearly stalling the police to allow Dong Xie and Dong Ning to investigate the room. Once Dong Xie had stationed Dong Ning at the door to keep watch, he ventured further in. The study contained only a writing desk and a towering bookshelf, approximately 2 meters high, upon which numerous books were arrayed. The foul odor emanated distinctly from the bookshelf in front of him. Holding his nose, he cautiously approached the shelf. At that moment, his imagination as a horror novelist began to stir. Could it be that someone had been murdered here, with the body concealed within the walls, thus causing this rancid smell? Was this the origin of the malevolent spirit? Dong Xie slowly approached the bookshelf, relieved to find a window in the study, allowing a sliver of moonlight to seep through. This illumination provided him with a modicum of comfort. He then examined the books on the shelf. Most were ancient tomes, and as he casually flipped through a few, he noted that their publication dates ranged from the 1980s to the 1990s. Indeed, an elderly person must have resided here. Observing the dilapidated volumes in his hands, which were on the verge of falling apart, he returned them to their place and continued his inspection. Suddenly, he noticed a conspicuous crack in a section of the bookshelf. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, the moonlight outside suddenly brightened. It appears that the ominous clouds obscuring the moon have finally dissipated. Dong Xie, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, was able to reach up slightly on his toes to observe the uppermost shelf of the bookcase. He noticed a conspicuous and deep crack. Just then, a police officer entered the room. Do not wander about. This may very well be a crime scene. Please step outside, he instructed. Reluctantly, Dong Xie complied and exited, only to suddenly perceive that Ning's expression was markedly unsettling. Pulling Dong Xie aside, Dong Ning whispered, Did you not notice? What do you mean? He inquired. In terms of the room's layout, the study is precisely located directly beneath the room where you could see eyes peering through the gap in the floor. At that moment, a chill ran down Dong Xie's spine. Are you certain? I am. However, I only just recalled this upon seeing you enter the study. I initially intended to pull you out, but then I realized that nowhere is truly safe. Perhaps you might uncover vital clues here. Dong Xie turned to gaze back at the study, from which the foul stench emanated. Everything seemed orchestrated by the apartment itself. The room above was conveniently accessible, allowing us entry. And then, Dong Xie felt as though goosebumps had erupted all over his body. In this dimly lit room, a terrifying malevolent spirit could be lurking at any moment. The deceased landlady was not the true terrifying entity of this blood-stained mission. Rather, the horror lay with the elderly figure clutching a cat. Among all the horror films he had watched for inspiration in crafting his own tales, his favorite Western horror series was the Conjuring franchise, directed by James Wan, a fellow enthusiast of the Cthulhu mythos. He particularly cherished The Conjuring 2, where the initially deceased old man was merely a puppet controlled by a truly sinister presence, the malevolent nun, intended to incapacitate the exorcists. It seemed the landlady played the role of the former. Her earlier appearance had compelled them to enter the house, effectively trapping them within. Once the door was sealed, the coughing ceased abruptly. This could not be mere coincidence. It must be a restriction imposed by the apartment itself. Meanwhile, the officer remained in the study, the source of the foul odor, presumably searching for new leads. Dong Xie felt compelled to explore another room more thoroughly. Next to him were only the kitchen, the bathroom, and a bedroom. The door to the bedroom stood wide open, though it was unclear whether the officer had opened it. Dong Xie, accompanied by Dong Ning, approached that room. He gently pushed the door ajar and peered inside. The bedroom boasted much larger windows, and the moonlight had grown significantly brighter, illuminating the space and bolstering Dong Xie's courage. However, the bedroom contained only a bed and a wardrobe, with furnishings stripped down to the bare essentials. Upon the wardrobe, a dressing mirror was embedded, and gazing into that mirror elicited a disquieting sensation. In the countless horror novels Dong Xie had penned, mirrors frequently served as a prop to craft an unsettling atmosphere. At this moment, he could truly grasp the situation. However, Dong Xie was reluctant to let Dong Ning guard the door alone and planned to summon Zhao Long. Just then, they overheard Zhao Long entering the study and engaging in conversation with the police officer. "Officer, how did your colleague simply vanish? It sounds quite unbelievable." "Never mind. Let's wait a moment." At that instant, Dong Ning suddenly had a thought and glanced towards the study. "Wait, brother, what is it? I sense something amiss. What seems to be wrong?" A notion sprang to Dong Ning's mind, and she swiftly approached the door, turning the doorknob, yet the door remained stubbornly shut. "What is the matter?" Dong Xie inquired as he moved beside Dong Ning. "What on earth?" Dong Ning slowly turned her head towards the study. Zhao Long stood at the door, conversing with the police inside, his position evidently intended to prevent the door from locking automatically. "Perhaps I am just overthinking this." Dong Xie regarded Dong Ning's face, about to question her further when a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind them. They turned to see the study door slamming shut. Within, Zhao Long's anguished cries resounded. "No!" Dong Ning's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor. That police officer is not a genuine officer. He had just stated that his phone was inoperable and that he couldn't contact the station. Yet, in reality, police typically utilize walkie-talkies, as they possess the advantage of swiftly establishing communication, unlike phones, which require dialing and waiting for a connection, and are less reliant on signal towers, particularly in these areas with poor reception. If he were a true officer, he would have first used the walkie-talkie to reach the station rather than his phone. You are not a police officer, you are." "Ah, no, please." The study was filled with Zhao Long's heart-wrenching wails. The door behind them would not budge. Dong Xie and Dong Ning realized they were destined to perish in this very place. Chapter 35. Why? Dong Ning felt her entire body collapse, trembling uncontrollably as if she were a sieve. Dong Xie, however, remained defiant. He continued to batter the door before him with reckless abandon. Yet, despite the pain radiating from his shoulder, the door steadfastly refused to yield. The study remained firmly locked, enveloped in a profound silence, reminiscent of the moment when Feng Yu met his demise. "Ning, do not fear," Dong Xie exclaimed as he lifted the incapacitated Dong Ning from the ground, gazing intently into her eyes. "Look at me. Keep your eyes on me. Brother will not allow you to perish here. Absolutely not. Zhao Long, he must be dead by now. After his demise, we shall have a period of safety. There must be a way out. There will be a way." Yet, Dong Ning understood that such words were merely a comfort to Dong Xie. If the fourth floor had indeed been triggered by a resident's fatal encounter with the bloodletter task, those entities would not cease their slaughter easily. Moreover, the so-called interval of safety was not a steadfast rule. Numerous accounts existed of 2 residents being slain simultaneously. Brother, we shall die here." Tears streamed from Dong Ning's eyes, reminiscent of the day when their parents abruptly departed from their lives. "It will not be so." "Absolutely not," Dong Xie insisted, forcibly lifting Dong Ning once more, his eyes still aflame with determination and defiance. "There will be a way. There must be." Throughout his life, Dong Xie had seldom shed tears. At their parents' memorial service, while Dong Ning wept to the brink of fainting, he remained dry-eyed. Relatives would whisper among themselves, deeming him heartless. Yet to him, tears were utterly futile. No amount of weeping could bring their parents back, nor alter Dong Ning's fate. With their departure, the weight of the family burden fell squarely upon his shoulders. He yearned for independence, to earn a living for himself and his sister, rather than relying solely on their parents' inheritance. He had not cried since. For him, refraining from tears signified his refusal to bow to the harshness of reality. It represented his unwavering resolve to confront life head-on. Dong Ning could weep, but he could not. To weep would mean surrendering to fate, and if he did, they would indeed perish here. Dong Xie seized Dong Ning and dashed toward the bedroom before them. Upon entering, he firmly shut the door and forcefully pushed a cabinet against it, barricading their escape. The malevolent spirit within the study would likely come for them at any moment. Now, Dong Xie pondered a critical question. How many malevolent spirits were there? Besides the landlady who might be lurking outside, were there others? On the first floor, they had heard the voices of two policemen, yet they had never truly seen them. Could it be that it was the same malevolent spirit orchestrating a dual performance? One thing was certain, the police could never intervene in the bloodletter task. At this moment, Dong Xie compelled himself to remain calm. If he did not, they would surely meet their end here. Ning, search carefully. This bedroom may hold clues to a path of survival. Dong Xie grasped Dong Ning's hand and exclaimed, "We have little time left. This is our final opportunity." At that moment, Dong Xie felt akin to a football player, defeated by a score of 4-0. With merely 5 minutes remaining in the match, he understood that the malevolent spirit could invade at any moment, yet he vowed never to surrender. Even in the face of imminent death? Absolutely not. Dong Ning, too, was eventually galvanized by Dong Xie's indomitable spirit, and a flicker of survival hope ignited within her heart. Although it was but a minuscule glimmer, is it not hope that sustains humanity? Thus, the siblings commenced a frantic search of the bedroom, yearning to uncover something. Perhaps a photograph. Nothing. The drawers of the cabinet yielded no photographs. Not a single one. Why were there no pictures? Something felt amiss to Dong Xie. If only there were a diary or a calendar. Soon, he approached the bed, which lay bare, devoid of sheets, revealing only the bed frame beneath. He swiftly lifted the frame, and Dong Ning rushed over to assist. "I implore you, dear God, grant us a miracle." As Dong Xie lifted the bed frame, he fixated intently on what lay beneath. However, to their dismay, there was nothing, just a thick layer of dust. What now? Even Dong Xie felt despair creeping in. Was there truly no way out? At that moment, the study door, pressed against by the cabinet, suddenly began to turn its handle. In that instant, both Dong Xie and Dong Ning felt a chill sweep over them. If this continued, the malevolent spirit would soon breach their sanctuary. A mere door could not possibly withstand such a force. It was merely the constraints of the apartment that delayed the hunt of the malevolent entity. It could also be interpreted as the spirit's method of instilling despair before claiming their lives. After all, the residents had no capacity to confront such a formidable foe. Much like the ancient deities of the Cthulhu mythos, who were unparalleled in their might, Dong Ning collapsed to the ground, enveloped in darkness. Perhaps in death, she would reunite with their parents. After all, if malevolent spirits existed, could the underworld not also be real? Yet, she did not wish to die. She truly yearned for life. In that moment, Dong Xie rushed to the cabinet, resolutely blocking the entrance. He stared defiantly at the study door, his eyes resolute, refusing to yield. Witnessing her brother's determination, Dong Ning joined him, bracing against the cabinet. Knowing their efforts might be futile, they pressed on. If they were to perish, he would not allow her to die before him. Each second prolonged might unveil a chance for salvation. However, he felt an overwhelming force gradually prying the door open. He was acutely aware that his actions were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly futile. Yet, as long as he drew breath, he would never submit to his fate. In that moment, Dong Xie and Dong Ning exchanged glances. Dong Ning comprehended that this was the final hour of her life. The harsh reality lay in the fact that tragedies rarely bend to the will of humanity. At last, the door cracked open just a sliver. Then, from within, a ghastly pale hand emerged. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the photograph that Dong Xie had seen previously, its complexion utterly devoid of color. Under the moonlight, it appeared even more terrifying. Ning. Just as Dong Xie was about to utter something, that dreadful hand abruptly recoiled as if pulled back by an unseen force. Consequently, as Dong Xie and Dong Ning continued to push against the cabinet, the door was swiftly closed once more. Outside, silence was restored. Both Dong Xie and Dong Ning were expressions of disbelief, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Why did that malevolent spirit not enter? Chapter 36. At that time, was it still impossible to contact Feng Han? Within Mo Yuan's residence, the inhabitants gathered for the next execution of the blood mark. Contrary to Mo Yuan's expectations, Qin Ziyuan was indeed among those selected for this execution. If one were to ponder who Mo Yuan detested most in this apartment, Qin Ziyuan would undoubtedly rank second. No one dared to claim the first position. The residents were well aware that Mo Yuan was a person of noble character, firmly believing in the traditional chivalric spirit of his countrymen, cherishing every life. This earned him the respect of many residents, and it was precisely for this reason that he was elected as the building manager. However, despite sharing the character Yuan in their names, Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan were essentially polar opposites. At this moment, the other residents had retired for the night, leaving only Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan in the room. Upon hearing Qin Ziyuan mention Feng Han, Mo Yuan shook his head. He has gone to America now and is unlikely to wish to maintain any connection with us. Anyone who leaves this apartment could possess a fortune that would last several lifetimes. Fong Han, who successfully completed 10 bloodmark executions, departed with a substantial fortune and immigrated to the United States with his family. Naturally, there would be no issues regarding the source of his wealth. The apartment had countless methods to launder the wealth of its residents, allowing them to possess it permanently without the need for taxes. Legally, no one could uncover any discrepancies regarding his finances. As Qin Ziyuan spoke, he gazed out the window. K-City is situated in the Jiangnan region. In the direction he was looking towards was the east. That was the position of the Pacific Ocean, with America lying across that distant expanse. When I leave this apartment, I shall go there as well. Before entering the apartment, Qin Ziyuan had long harbored aspirations of immigrating to the United States. As long as one has money, acquiring American citizenship poses no difficulty. After surviving the fourth bloodmark execution, he had already purchased properties in Los Angeles, Seattle, and New York. What? Mo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. You can't leave the apartment for more than 48 hours, yet you bought property overseas? Hiring a lawyer to acquire property abroad is not an issue. Qin Ziyuan replied. This apartment allows for unlimited withdrawals in both dollars and euros. Fluctuations in exchange rates have no bearing on me. I have photos of the house I purchased in Los Angeles on my phone. Would you like to see them? In fact, I have recently taken a liking to a seaside property in San Francisco. Once I successfully survive this bloodmark execution, I shall purchase it. You seem particularly fond of California, Missouri, Yuan remarked with a tone laden with sarcasm. Why not just buy Hollywood outright? It's a pity you entered the apartment too late. A decade ago, during the subprime mortgage crisis, property prices in America were much more affordable. Enough with the sarcasm. Qin Ziyuan was well aware of Mo Yuan's disdain for him, and continued, what Fong Han said before he left is something we both ought to remember. Regardless, I shall leave this damned apartment before that time arrives. Are you so confident that you can leave before then? Following the commencement of the fifth blood letter directive, the intervals between the blood tasks would continuously elongate. Qin Ziyuan exhibited an air of profound confidence, bordering on arrogance. I possess this certainty. Even if I am unable to issue my 10th blood letter in time, I shall endeavor with all my might to prevent that moment from arriving. One can only hope. Although Mo Yuan harbored no fondness for Qin Ziyuan, he could not deny that this individual indeed had the capital for arrogance. After Fong Han departed the apartment, allying with him became the most prudent choice for Mo Yuan. The moment they referred to, within the entire apartment, was known solely to him, Qin Ziyuan, and Ye Han, who had also survived 4 blood letters. Should the secret of that moment be divulged to the rest of the apartment's residents, chaos and despair would ensue, a scenario they were keen to avoid. The trio had agreed that only those who had endured at least 4 blood letters could be privy to this secret. At that juncture, Qin Ziyuan lifted the coffee cup from the table and took another sip, draining it to the bottom. This coffee was sourced from Colombian beans, personally procured by him from overseas. Since entering the apartment, he had been exceedingly particular, if not extravagant, about every aspect of his life. The attire he currently wore was entirely composed of international luxury brands. He glanced at his wristwatch, a Vacheron Constantin, and remarked, look at the time. It is already 4 o'clock. Indeed, it was 4 in the morning. Only 1 hour remained until Zhao Long and the others concluded their blood task. Uncertain of how the situation surrounding the blood task unfolded, he declared, well, we've conversed enough for now. I shall take a brief rest. Slowly rising from the sofa, Qin Ziyuan added, you should also consider resting, Mo Yuan. Do you think they might still contact you? At that moment, Mo Yuan connected his phone to the charger, ensuring its battery remained fully charged. It was evident that he had been awaiting a call from Zhao Long and his companions. I shall not sleep until the blood task commences, he said, cradling his stubbled chin in his hands. Nonetheless, thank you for bringing the coffee beans. They're indeed quite invigorating. Qin Ziyuan glanced at Mo Yuan, setting down his coffee cup as he spoke. If I survive the 5th blood letter, I will procure a selection of fine French wines, air-freighted for our enjoyment. If we are both still alive by then. Mo Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. If survival is granted, it would indeed be worthy of a toast. Once Qin Ziyuan departed, Mo Yuan found himself alone in the room, his gaze fixated on his phone, yearning for the moment it would ring. During his time in the apartment, he had yet to attain the same clarity regarding the lives and deaths of others that Qin Ziyuan seemed to possess. Mo Yuan remained resolute in his desire never to become desensitized to death, reducing it merely to a string of numbers. Now, how many souls still lingered? It was past 4 in the morning. Dong Xie and Dong Ning were seated at the corner of the staircase leading from the 3rd to the 2nd floor. This location was chosen by Dong Xie, ensuring that, regardless of where the malevolent spirits might emerge, they could swiftly select a direction to flee. Dong Ning could not help but glance at her brother, and at that moment, She realized that their father's assertion that her brother was less intelligent than her was indeed misguided. Throughout their childhood, their father had consistently criticized her brother more than he praised him, which had resulted in her brother developing an increasingly timid disposition. Brother, thank you. If it hadn't been for you propping the door with the cabinet back then, we wouldn't have gained the precious time. Upon hearing Ning's words, Dong Xie could only manage a wry smile, remarking, I still cannot comprehend why that hand retreated at that moment. It simply defies logic. Furthermore, after such an extended period, we have remarkably not faced any attacks. Even considering the safe interval following Zhao Long's demise, it seems excessively prolonged. With only 1 hour remaining until the conclusion of the blood task, the apartment would gradually lift its restrictions on the malevolent spirits. Chapter 37. Dong Ning's wish there remains but an hour. Yet, neither Dong Xie nor Dong Ning harbors any illusion of passing this final hour in tranquility. The malevolent spirit is undoubtedly not inclined to spare us. At this juncture, Dong Xie has grown weary of euphemisms. I have always believed that we may have triggered a path to survival. Indeed, I share that sentiment. There exists no alternative explanation. Dong Ning nods in agreement, however. The fact that the spirit's hand could penetrate the room suggests that the issue does not lie with the room itself. At that moment, I felt as though that hand recoiled almost instantaneously, as if it had been electrocuted. Dong Ning recalls that the hand, having reached in, took at least 2 to 3 seconds to withdraw. If the room were to repel the malevolent spirit, it should have withdrawn the instant it stretched forth. Regardless, returning to the 4th floor is presently out of the question. That floor holds the only room accessible to them. After the spirit's hand retreated, they remained in the room for a considerable time before daring to venture out, only to discover that the door leading outside had inexplicably reopened. Thus, they conducted another search on the 4th floor, yet found no clues. Now, Feng Yu, Guqi, and Zhao Long are all deceased. The bloody task dwindles to its final hour. Yet, the nature of this path to survival remains shrouded in mystery. Dong Xie assembles all the clues he has gathered in his mind. The elderly figure cradling a black cat in the photograph, the pallid spirit, the foul stench emanating from the room on the 4th floor, the fissures on the bookshelf, and that hand which had reached and only to retract immediately. In Building 3, they have traversed every accessible location. All possible clues have been exhausted. Yet, the essence of the path to survival eludes them. What actions taken within that room may have triggered this path? Dong Xie recalls his desire to convey what he believed could be his last words to Ning. What was it he intended to express? Could there be a pivotal clue embedded within those words? Dong Xie recollects the first time he viewed Ring in high school. The path to survival in the cursed videotape featuring Sadako Yamamura was inadvertently activated by the protagonist's act of duplicating the tape. The protagonist herself was oblivious, mistakenly believing that retrieving Sadako's remains for a proper burial constituted the path to survival. In retrospect, this may well have ignited Dong Xie's interest in crafting horror tales. This situation appears strikingly reminiscent of his own current plight. Dong Xie surmises that it is highly plausible that an unintentional act of his has forged the path to survival. Nevertheless, an unsettling uncertainty lingers within him. He cannot discern what elements constitute this path, nor whether it can endure until the conclusion of the blood-inked task, allowing him to escape with Ning. In the absence of certainty, optimism eludes him. The paths to survival within the apartment's blood-inked scenario are often peculiar, sometimes presenting 2 or 3 alternatives. Thus, Dong Xie hopes to devise a means of uncovering additional paths in these final moments. Brother. Yes? Do you know what my first thought was when I felt like I was on the brink of death? It was, what? Dong Xie couldn't help but glance at Ning, revealing a look of curiosity. I was contemplating. If I were to leave this world at such a tender age, I would deeply regret not pursuing my passion for the arts during the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Dong Xie fell silent for a moment. During our student years, I recall that Ning, in her 5th grade final exam essay, expressed her aspiration to become a film actress, a desire unique to her. At that time, Ning was inspired by the rise of mainland cinema. And when she watched Zhang Yimou's films, Hero and House of Flying Daggers, she idolized Zhang Zi immensely. Back then, the internet was not as developed, and Hero faced harsh criticism, with many claiming that an art film director like Zhang Yimou had stooped to making commercial films. Following her role in Memoirs of a Geisha, Zhang Zi's media portrayal plummeted, as she was unjustly criticized for representing a Japanese geisha. Nevertheless, Ning continued to admire Zhang Zi, particularly her acting prowess, which fueled her aspiration to become an actress and perform in films. However, due to opposition from our grandparents, aunt, and brother, I ultimately relinquished that dream. Ning spoke with a hint of bittersweetness. Yet, throughout these years, I have truly yearned to act. Thus, I turned to Douyu for live streaming, hoping that one day I might sign a contract to become a renowned female broadcaster, eventually entering the entertainment industry. After a wry smile, Ning remarked. What am I saying? We aren't going to die, right, brother? Dong Xie reminisced about the time when their grandparents were outraged upon learning of Ning's desire to apply to an art school. After discovering Ning's true identity, if it hadn't been for Dong Xie's repeated pleas and his promise that they would work hard to earn their tuition after she was accepted into university, their grandparents would have never agreed to support her education. Naturally, he believed that Ning would secure a scholarship. Thus, their grandparents and aunt reluctantly consented to care for Ning until she entered college. Most importantly, they wished to keep such a scandal under wraps. At the time, grandfather had proclaimed, "This wretched child, whose father remains unknown, we are already performing an act of charity by raising her. She consumes our food and drinks our water. And now she wants to become a star? Not a chance. If she gains fame, the media will unearth the skeletons in our closet. And what will happen when the disgrace of our family is exposed? I see her as nothing but a seductress like her mother, intent on entering that glitzy world of entertainment." Although Dong Xie was aware of Ning's fervent desire to become an actress, he never anticipated the depth of her passion. A few years ago, she even auditioned for a talent show. Despite her impeccable looks, her off-key singing led to her elimination in the first round. Dong Xie had teased her about it, joking that when his novel was adapted into a major film, he would recommend her for the leading role. Reflecting now, he felt a pang of regret. Dong Ning gazed at her brother and confided her heartfelt desire. "I have made my decision. My aspiration is to become a prominent movie star after completing the 10 bloodletter instructions." "A movie star? I anticipated you would wish for something akin to eternal youth," her brother replied. "Well, that wish is quite appealing too. How about you help me make that wish instead?" Dong Xie felt a surge of relief. The ever-resilient Ning, who could find joy amidst hardship, had returned. He lifted his gaze, resolutely embracing his own convictions, only to behold an eerily pale man suddenly materializing before him on the stairs, 5 or 6 steps below, fixating on him with an intense stare. Chapter 38 The Final Escape Part 1 Dong Xie swiftly grasped Dong Ning's hand. And before his sister could fully comprehend the terror surrounding them, he charged up the staircase ahead. His movements seemed instinctual, as Dong Ning barely caught a glimpse of the malevolent spirit's visage before being pulled into a frantic dash by her brother. Despite his lifelong struggle with athletics, Dong Xie propelled himself forward with fervor, ascending the stairs at an astonishing speed until he reached the 5th floor. Upon arrival, his immediate instinct was to rush towards the elevator. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" "Ning, keep an eye on the stairwell. If that thing appears, let me know." Dong Ning was bewildered by her brother's intentions. Did he mean to return to the 4th floor? But if the malevolent spirit was waiting at the elevator door, their fate would be sealed. Before long, the elevator door slid open, and Dong Xie hurried inside, pressing the button to keep the elevator from closing. Simultaneously, he positioned half of his body outside the elevator, vigilantly watching the stairwell. Just then, distinct footsteps echoed ominously. "Brother, we should leave quickly." Dong Ning was paralyzed with fear. Whenever she faced panic, her mind would go blank, and she would instinctively push her bangs aside to think. In contrast, Dong Xie, who had fought with others and faced countless crises due to poor academic performance, might lack quick reflexes but possessed a remarkable ability to adapt under pressure. This trait allowed his mind to flourish in the face of extreme danger. Intelligence is not merely a distinction between cleverness and foolishness, but rather the speed at which one can devise solutions to problems. At that moment, both Dong Xie and Dong Ning witnessed the stairwell door being slowly pushed open by a hand. "Come." Dong Xie urgently pulled Dong Ning into the elevator and swiftly shut the doors. He rapidly pressed the buttons for floors 1 through 4. Dong Ning immediately grasped his intent. "You aim to keep it from knowing which floor we are headed to." The apartment S restrictions on the malevolent spirit still held, perhaps preventing it from sensing their whereabouts. This could grant them precious time. Though the 3rd building was small, it did not mean they could not engage in guerrilla tactics against the spirit. Soon, the elevator reached the 1st floor. Dong Xie seized Dong Ning's hand, propelling her into the corridor where they concealed themselves around the corner. Yet, Dong Ning remained extremely anxious. The apartment's restrictions would weaken over time, and no one could predict how the situation would unfold. Dong Xie tightened his grip on Dong Ning's hand and whispered, "We cannot hide inside a room. If the door locks again, it would be the end." Now, Dong Xie had to uncover the last thread of survival before the malevolent spirit apprehended them. If the spirit descended to the 1st floor, they would have to flee towards the stairwell. However, the time they could delay was perilously short. One last hour. In the worst-case scenario, I might have to return to that room on the 4th floor. Dong Xie wished to avoid such a course of action. Yet did he have any other options? Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had elapsed. Yet, there was not a single sound. The search for the malevolent spirit evidently should not take such a prolonged duration. Dong Xie gradually comes to understand that this is not due to the constraints of the apartment, but rather because the spirit is subjecting them to the despair and anguish preceding death. The records inscribed in blood reveal that at times, the malevolent spirit harbors immense resentment, and thus it seldom grants the inhabitants a swift end. Within the 2 weeks since Dong Xie entered the apartment, he has contemplated many questions. For instance, what is the nature of the relationship between the malevolent spirit and the apartment? Is it a summoning entity? Or does it resemble a servitor race akin to the great old ones from the Cthulhu mythos? Does the spirit itself acknowledge the existence of the apartment? And is it aware that, as time elapses, its limitations may weaken? Dong Xie glanced at Dong Ning and quietly said, Ning, we must devise a way to seek a path to survival. If it comes to dire straits, we may have no choice but to return to the 4th floor. However, if we return to that room, it may be a pathway to life, yet more likely a road to death. Until now, Dong Xie remained perplexed as to why the spirit's hand retreated shortly after it reached out, only to strike against them 2 hours later. Dong Ning nodded in agreement. She too understood that without taking risks, hope for survival would remain elusive. Here, they were far too distant from any semblance of safety, and their choices were exceedingly limited. Dong Xie grasped Dong Ning's hand tightly and declared, let us proceed. Ning. They emerged from the corridor and cautiously advanced towards the elevator before them. Dong Xie approached the elevator, pressed the button, and awaited its arrival. Simultaneously, he pulled Ning away from the elevator entrance, fearing that the moment the doors opened, the malevolent spirit would materialize before them. The elevator door slid open. Inside, there was no one. Dong Xie and Dong Ning stepped into the elevator and subsequently pressed the button. As the doors closed, he resolutely selected the 4th floor button. Dong Xie recognized that hesitation was no longer an option. The path to survival could only be found on the 4th floor. There were no other alternatives. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Dong Xie and Dong Ning huddled in the corner of the elevator. They dreaded the moment the doors would open, fearing the spirit might be lying in wait outside. They were acutely aware that this was not akin to the 1st floor. Should the spirit truly be stationed outside, the consequences would be dire. They would be akin to fish in a barrel, merely awaiting their demise. This was precisely why the 4th floor was locked, allowing access solely via the elevator. Furthermore, the entire 3rd building was plunged into darkness, leaving only the elevator operational. The elevator doors opened. The malevolent spirit was not lurking outside. Dong Xie let out a great sigh of relief. Thankfully, as he peered cautiously from the opening of the elevator, he surveyed the vicinity to ensure that the spirit was not lying in ambush before feeling reassured. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He quickly withdrew his head and turned to face the elevator entrance. Ning, he pointed towards the elevator entrance and said, if that spirit is blocking the elevator door, we are doomed. To be honest, I always believed that locking the staircase door leading to the 4th floor was a measure to ensure we could only access the elevator, facilitating an ambush from outside. But perhaps it is not so. Maybe it is a restriction imposed by the apartment upon the malevolent spirit? Perhaps. Dong Xie envisioned the scene of that malevolent spirit lying in ambush at the entrance. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the path to survival was? Thus, he immediately took on Ning's hand and stepped outside. At that moment, Dong Xie noticed that the potted plant he had previously positioned to block the elevator was still resting beside it. This was the very plant he had moved when he departed from the 4th floor, and its position remained unchanged. Consequently, Dong Xie decided to place the potted plant back at the elevator entrance. 2 hours later, he and Ning returned to this floor once more. Chapter 39. The Final Path, Part 2. Let us go, Ning. Suddenly, Dong Xie sensed something amiss. He turned around and saw Dong Ning bowing her head, her back and legs bending at almost a 90-degree angle. She began to walk forward in a peculiar, staggering manner, resembling the entranced posture of Feng Yu. Ning. To his horror, Dong Ning forcibly withdrew her hand from Dong Xie's grasp. This scene struck terror into Dong Xie's heart. He immediately reached out to grasp her again, desperate to pull her back. But then, something incredible transpired. He found himself unable to budge Ning. Ning, please, wake up. Dong Xie clung tightly to his sister's hand. Yet she continued her relentless advance. He felt as though he were being dragged along. How could Ning possess such strength? It was evident that this was the result of a sinister curse. Ultimately, Dong Xie managed to position himself ahead of her, extending his hands to push against Ning's shoulders. Yet, despite exerting all his might, he could only manage to make her take a slight step back, while she persistently moved forward. In contrast, Dong Xie found himself physically retreating. Ning, please, snap out of it. Remember your dream of becoming a movie star? We will strive for that together. Ning. Just then, he suddenly heard an eerie meow. Dong Xie turned to see the black cat materializing once more from the shadows. What to do? At that moment, Dong Xie threw his entire weight against Dong Ning, employing every ounce of strength he had honed in the gym, desperately attempting to retreat. Finally, Ning's body began to yield slightly backward. Dong Xie glanced back occasionally, spotting the black cat still watching him intently. The elevator door loomed ever closer. But at that instant, he felt Ning's strength surging even greater than before. His body was once again propelled backward. Dong Xie realized that if this continued, Ning would surely follow the same fate as Feng Yu and Gu Qi. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. In that moment, his heart sank. He could never abandon Ning to flee, yet in this dire situation, they both faced certain doom. At this point, Dong Xie did not even dare to look back. He feared that a mere glance would compel him to forsake Ning and dash toward the elevator. Before him stood the elevator, blocked by a potted plant, unable to close, and no matter how fiercely he pushed, it was futile to redirect Ning toward it. The footsteps of the malevolent spirit echoed deliberately slowly, taking a step every couple of seconds. Was this a limitation of the apartment, or a malicious intent? Dong Xie had no other choice. He swiftly unzipped the jacket that Dong Ning wore, retrieving a photo frame she had concealed within. Raising the frame high, he brought it down forcefully upon Ning's head. The glass shattered instantly, and Dong Ning's body trembled before collapsing against Dong Xie. Immediately thereafter, Dong Xie scooped up Dong Ning and dashed towards the elevator entrance. At that moment, the footsteps behind him quickened. Upon entering the elevator, he swiftly kicked aside a potted plant and pressed the button to close the doors. The elevator then sealed shut. However, Dong Xie did not select the button for the lower floors. Instead, he examined Ning's injuries and noticed blood trickling from her forehead. Without any knowledge of first aid, he tore at his shirt and clumsily wrapped it around her wound. It's all right, Ning. Once we return to the apartment, all injuries sustained during the blood task will heal automatically. With that, Dong Xie held the unconscious Dong Ning in his arms. Recalling that he had once knocked her out during a fight, a skill honed from his experiences of being overwhelmed by a group. This time, however, he had struck his beloved sister, a choice he had not wished to make, but felt he had no alternative at that moment. Looking back, if they had chosen to rush out and incapacitate Feng Yu, perhaps he could have saved her. But such thoughts were now irrelevant. He held Ning tightly. Curled up in the elevator. The elevator, perhaps it was their only escape. Earlier, as the elevator doors opened, he had imagined the malevolent spirit lurking outside. Suddenly reminded of the graffiti that appeared on the 5th floor. One particular piece depicted a shadowy figure between two doors. Dong Xie speculated that perhaps a child had accidentally pressed the button for the 4th floor while riding the elevator, and upon the doors opening, the child encountered the malevolent spirit. Those two doors represented the opened elevator doors. The spirit had seen the child but chose not to harm him, allowing him to create that graffiti. Why was that? In another drawing, the spirit remained below the stairs, refraining from murder. This could be interpreted as a consequence of not descending to the 4th floor, but why did it not attack when the elevator reached that level? Or could it be that the spirit was unable to enter the elevator? At that moment, Dong Xie recalled the deceased landlady, who had taken the stairs instead of the elevator to lead them up. Initially, he found this peculiar. It was quite unnatural for an elderly woman of her age to avoid the elevator. However, upon realizing that the landlady was also a malevolent spirit, he had dismissed this oddity, theorizing that she had used the stairs to instill a sense of dread in them by exposing them to the dark corridor behind the iron door on the 4th floor. But what if it were otherwise? What if the spirit could not enter the 4th floor at all? Perhaps it could only manipulate them into using the elevator? The purpose of locking the 4th floor's main door could be to compel residents to use the elevator, thus revealing the phenomenon that the malevolent spirit could not enter it. Over time, the prohibition against using the elevator during the blood task had become a hard and fast rule among the residents. Yet, what if the blood task utilized this mindset to construct a path to survival? Of course, even if such a hypothesis were proposed, without absolute certainty, no one would dare to remain concealed within the elevator indefinitely. After all, the elevator resembled a moving coffin. Should a malevolent spirit become trapped outside, it could easily bring about their demise. Yet now, Dong Xie resolved to take a gamble, not solely for himself, but for Ning as well. Thus, time relentlessly flowed onward. Dong Xie fixated on the watch upon his wrist. Half an hour remained until the mission's conclusion. 20 minutes. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Not once had a malevolent spirit invaded the elevator. That elevator door appeared to form an insurmountable barrier. At last, the time for the blood letter mission had arrived. Dong Xie promptly pressed the buttons for the first 4 floors. The elevator descended, halting at each level to disrupt the malevolent spirits. Ultimately, they reached the ground floor. The moment the elevator doors swung open, Dong Xie bolted out, cradling Ning in his arms, racing straight towards the entrance of Building 3. As they burst forth from Building 3, Even the foul stench emanating from the nearby trash bin failed to elicit any displeasure. Instead, he felt the air was suffused with the sweet essence of freedom. Ning, I will take you home. Chapter 40. Return at last. I comprehend the reason behind the abundance of potted plants in the corridor. Previously, their presence eluded my notice due to the pervasive darkness. However, upon the elevator doors parting moments ago, I took a closer look and discovered a considerable number. Were they perhaps intended to disorient individuals? If only they could help save a few more souls, it might enable a successful return of the afflicted residents. After placing his unconscious sister in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt to prevent her from awakening and slipping back into a state of possession, Dong Xie took the precaution of locking the car doors. He then started the engine. As he drove, Dong Xie occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, wary of any malevolent spirits that might surge forth from the community. At this juncture, he found himself unable to access the elevator. Should a vengeful spirit catch up to him, he would be defenseless. Nevertheless, he surmised that the malevolence could not venture beyond Building 3. Unless they could teleport back outside the apartment in a moment of bloodshed, the path back would be fraught with the danger of pursuing spirits. Let us hope they do not catch up while driving. Dong Xie kept his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he heard the familiar tune of his phone powering on from within his pocket. The phone was operational. What splendid news! He swiftly retrieved it. A look of relief washing over his face. This likely indicated that he had escaped peril. He promptly donned his Bluetooth headset and dialed Mo Yuan, who remained at the apartment. After all, he was uncertain whether he had truly evaded danger. It was prudent to consult someone with greater experience. At that moment, Mo Yuan was still waiting within the apartment. The clock had struck past 5 in the morning. The time allotted for the blood task had elapsed, signifying that the residents could now return. However, would anyone actually come back? Earlier, he had attempted to contact Zhao Long, but the phone had still indicated it was off. Yet at that very instant, an incoming call interrupted his thoughts. The caller ID revealed it was Dong Xie, the elder brother of the siblings. It was indeed him. Mo Yuan felt a surge of surprise upon seeing the name. He had harbored little hope for Dong Xie's survival. Most likely, this number would be deleted after today. Yet here was the call he had not anticipated. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Mo, this is Dong Xie. I know it's you. What about Zhao Long and the others? At present, only my sister and I remain alive. We are en route back to K-City. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan let out a heavy sigh. Unlike Qin Ziyuan, who had long since come to terms with the mortality of the residents, Mo Yuan found it difficult to shake off the sorrow accompanying each loss, even when mentally prepared. Nevertheless, it was a relief that at least someone had survived, providing yet another case for the records of survival against the blood task. Please, briefly recount the events that transpired during the blood task, he urged, hastily pressing the recording button on his phone. After all, Dong Xie had not yet returned to the apartment. There was always the possibility of malevolent spirits ambushing him on the way back, a fate that had befallen many before. All right, I shall provide a brief account. But I am still driving. Very well, speak quickly. You must remain cautious. Until you return to the apartment, you cannot consider yourself safe. Dong Xie nodded as the vehicle began to navigate a secluded path, devoid of any other cars. He pressed the accelerator, striving to increase the speed while occasionally glancing at Ning beside him, fearing that she might vanish in the blink of an eye. Following the tragic accident that claimed his parents, Dong Xie had adhered strictly to traffic regulations, driving with utmost caution and controlling his speed. However, in this moment, he was willing to take risks, nearly flooring the accelerator. As long as they could return to the apartment, their first blood task together would be deemed a success. Narrating his thoughts while driving at high speed was undeniably perilous. Nevertheless, Dong Xie needed Mo Yuan's assistance to analyze the current situation, assessing whether the malevolent spirits might reappear or if there were any hidden paths to safety. It was quite clever of you to consider the elevator as a potential escape route. Mo Yuan held a rather indifferent opinion of Dong Xie. Initially doubtful of his survival skills, yet he was surprised to discover that Dong Xie could conceive a path of salvation amidst the blood task. Dong Xie chuckled softly, acknowledging that he and Ning possessed a unique trait, an extraordinary imagination that often led them to unravel problems through unconventional perspectives. This creativity had enabled him to craft numerous popular horror novels. For instance, when he conceived his first horror story in college, he mistakenly took the stairs to the wrong floor, inspiring the idea of entering another dimension through a staircase. On another occasion, overwhelmed by fatigue and dizziness, he envisioned a tale where a malevolent spirit continuously approached him within a haunting illusion. This very imaginative spark had led him to make the association with the elevator. It is noteworthy that his first novel recounted the tale of a brother and sister who encountered various malevolent curses, with each sibling possessing the ability to foresee the cursed victim and their date of demise. It's merely luck, he thought. However, in response to Dong Xie's modesty, Mo Yuan remarked, I have never believed in such notions of luck. Without capability, mere fortune will not suffice for survival within the blood task. This is not a workplace. There is no need for humility. Dong Xie, the dark horse who had emerged unexpectedly, began to earn Mo Yuan's respect, particularly since he conveniently resided next door. This individual was worth nurturing. Based on my experience, you are likely safe in this blood task, but do not let your guard down. Once you enter the city of K, contact me again. For now, I shall refrain from interrupting your driving. After merging onto the highway, Dong Xie activated the GD map navigation, and the sweet voice of Sister Ling filled the air, allowing him to truly sense the essence of life. At that moment, Ning beside him slowly began to open her eyes. This sudden occurrence startled Dong Xie, as he was uncertain whether she was once again under the influence of malevolent forces. He anxiously called out, Ning, please respond. Do you recognize me, brother? Where are we? This can't be heaven, can it? Ning, thank goodness, you are awake. Dong Xie sighed with relief, grateful that she could recognize him. Dong Xie had initially feared she might utter some cliché line like, who are you? Straight out of a cheesy soap opera, which would have been utterly cringeworthy. Are we in a car? Brother, have we gotten out? Proceed straight for 200 meters, then turn. The familiar voice of the navigation system finally jolted Ning fully awake. Are we heading back to the apartment? What time is it now? It's already past 5 a.m. Don't worry, Ning, we should be able to return now. Yet, some mysteries remained unsolved. The foul stench in the study, the cracks on the bookshelf. Why had the malevolent spirit's hand suddenly retracted from the door crack? Had he inadvertently triggered a second escape route hidden within the blood-written message? Chapter 41. Survival at 6 in the morning. Dong Xie, after scanning the QR code on his phone, passed through the last toll booth before entering K-City. The thought of returning to K-City brought him a sense of reassurance, for this city was his homeland, and once inside, he would be closer to his apartment. He took a deep breath and pressed the accelerator once more. Brother, there's no need to be overly anxious. I am constantly monitoring the rearview mirror, Dong Ning assured him. Should anything arise, I will alert you immediately. Hearing her words, Dong Xie felt a wave of relief wash over him. At this moment, the eastern horizon began to blush with the dawn. As the sun gradually ascended, its warm rays enveloped Dong Xie, dispelling much of the dread that had haunted him from previous terrifying experiences. I believe we will surely return, Ning. We will. As the vehicle entered K-City, the bustling activity around them increased with the rising sun, as pedestrians and cars began to populate the roads. This surge in life emboldened the brother and sister duo. It seemed unlikely that any malevolent spirit would dare to strike now. Observing the swarming vehicles, Dong Ning remarked, if they truly wished to harm us, they could have done so outside K-City. Dong Xie nodded in agreement, yet he remained cautious. He dared not let his guard down until they were safely inside the apartment. However, with the influx of traffic, he hesitated to accelerate. Having experienced a car accident in the past, he was acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences of traffic mishaps. Since obtaining his driver's license, he had never violated a traffic rule nor incurred any penalties. At a crossroads, Dong Xie halted his vehicle at a red light. Fortunately, the wait was brief, as it would turn green in just 15 seconds. Glancing at his phone's navigation, he noted that they were approximately 12 kilometers away from the apartment via the quickest route. 12 kilometers, he murmured to himself. This distance was neither too close nor too far, and any unforeseen event could occur along the way. He fervently hoped that nothing would disrupt their journey. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Assuming it was Mo Yuan, he was taken aback to discover it was his uncle. This uncle was the brother of Dong Xie's late mother and had no blood relation to Dong Ning. Initially inclined to decline the call, he reconsidered, realizing that his uncle might have urgent news, and so he answered. Hello, Xie? His uncle's voice resonated through the phone. Where are you right now? I called your home, but you did not answer. Dong Xie paused, taken aback. He had moved to the apartment without informing any relatives, as he could not disclose his new address. His uncle had called the number of his former residence, yet he no longer resided there. I'm currently outside. Uncle, what is the matter? Grandma's condition has worsened recently. The doctor said she may only have a few days left. Dong Xie was stunned, so much so that he failed to react as the traffic light shifted to green, and the cars behind him began to honk. All right, I understand. Uncle, I have something urgent to attend to. I will return your call later. After he hung up the phone, he pressed down on the accelerator. Only his aunt, grandparents, and Ning's maternal aunt were privy to Ning's background. Conversely, the family of Dong Xiexing's mother remained entirely unaware of this matter. After all, it was a profoundly embarrassing situation, and given his grandfather's rigid nature, he had firmly insisted that it must never be disclosed. When Dong Xiesheng's mother passed away, he was still quite young. All he knew about her was gleaned from his grandmother and uncle. His mother was the youngest child of his grandmother, which led to a special fondness for Dong Xie. In recent years, his grandmother had begun to succumb to dementia, her health deteriorating steadily, resulting in prolonged hospitalization. Last year, there was a particularly troubling period. Although she was revived, her condition continued to worsen day by day. Thus, Dong Xie had long since braced himself for the possibility of his grandmother's passing. His voice heavy with sorrow, Dong Xie pressed the accelerator once more and said to Dong Ning, "No matter what, I must see my grandmother one last time." Upon hearing this, Dong Ning's expression, due to her unique circumstances, she had seldom interacted with her brother's biological grandmother, yet she was aware of the profound bond they shared. Her own paternal grandparents had passed away before her birth, while her relationship with her paternal grandparents had grown increasingly distant following the car accident years ago. Unbeknownst to her, the true reason behind their aloofness was her own misattributed lineage. She had always believed it was due to her choice of route during a family road trip that had caused discontent, when in fact, Dong Xie had wished to visit a different destination altogether. As they sped along, Dong Xie's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he was anxious about the malevolent spirit pursuing them, while on the other, he was deeply concerned for his grandmother's health. Time flew swiftly. They were almost there. Crossing a street ahead, the neighborhood where the apartment was located came into view. Dong Xie immediately pressed the accelerator, entering the community. After parking, he swiftly took Ning's hand, leaving the car unlocked as he dashed towards the apartment. At the very last moment before entering the building, he knew they could not afford to be careless. At that instant, numerous residents had gathered before the revolving door of the apartment. Some were even eating breakfast, while others had rushed down without even bothering to freshen up. After all, remaining inside the apartment was undeniably safe, and the opportunity to safely observe the unfolding drama was a temptation that drew everyone in. "They are here," the residents shouted in unison, and soon, the brother and sister duo appeared at the end of the alley, sprinting towards the building. Mo Yuan anxiously observed the scene and shouted, "Quick, run." Meanwhile, the surrounding residents whispered amongst themselves. The old tenants were all gone, yet somehow, 2 new residents had survived? Truly a surprising turn of events. I had thought they would meet the same fate. But let us not speak too soon. It's possible the malevolent spirit could appear the instant they enter the apartment. At this hour, the apartment's defenses against such spirits might be entirely diminished. Within the confines of the utterly secure apartment, the residents spoke without restraint, no longer shying away from naming the unspeakable, directly referring to the malevolent spirits. Dong Xie finally reached the entrance, grasping Dong Ning's hand as they pushed through the revolving door, and at last, they stepped into the apartment. They had made it. They had truly survived. The moment Dong Ning crossed the threshold, her head wound miraculously healed, and a refreshing vitality enveloped her. "Congratulations to both of you." At this moment, Dong Xie had yet to recover from the elation of surviving, when Mo Yuan approached, extending his hand and proclaiming, "Congratulations, Dong Xie, you have now completed your first blood task." Chapter 42. Mother. The shower head was turned on, warm water cascading down, washing away Dong Xie's fatigue. After more than 5 hours of intense tension and fear, during which he had narrowly escaped death multiple times, he now reflected on the miracle of being alive and able to bathe here. Once he stepped inside the apartment, the bloodshed was declared at an end. From this moment forth, that malevolent spirit would no longer pose any threat to them, unless the residents themselves recklessly returned to that place. After finishing his shower, he exited the bathroom and said to Dong Ning, "All right, you may go wash now. Ning, I need to make a call to uncle." Brother. "Don't worry too much, Grandma. Should be all right." As Dong Ning entered the bathroom, Dong Xie settled onto the sofa, grasping his charging phone, and dialed his uncle. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, uncle. How is it now?" 5 minutes later, Dong Xie ended the call, his expression grave. Currently, Grandma was suffering from a severe pneumonia infection. At her advanced age, her immune system had significantly weakened. The doctor had already issued a critical illness notice. It seemed he would need to pay a visit. His uncle implied that Ning could accompany him, but her presence was of little consequence. It was imperative that Dong Xie himself attend. At that moment, a wave of desolation washed over Dong Xie as he thought of his beloved grandmother nearing the end of her life. His heart ached. She had endured much hardship, having lost his grandfather at an early age, and had single-handedly raised 4 children, with Dong Xie's mother being her youngest daughter. Yet, this cherished daughter had tragically passed away at the tender age of 33. Thus, all her affection had been invested in Dong Xie. The cause of his mother's death was determined to be sudden cardiac arrest. However, she had no history of heart disease or hypertension, nor was there any record of sudden cardiac death in her family. Consequently, the conclusion reached was that it could be attributed to overwork. At that time, his father, a documentary filmmaker, was away on a shoot, leaving his mother alone at home to manage the household and care for Dong Xie, who was merely 3 years old. Eventually, he learned that his mother's body had been discovered on a stretch of road on the outskirts of K-City. Half of her form collapsed over him in the passenger seat. Evidence from the brake marks suggested she had executed a sharp turn before forcibly bringing the vehicle to a halt. Yet, the 3-year-old Dong Xie had no recollection of those events. At that time, his mother had taken him to the amusement park, and it was on the return journey that this tragic accident occurred. Although surveillance cameras were not as ubiquitous then, and their vehicle lacked a dash cam, the analysis of the brake marks indicated that she had not been speeding, nor were there any signs of collision. The suspicion of foul play was entirely dismissed. Both his grandmother and uncle had long harbored resentment towards his father. After all, had it not been for his father's documentary shoot in a distant locale, his mother would not have had to shoulder the burdens of home and child care alone, ultimately leading to her untimely demise from overexertion. Furthermore, just 1.5 years later, his father remarried, which only deepened his grandmother's discontent, especially since his stepmother and father were college classmates. This even led to suspicions that they might have had an inappropriate relationship prior to his mother's passing. As Dong Xie grew older, he too occasionally pondered this possibility, though he was reluctant to accept it. After all, his stepmother had cared for him like a biological mother throughout his life, prompting him to conduct a discreet investigation. Ultimately, he confirmed that his stepmother had been studying photography in Hong Kong during the time leading up to his mother's death. Back in their university days, both his father and stepmother were students in the directing department. During that era, when the Hong Kong entertainment industry was significantly more advanced than that of the mainland, a relative of his stepmother, who had fled to Hong Kong, enabled her to pursue her studies there. According to both his father and stepmother, she returned to the mainland to attend a college reunion a year after his mother's death, at which point she learned that his father had become a widower shortly after graduation. Thus, she expressed her feelings for him once more and rekindled her pursuit, leading to their eventual reunion. 6 months later, his father married the stepmother, and a few months thereafter, she gave birth to a Ning. Consequently, Dong Xie could almost ascertain that a Ning's biological father was likely a Hong Kong native, while his father had become a mere caretaker. A Ning's aunt had once traveled to Hong Kong in search of a Ning's biological father, but had come up empty-handed. The list of suspects was extensive, many of whom were now married with children, making further investigation exceedingly challenging. It was hardly feasible to bring back hair samples from all these individuals for paternity testing. Moreover, to be honest, even if they did find a Ning's biological father, what would it matter? It would hold no significance. Dong Xie approached the wardrobe and opened it. Inside, he found an array of clothing perfectly tailored to fit both him and a Ning. In this apartment, whether it was garments or food, merely touching the wardrobe, refrigerator, or cabinets would manifest any desired item at the mere thought. Each household possessed a safe, set with a personal code where one could specify the desired currency, amount, denomination, and precise quantity, all of which would be the latest issue from various countries. As long as the safe had the capacity, one could procure as much as they wished. Previously, Dong Xie had withdrawn several million in cash from the safe, depositing it into a bank card linked to his Alipay and another card connected to a Ning's WeChat account. Thus, he found himself in no financial distress. He planned to transfer some funds to his uncle via Alipay shortly, considering that his uncle's family was not well off. Over the years, it had been his uncle who bore the burden of their grandmother's medical expenses, and now, his aunt had also gone there. Dong Xie contemplated that it might be best not to have a Ning accompany him, for if his aunt saw her, she might utter unpleasant remarks. It would be better to wait until after his aunt had left before allowing a Ning to visit. Consequently, he sent a message to a Ning's phone, informing her that he was setting off first, and then he departed. Within the hospital, "You have arrived, Xie." As Dong Xie entered the ward, his grandmother was wearing a respirator. Beside her was an ECG monitor. Fortunately, the doctor reported that she had been stabilized. His uncle, gazing at his still unconscious grandmother, remarked, "Mother has been frequently mentioning your mother these past few days." Dong Xie couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. As the years have passed, grandmother remains steadfast in her remembrance of mother. Observing that grandmother has finally been rescued, Dong Xie feels a sense of relief. What of Aunt and Lily? Your aunt has gone back to fetch some clean clothes, while Lily had to return early as she has work this afternoon. At this moment, Aunt sits beside grandmother's bed, with Dong Xie's other uncle seated next to her. "Why has Tianing come?" inquired the other uncle, and immediately lifted her head, her face displaying a clear expression of displeasure. Chapter 43. The meeting. At that moment, it seemed that grandmother, adorned with a breathing apparatus, had awakened. Uncle immediately approached, leaning down and whispering, "Mother, are you awake? Is there something you wish to say? Grandmother appeared to want to express something, but her words were barely discernible. Although she had been revived, her body remained frail, and no one could predict when she might depart from this world. Uncle crouched down, straining to catch her voice. Yet from his position, it was utterly unclear what grandmother was trying to convey. After a long while, he straightened up and turned to his older brother, saying, "She is still calling out for Ian." Ian, of course, was Dong Xie's mother. The thought that grandmother, in her final moments, still held such concern for her long-deceased daughter, stirred a pang of sorrow in Dong Xie's heart. However, Uncle added, "But she also mentioned something peculiar. I am uncertain if I misheard. It sounded like..." "Turtle?" Dong Xie was taken aback, momentarily perplexed. What could the mention of a turtle signify? At that point, grandmother drifted back into a state of slumber. Dong Xie pondered, utterly bewildered as to what connection there could be between his mother and a turtle. As noon approached, Dong Xie felt hunger pangs, and at that moment, his cousin, Yuli, arrived. Uncle suggested that Yuli take Dong Xie out for lunch first, as they intended to dine later. As a bank employee, taking leave was a challenge for her. She often envied her cousin for being able to work as a freelance writer from home, earning over 10,000 a month. Throughout their journey, she inquired about Dong Xie's recent writing endeavors. Dong Xie could only manage a wry smile, as he had not published anything for 2 weeks. Now that he was financially stable, he thought it might be time to issue a statement of hiatus. At that moment, he opened WeChat and noticed a message from Ning, along with numerous requests from residents in their apartment's group chat seeking to add him as a friend. Countless individuals were eager to inquire about the details of his bloodletter task. "Cousin, do you believe that malevolent spirits exist in this world?" "I do." Her response took Dong Xie by surprise. He had anticipated her disbelief. She continued, "We live in an era of information explosion. Nothing is absolute anymore. I've been browsing Jihu lately. Perhaps I could recommend a few articles on this topic for you to peruse?" No need for that." "Xie." "Yes? Are you truly planning to spend your life with that sister of yours, with whom you share no blood relation?" Dong Xie was momentarily stunned, hastily asking, "How did you know?" "There is no secret that remains hidden. I just wonder, are you really prepared to live this way with Ning? Do you believe this secret can endure?" "Ning is my sister. That much is certain. Xie is your older cousin. I too have known love. We may only see each other once or twice a year, but I have observed the way you look at Ning. That is not the gaze of a brother towards his sister." Dong Xie was rendered speechless. He eventually shook his head. "Sister, please. Do not tell Ning. Do not speak of this to her. I do not wish for our lives to change. Perhaps they will soon depart from this world." Thus, Dong Xie did not wish to alter anything. Time seemed to fly by, and in the ensuing days, the apartment began to convene discussions regarding the recent blood inscriptions. "What?" Dong Xie exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Qin Ziyuan. "Is that so?" Qin Ziyuan replied, "You possess such wealth yet remain oblivious to its application? I spent a considerable sum to engage someone to reach out to the landlord's son, providing him with a substantial amount of money. Subsequently, he divulged the unvarnished truth. He revealed. What did he disclose? Indeed, someone had perished on the 4th floor. However, this fact had been concealed. The deceased was an elderly man whose spouse had long since passed. He met his demise on December 1st, 2009, in the early hours, accidentally crushed by a toppled bookshelf in his study. Due to his solitary residence in the winter season, the decomposition of his body was prolonged, only coming to light when the foul odor permeated the surroundings, prompting a call to the authorities. The old man's son was indifferent, merely gifting him a cat. Coincidentally, that year witnessed the H1N1 avian influenza pandemic, and prior to his passing, he was seen coughing severely, leading to the erroneous rumor that he succumbed to the flu. Hence, the 4th floor was sealed off. Dong Xie began to comprehend the source of the foul stench in the study and the cracks in the bookshelf. Recalling the thunderous noise he had heard from the 5th floor, he suddenly realized, could this be the very sound of the bookshelf collapsing a decade prior? The horror stories he had penned often employed such motifs. Years after a person's death, on the anniversary of their demise, echoes of the past reverberated. The tragedy of the empty nester. Mo Yuan expressed his sentiments with a tinge of melancholy. Is this why the old man transformed into a malevolent spirit? Yet Dong Xie remained perplexed, but that still does not elucidate why, at that moment, the malevolent spirit's hand abruptly retracted. It is utterly illogical. Perhaps you triggered some second life pathway? Mo Yuan suggested. In previous blood inscriptions, there was an individual named Bian Xingchen who fortuitously activated such a pathway. You might be in a similar predicament. Could it be due to Zhao Long's recent demise? Dong Ning interjected. Perhaps the malevolent spirit merely sought to frighten us. No. That cannot be. Mo Yuan shook his head. The spirit delayed its actions for 2 hours before claiming a life. It does not seem to relate to Zhao Long's death. In an instant, the meeting erupted into fervent discussions surrounding this issue. Naturally, with so many residents, It was impractical for everyone to attend. Each floor selected a few representatives to record the meeting's proceedings and relay the information back. Some individuals meticulously documented the discussions on laptops, then printed the records for distribution across the floors. These accounts would also be preserved for future residents, enhancing their chances of survival. Dong Xie sensed that he was increasingly being referred to as a dark horse or even a lucky charm, with people seeking to establish rapport, adding him on WeChat and inviting him to meals, each more eager than the last. After all, not every instance of blood inscription severed ties with the apartment as this one had. Many hoped to receive guidance when executing the blood directives. As the meeting progressed, they began to deliberate on the new blood inscription mission that Mo Yuan and others were about to undertake. This task called for the protection of several specific individuals. Mo Yuan has recorded the blood letter mission and created a PowerPoint presentation, which he plays in a dimly lit room. Particularly concerning are the 4 individuals designated for protection. Their appearances are known, yet their names remain a mystery. Dong Xie hastily inquired, if the 4 individuals perish, will the mission fail, thereby triggering the shadow curse? Mo Yuan analyzed. The blood letter mission, by its very name, signifies the imperative to safeguard these 4 from succumbing entirely to hell. From this perspective, it should be accurate. Meanwhile, in the hospital room where Dong Xie's grandmother resides, his uncle, who is keeping vigil, hears his mother begin to speak once more. Mom? He murmurs. Following this, he hears her utter, a yin, turtle, turtle. Why is it turtles again? His uncle wonders, entirely oblivious to the fact that the word for turtle is pronounced in the 3rd tone, not the 1st. Chapter 44. The Mystery of the Apartment, December 5th. Happy birthday. Aining. Dong Xie had reserved a restaurant and ordered a cake a month in advance, although he did not anticipate the significant upheaval that would ensue. He felt that celebrating Aining's birthday at this critical juncture held great significance. Surely not? Aining herself had forgotten her own birthday, and given the recent circumstances, she had been consumed with the struggle for survival, never imagining that her brother still remembered her special day. Originally, her brother had planned to take her out for a meal, and she thought little of it. But then, the cake was brought out by the staff. Candles already lit atop it. Make a wish. Dong Xie smiled and said, there is no need to voice it. The cake was Aining's favorite, tiramisu, from a young age. Dong Xie had always been puzzled as to why his sweet-toothed sister never seemed to gain weight, and he remembered her favorite dessert vividly. Aining gazed at the cake and the candles, her heart brimming with mixed emotions. This birthday was exceptionally special. Without her brother, she might have perished long ago in that building. Brother, let us celebrate our birthdays like this every year. I have no other wishes. Dong Xie nodded. The path ahead remained fraught with peril, yet he was not alone on this journey. Brother, after blowing out the candles, Aining's expression turned serious. I wish to discuss something regarding the apartment, but I prefer not to delve into it today. This is our most pressing concern at present. Dong Xie regarded Aining's solemn demeanor and nodded, saying, let us speak after we finish the cake, shall we? Isn't it your motto to savor sweets without mulling over worries? Aining's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, even if tomorrow were the apocalypse, I would indulge in a mountain of sweets. However, Aining, today is an exception. I have acquired a membership and a trainer at the city's most prestigious fitness club, and we will soon undergo comprehensive physical training and learn basic self-defense techniques. Maintaining our body fat percentage is imperative. In the future, during our blood missions, we may encounter a variety of situations. I understand. Speaking of combat training, perhaps you should consider practicing as well. One never knows when one might encounter scoundrels like Kichi. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than malevolent spirits. After finishing the cake, Aining retrieved her phone and showed Dong Xie her Taobao shopping cart. She intended to purchase some survival tools, including but not limited to a compass, walkie-talkies, windproof lighters, non-food batteries, glow sticks, a multi-tool, waterproof jackets, hiking boots, and sleeping bags. In the future, our blood missions may take us to various environments, and she must be adequately prepared. What do you think? Quite comprehensive, isn't it? Indeed. Now that we are not short on funds, we must ensure we are well equipped. Have you spotted anything that might be missing? If not, I shall place the order. Naturally, the delivery address cannot be the apartment. Let us have the courier leave it at the package storage locker of our original community. Some items seem too large to fit in the locker. It appears I must return to retrieve my package. Why are there cosmetics as well? Oh, I happened to catch Li Jiaqi and Wei Yi's live stream while browsing Taobao last night. Even in this situation, I cannot forego my cosmetics. After all, money is not an issue. Brother, indeed, that trench coat from this year's Double 11 is quite splendid. I had added it to my shopping cart. But you insisted that it was unnecessary, suggesting we could wait for Christmas discounts instead. Ning truly is consistent. Dong Xie feels a sense of comfort. her optimism and resilience being among her greatest virtues. As for the cosmetics, do as you wish. Subsequently, they began to discuss more pressing matters. Yesterday, I attempted to conduct a live stream within the apartment. Dong Ning's expression turned serious. As expected, the comments indicated that viewers could see absolutely nothing. The photos and videos I captured inside the apartment could not be uploaded either. They would be automatically deleted upon reaching the cloud. Later, I tried outdoor streaming, but I feared that someone might spot the apartment from the outside, which could lead to complications. It seems to align with what Mo Yuan mentioned. I examined the satellite view on Baidu Maps, overlooking the community where the apartment is located. The location of the apartment indicates that the alley leading into it is a dead end. The walls encircling the apartment are, in theory, a fully enclosed structure. I attempted to climb out from the inner side of the wall directly facing the apartment, but upon reaching the other side, the apartment was entirely out of sight. It felt akin to platform 9 3/4. How vexing. It would be preferable to enter a magical school like Hogwarts instead. What if I were to destroy the wall? I inquired with Mo Yuan. This apartment complex is peculiar. The surrounding old neighborhoods have consistently undergone demolition. Yet this community has never been included in such plans. Regarding the walls, Mo Yuan had previously attempted destruction from this side, but they swiftly and automatically restored themselves. Conversely, damaging the other side merely reveals the alleyway, which too would quickly revert to its original state. Speaking of which, the number of residents in this community is pitifully low. I researched the area, discovering that it was farmland in the 1990s, and this complex was later transformed from old housing. I wonder how people accessed the apartments back then. According to the blood records, the batch of residents from 8 years ago confirmed that the apartments existed as early as the 1960s. Interestingly, all current residents of the apartments originate from outside the community. The number of residents living within this complex is exceedingly few. They seem to avoid approaching that alley. Yesterday, I stopped someone within the community to inquire, and they appeared to be unaware of the situation. It seems the apartments have always only attracted residents from outside this area. The mysteries surrounding this apartment are numerous. The community itself lacks any property management. There isn't even a security guard at the entrance, and some of the normal apartments are even abandoned and uninhabited. Many residents have attempted to expose information about the apartment online, yet they have repeatedly failed, leaving only photographs of some malevolent spirits that linger nearby. Those discovered by Dong Xie on the TY forum. However, my concerns extend beyond this. Dong Ning continued, during yesterday's meeting, regarding the question you posed. When we mentioned the falling into hell task within the bloodletter assignment, I noticed an unnatural expression on Mo Yuan's face. At this, Dong Xie was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? He pondered. It undoubtedly is. Dong Xie had to concede that in terms of meticulousness and perceptiveness, he certainly could not compare to a Ning. Are you suggesting that Mo Yuan is concealing something from us? Chapter 45, Public Execution. At this moment, within the confines of the apartment lobby, a blood-soaked couple was forcefully pinned to the ground by 4 residents. A man sat languidly on a sofa in the lobby, surrounded by a throng of onlookers who had been summoned to witness the event. This man was none other than Qin Ziyuan, one of the notorious triumvirate of the apartment. He extracted a cigarette from his pack and ignited it with a Zippo lighter, inhaling deeply. The purpose of my gathering is rather straightforward. I wish for all residents to comprehend that this apartment operates under a set of rules, and these rules must be adhered to. To violate them is to invite punishment. Please spare me. It was my fault. I implore you to let me go, cried one of the individuals, while the other pleaded, Mr. Qin, it's not my doing. I had no choice. It was him who incited me. Their desperate cries echoed through the lobby, yet Qin Ziyuan remained unmoved. While Mo Yuan may have been dubbed the building's overseer by the residents, he possessed no genuine authority nor had he cultivated any loyal followers. In stark contrast, Qin Ziyuan commanded a devoted cadre who would follow him unquestioningly. I wish for you to understand one crucial point. It is not only malevolent spirits that pose a threat to your lives. You fear the spirits yet show no fear towards me, which is quite troubling. Please, I do not wish to die, one man implored, forcefully bowing his head against the ground. I swear, I will quit drugs. I promise. The gathered residents, already aware of the situation, cast disdainful glances at the couple. After all, few harbor any sympathy for addicts. The 3 most untrustworthy types of individuals in this world are politicians, gamblers, and addicts. Quitting drugs? I neither possess the inclination nor the energy to assist you in that endeavor. I have stated before that within the bounds of our rules, you are free to engage in any activity, even illegal ones, as long as they do not disturb other residents. However, drug use, especially when it involves enticing others into addiction, is utterly intolerable. Over the past few years, there have been precedents regarding such matters. Driven by an overwhelming fear of the bloodletters, you have resorted to self-destruction, spending the apartment's funds on narcotics. Did you really believe you were the first to be discovered this year? What do you mean, Mr. Chin? The bloodied man was suddenly struck with terror. Every year, some individuals choose to end their lives outside the apartment out of fear of the bloodletters, or due to some special circumstances that prevent them from returning within the 48-hour window. This year has seen several such instances. However, among them, some were addicts I had identified. It was I who ensured they could not return to the apartment in time. Once an addict succumbs to their cravings, they become exceedingly dangerous, and should drugs begin to circulate within the apartment, the consequences could be dire. Yet this phenomenon has persisted despite repeated prohibitions. It seems I have been overly merciful in quietly erasing the existence of these addicts. A chill swept through the residents as they realized the ruthless decisiveness of Qin Ziyuan. At that moment, Mo Yuan was conveniently absent, having followed Zhao Long's last wishes to bury some of his belongings. In this regard, Zhao Long had already composed relevant and trusted documents before his demise. With Mo Yuan absent, Qin Ziyuan found it convenient to act. Is there truly a drug addict in the apartment? This scoundrel dares to peddle narcotics within our residence? Have we previously collaborated with addicts to carry out blood directives? The thought of succumbing to addiction at that time is indeed terrifying. Rising to his feet, Qin Ziyuan inhaled deeply from his cigarette and proclaimed, I have gathered you all to convey an unequivocal message. Drugs are an absolute taboo. Whoever dares to introduce narcotics into this apartment, or even come into contact with any drugs, shall face a singular consequence, death. At this moment, a resident finally spoke up. But, must we kill him? Do you have a dissenting opinion? Are you, perchance, an addict yourself? One of the residents coldly admonished the man. If not, then remain silent. I merely believe we should consult Mo Yuan. You appear to be mistaken. Mr. Qin is not subordinate to Mo Yuan. There is no need for his approval in any matter. The atmosphere of this apartment must be rectified. Thus, severe measures are imperative. This resident, identified as Han Lei, serves as Qin Ziyuan's right-hand man. Very well, let us proceed. Qin Ziyuan gestured, and Han Lei promptly drew forth a Nepali kukri. He then positioned it against the throat of the drug-addicted resident. All the tenants bore witness to this scene, none daring to intervene. Han Lei and his associates were unwaveringly loyal to Qin Ziyuan. Any attempt to obstruct would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. Before long, two lifeless bodies collapsed upon the floor. Subsequently, a massive black void emerged in the flooring, swallowing the two corpses whole. Han Lei, the blood upon the floor will be your responsibility to cleanse. Yes, Mr. Qin. In an instant, two lives were extinguished, and Han Lei remained unfazed. This left the residents utterly astonished, though trembling in fear. They comprehended the nature of Qin Ziyuan's modus operandi. I hope you all remember that this apartment is governed by rules. Not only the rules inscribed in blood, but also those I have established. To transgress them is to meet such a fate. Qin Ziyuan's display of authority left an indelible impression on everyone. In truth, Qin Ziyuan did not aspire to exert total control over the apartment. He merely sought to form a small coalition. He had discerned that the mental states of the majority of residents were far from stable. For instance, they harbored jealousy towards those who achieved higher blood completions, acted impulsively under the pressure of mortality, and were likely to conspire against those who had completed blood tasks more frequently, coercing them to consider their such as the nature of humanity. Qin Ziyuan had previously witnessed the adage of a grain of kindness begets a grain of enmity. Mo Yuan had always ardently assisted each resident, yet in reality, only those he genuinely aided expressed gratitude. Should he ultimately fail to provide a path to survival and rely solely on those executing blood tasks for a way out, they might resent Mo Yuan, even harboring suspicions of his intentions, leading to malicious sentiments in abundance. It may sound utterly absurd, but it is indeed the case. The gratitude of individuals is often reserved solely for those who can provide them with tangible benefits, and it is invariably predicated on the condition that they themselves are not required to make any sacrifices. When Mo Yuan himself was tasked with executing the blood edict, many of the residents he had previously aided did not actively seek to assist him in finding a way out, conveniently justifying their inaction by claiming they were not as astute as he. Qin Ziyuan disdained Mo Yuan's excessively accommodating nature, recognizing it as a classic case of kindness being exploited. Had it not been for Mo Yuan's long-established foundation and the armed support he garnered, the residents would have likely banded together to revolt long ago. Even now, those residents who have completed the blood edict fewer times continue to secretly disparage both Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan, perpetually feeling that the aid they receive is insufficient. However, under Qin Ziyuan's intimidating presence, they are compelled to suppress their grievances. Assisting residents is commendable, but it must be reserved exclusively for those who are truly loyal and steadfast. Offering aid indiscriminately or withholding it makes no difference. Volume 2, The Shadow of Pursuit. Chapter 1, The ominous atmosphere of the apartment between the hours of midnight and 2 o'clock on January 7, 2020. In the vicinity of the Qinshan Ring Expressway in City K, the protection of 4 individuals is paramount. The printer will produce photographs of the 4. During this period, one must not stray beyond a 1-kilometer radius of the expressway. It is crucial that not all 4 individuals descend into the abyss. Time flows like an arrow. And today marks December 31st, 2019, the final day of the year. The commencement of the blood task looms ever closer for Mo Yuan. This marks his 5th blood task, a matter of significant concern for the residents of the apartment. The 5th blood task holds considerable value. For many residents, it represents a formidable hurdle. It is worth noting that within the entire apartment, there is not a single resident who has successfully navigated 5 blood tasks. Surviving the 5th task would undoubtedly elevate one's influence within the apartment to unprecedented heights. Previously, Qin Ziyuan's brazen act of murder sent shockwaves through the hearts of countless residents. No one anticipated that Qin Ziyuan would dare to act with such impunity, committing murder in broad daylight without the slightest attempt at concealment. Subsequently, Mo Yuan chose to remain taciturn regarding Qin Ziyuan's actions. After all, Qin Ziyuan is surrounded by a loyal cadre of formidable individuals, and as the saying goes, power stems from the barrel of a gun. What use is Mo Yuan's dissatisfaction if it cannot provoke any dissent against Qin Ziyuan? It is unlikely that anyone would risk offending Qin Ziyuan on Mo Yuan's behalf. Such a choice is rare, as people typically opt to offend the gentleman rather than the rogue. Thus, residents are watching with bated breath to see who will survive this blood task, Mo Yuan or Qin Ziyuan. Some have privately dubbed it the duel of the 2 Yuans. It appears that only one of them may return alive. The future atmosphere of the apartment hinges on the survival of these 2 representatives of moderation and radicalism. Overall, the majority hope for Qin Ziyuan's demise, as he is undeniably perilous. He dictates the rules. Today he kills under one rule, who can predict whether he may kill again under a different pretext. However, Mo Yuan's perspective diverges. It would be preferable for Qin Ziyuan to survive. Having another resident aligned with him would increase the hope for survival in the future. Moreover, should Qin Ziyuan perish, Han Lei, unrestrained by his oversight, could emerge as a formidable and uncontrollable force within the apartment, potentially resorting to violence to dominate the community. Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. During Fang Han's tenure in the apartment, there were instances when residents resorted to violence, coercing those not involved in the current blood task to accompany them to the execution site. Indeed, when Fang Han had just completed his 10th blood task, many residents harbored intense jealousy and even contemplated harming him. It was only through the support of Mo Yuan and other residents allied with Fang Han that he was successfully escorted from the apartment. In retrospect, it seems that following that incident, Qin Ziyuan began actively recruiting trustworthy residents and forming an armed faction, even acquiring weapons as formidable as the Nepalese kukri. Fortunately, Qin Ziyuan harbors no ill intentions towards Mo Yuan. Moreover, Mo Yuan is aware that although Qin Ziyuan may employ unscrupulous methods, he does possess a moral compass. As long as their interests do not diverge completely, Qin Ziyuan is unlikely to turn against him. At present, his actions remain within the limits that Mo Yuan can tolerate. Indeed, they have instilled a sense of fear among many unscrupulous residents. As the bloodstains become increasingly severe, numerous inhabitants find their mental states deteriorating. Meanwhile, in the adjacent unit, siblings Dong Xie and Dong Ning also perceive a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the apartment complex. Upon their initial arrival, it was evident that the residents were far from ordinary. Before Dong Xie completed his first blood rite, the other tenants regarded him as if he were a mere specter. Most either ignored him or responded with scornful mockery, while others exhibited extreme irritability and a marked propensity for violence. However, following Dong Xie's passage through the initial blood rite, many began to treat him and his sister with greater warmth. The mere completion of the first rite should not have been significant. Yet the demise of older residents like Zhao Long, coupled with their proximity to Mo Yuan, who seemed to hold them in esteem, led to a shift in perception. In this environment, the prevalent opportunism is glaringly evident. Recently, Qin Ziyuan audaciously executed a man and woman in public, which greatly intimidated the populace. He instituted rules forbidding infighting and brawling within the apartment, strictly prohibiting the forcible dragging of non-compliant residents to the site of the blood rite. Initially, Qin Ziyuan planned to encourage whistleblowing, particularly against drug addicts, for whom he would offer strategic counsel on executing blood rites. However, due to Mo Yuan's vehement opposition, this initiative was ultimately abandoned. Otherwise, the apartment would have descended into a climate of mutual betrayal. Nonetheless, many residents remain wary of one another, enveloped in unease. Whenever Dong Xie steps outside, greetings are exchanged with trepidation and few dare to engage in prolonged conversation. Given that Dong Xie resides directly across from Mo Yuan, and considering Mo Yuan's unreserved admiration for him, many have begun to mentally categorize Dong Xie within the moderate faction led by Mo Yuan. The outcome of the blood right remains uncertain. Should Mo Yuan perish, Qin Ziyuan would assume full control, potentially leading to dire repercussions. In truth, Qin Ziyuan harbors no desire for conflict with Mo Yuan. He merely disapproves of Mo Yuan's overly lenient approach. The atmosphere within the apartment has become increasingly oppressive. At the dining table, Dong Ning served Dong Xie a piece of meat, remarking, "It seems my earlier thoughts were correct. These residents are far from innocuous. I simply did not realize how ruthless Qin Ziyuan could be. Once he resorts to violence, everyone is engulfed in fear. If that whistleblowing system were to be implemented, it would indeed be terrifying." Upon the mere thought of this, Dong Xie felt a chilling sensation grip his heart. In this place, devoid of any court of law, the prospect of someone fabricating accusations or eliminating rivals loomed ominously. Here, no one could ascertain how long they might survive. Each individual was perpetually on the brink of madness. It is essential to recognize that the number of residents subjected to fewer executions was overwhelmingly substantial. Should they reach a point where life seemed unbearable, they might very well descend into a frenzy before their demise, and that would spell trouble. In this apartment complex, the law held no sway whatsoever. Dong Xie was particularly anxious about Ning. In terms of beauty, she undoubtedly held the foremost position in the entire residence. Yet, during those initial 2 weeks after her arrival, the gaze of certain residents had become unsettling. Now, things had improved slightly. But recently Dong Xie noticed that the members of the Qin Ziyuan faction began to regard Ning with a disconcerting glint in their eyes, approaching her with unwelcome advances. Ever since that day of public execution, those individuals had assumed an air of arrogance, strutting about as if they were untouchable, instilling fear in everyone around them. Contemplating this, Dong Xie clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 2. Checks and balances. The residents whom Qin Ziyuan has gathered are formidable individuals, yet among them, there exist those with fewer transgressions. They are acutely aware of their bleak prospects for survival. However, the opportunity to bask in Qin Ziyuan's glory is, in itself, a source of pride. In secret, they exploit Qin Ziyuan's reputation to engage in acts of intimidation, albeit with a measure of restraint. As long as their actions do not cross the line, Qin Ziyuan is likely to turn a blind eye. While this may seem hypocritical, the standards are invariably tailored to serve self-interest throughout history. Humanity has never sacrificed personal gain for the sake of uniformity. That would be an absurdity. Qin Ziyuan's execution of drug addicts cannot genuinely be attributed to the safety of the apartment's residents. His actions are solely aimed at maintaining stability within the premises, as a deranged addict poses numerous threats to that stability. However, those loyal to him are unlikely to act against his interests. To ensure their obedience, Qin Ziyuan will inevitably exhibit a degree of favoritism. After all, he is no protagonist in a web novel. Nor does he possess an extraordinary aura that compels others to follow him. On one occasion, Dong Xie inadvertently witnessed a female resident entering Han Lei's room alone late at night, and it was clear to him what was transpiring. In truth, Han Lei is relatively disciplined in his actions, yet the individuals surrounding him often regard Ning with covetous glances. However, until they take concrete action, Dong Xie finds himself unable to confront them. These men are cognizant of their eventual fate in the blood-soaked arena and are likely to act with reckless abandon. At that moment, Dong Xie chewed on the morsels of meat in his mouth, but his appetite had vanished. Recently, he and Ning have been inseparable, yet the other residents still approach them to engage in idle chatter. Currently, their advances are not overly brazen, but the looming concern is that soon, Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan will undertake a blood task. Should Mo Yuan perish, Qin Ziyuan would likely tighten his grip on the apartment, adopting a more tyrannical approach. Conversely, if Qin Ziyuan were to fall, the true terror would manifest as his subordinates would shed all pretense and reveal their savage nature. There is a saying, a thief can thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard can only last for a day. Dong Xie pondered whether to pledge allegiance to Qin Ziyuan, expressing his willingness to serve him. Yet, with his record of 0 victories in combat, it was evident that Qin Ziyuan would regard him with disdain. As for cunning, he felt that even combined with Ning, they would not warrant Qin Ziyuan's consideration. What of aligning with Mo Yuan? The relationship between Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan is rather delicate, however. The truth is that Mo Yuan lacks a genuinely loyal faction. Although he has residents with whom he shares a close bond, they are not as heavily armed as those under Qin Ziyuan's command. and it remains uncertain how many weapons they have amassed. The act of killing two subdued individuals with a Nepalese kukri, merely to showcase strength, is quite apparent. Ning. In the worst-case scenario, should both Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan perish in the next blood task, are you aware of the consequences? Dong Ning's gaze faltered. She certainly understood. It must be noted that if residents like Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan do not survive beyond the fifth blood task, their prospects for future survival would become increasingly desolate. Once despair sets in, the residents may spiral into utter chaos, leading to the complete collapse of the existing order. This apartment, however, can be vacated for no more than 48 hours before one must return. What would occur if the residents transformed into beasts devoid of order? Dong Ning could easily envision the scenario. When society is rife with stark disparities in wealth and class conflict, it is destined for turmoil. This apartment serves as a lawless domain where survival is dictated by the bloodmark. Qin Ziyuan's approach is not inherently flawed. He has established his own armed faction through a shared interest community, thus maintaining the order within the apartment. The fundamental reason everyone adheres to him is his ability to offer constructive suggestions for the bloodmark tasks, ensuring an increased survival rate, which stands in stark contrast to Mo Yuan's selfless dedication to all residents. It is evident that Qin Ziyuan holds us in disdain. Dong Xie had already perceived this during a previous meeting. He mocked us for possessing wealth yet failing to leverage it to extract more information from the landlord's son from the outset. This indeed reflects our considerable oversight. Unlike Mo Yuan, who selectively recruits residents with numerous blood marks or significant physical prowess, Qin Ziyuan clearly regards us with contempt. Currently, it is only because Mo Yuan still finds value in us that he exercises restraint. Should either Mo Yuan or Qin Ziyuan perish, or both, the situation would inevitably deteriorate. 8 years prior, the apartment faced a similar predicament, but at that time, a resident named Shengwan Mian, seemingly an international assassin, wielded such formidable strength that it ensured the order within the apartment. In an instant, the atmosphere at the dining table grew exceedingly tense. They all recognized a grim reality. The residents, being human, were in some respects more terrifying than malevolent spirits. I must prepare for all eventualities. Dong Xie drummed his fingers on the table, first and foremost, to arm ourselves as much as possible. We currently possess some funds, and we should endeavor to procure powerful weapons. Firearms are clearly out of the question, but acquiring some regulated knives should be feasible. Fortunately, Qin Ziyuan does not conduct body searches on those entering or exiting the apartment. However, it is unlikely to be that straightforward. Dong Ning was skeptical. For instance, Han Lei, a master of Muay Thai, is precisely why Qin Ziyuan holds him in such high regard. Of course, Han Lei, despite his formidable strength, must still obey Qin Ziyuan. For he understands that pushing Qin Ziyuan too far could result in being led astray, ultimately leading to his demise within the bloodmark. Unfortunately, only animals brought in by residents during their designated hours can enter the apartment. Any other animals cannot gain access. Otherwise, procuring a Scottish Shepherd or a Tibetan Mastiff might be a viable option. Brother, the crux of the matter is that if we can truly bring animals inside, Qin Ziyuan could equally do so. Naturally, I mentioned that this is merely a contingency plan for the worst-case scenario. This time, the bloodmark. They will maintain comprehensive contact with the apartment residents, and we must collaborate to devise strategies, exerting every effort to ensure both of them survive. As long as they remain alive, the order within the apartment can persist, and the residents will also glimpse a glimmer of hope. Dong Ning recognized that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. At this moment, Dong Xie contemplated that as long as his survival count in blood battles increased, he would devise a means to establish his own armed faction and loyal followers. His past failures in confrontations were significantly attributed to opponents frequently employing tactics of gang assaults. Before anything else, it was imperative that Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan remained alive. Their mutual check on each other served as the most advantageous circumstance for him. Thus, time swiftly passed, and the year 2020 arrived. The fifth blood mission of Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 3. Gift-Giving January 6, 2020. The dawn of the new year arrived amidst an atmosphere of trepidation throughout the apartment complex, where the residents exchanged greetings in a manner that prompted the question of which among them might endure. The prevailing sentiment among the inhabitants leaned heavily towards the hope that Mo Yuan would survive. After all, Mo Yuan epitomized the quintessential good-natured individual, ever responsive to the requests of his neighbors, tirelessly exploring various life-saving tasks, and thus preserving many lives. Should Mo Yuan manage to survive, the prospects for countless others would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. On this particular day, January 6th, the residents congregated early, collectively visiting Mo Yuan's residence to extend their warm regards. Some presented him with talismans blessed by esteemed monks, while others procured auspicious fortunes for him to carry. There were even offerings of intricately crafted Buddhist pendants brought from Thailand. In stark contrast, few sought to curry favor with Qin Ziyuan, for it was widely understood that he held the residents with fewer blood tasks in contempt, regarding their lives as trifles. As Mo Yuan surveyed the gifts bestowed upon him, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washed over him. Yet, his benevolent nature made it impossible for him to decline. He accepted them, fully aware that refusal would leave the donors uneasy. To accept was to embrace all, lest he be perceived as favoring some over others, an outcome he wished to avoid at all costs. Eventually, after the flurry of gift-givers subsided, it was the turn of Dong Xie and Dong Ning. To be candid, Dong Xie had not initially intended to conform to the trend of gift-giving. However, witnessing the multitude of others presenting offerings, as a neighboring resident, one whom Mo Yuan had personally acknowledged, he felt compelled to show his respect. He deliberately chose to approach Mo Yuan after the others had departed, desiring to keep the value of his gift discreet. Mindful of the treachery that often lurked in human nature, he purchased a fine piece of Hetian jade as a gift for Mo Yuan, a gesture far more lavish than the birthday present he had previously prepared for Ning. Mo Yuan, you may carry this jade with you as a protective charm. Please do not refuse. Its value pales in comparison to a life, especially since it is purchased with the apartment's funds, essentially a gift. It is worth noting that while wealth might flow abundantly in the apartment, exquisite jade was not easily acquired, and Dong Xie had managed to procure it through connections with his uncle. Though Mo Yuan was not an expert on jade, the luster and texture of this piece led him to conclude it was likely genuine. Dong Xie, this, Mo Yuan remarked, recognizing the gift's worth as incomparable to previous offerings. This is too much. One should not receive rewards without merit. Dong Xie was acutely aware that presenting such a gift would mark him as a standout among the crowd. Nevertheless, he understood the gravity of the current situation. Mo Yuan's survival was crucial in counterbalancing Qin Ziyuan's influence. Ultimately, he resolved to align himself with Mo Yuan, who, despite lacking the imposing presence of Qin Ziyuan, nonetheless commanded the majority of the residents' loyalty. In his heart, Dong Xie contemplated the notion of receiving unearned rewards. Mo Yuan is quite distinct from Qin Ziyuan. He is a person who greatly values human relationships and social nuances. The debt of gratitude he incurs carries significant weight. He promptly extended his hand, inviting Mo Yuan to grasp the jade, saying, Mr. Mo, there is no need for further discourse. To me, a piece of jade is but an external possession. Should you refuse it, it would imply that you do not regard me as a friend. Such rhetorical tactics bear little impact on Qin Ziyuan, yet they resonate deeply with Mo Yuan. While Qin Ziyuan seeks to dominate others through force, Mo Yuan has never contemplated establishing a hierarchical relationship with any tenant, regarding all as equals and friends. Admittedly, Dong Xie also considers this mindset somewhat naive, yet he holds great admiration for Mo Yuan's character. He introspects, questioning whether he could ever embody Mo Yuan's virtues. As Mo Yuan gazed upon the jade before him, he was acutely aware of Dong Xie's intentions. Observing the bond between Dong Xie and Dong Ning, he discerned that the siblings sought only to survive. At this juncture, it was entirely possible that Mo Yuan might meet his demise during this blood rite, causing considerable concern among the tenants. The act of offering kindness to Mo Yuan would not offend Qin Ziyuan. If Mo Yuan were to survive, regardless of the jade talismans or Buddhist pendants, his character would undoubtedly compel him to reciprocate the goodwill. Mr. Mo, please ensure your survival. Dong Xie's plea was entirely heartfelt. Mo Yuan tightened his grip on the jade, understanding that refusing this gesture would leave Dong Xie unsettled. After all, he had not returned gifts from countless others. If he were to single out Dong Xie's offering, it would surely stir thoughts of discontent within him. How about this? You tell me how much you spent, and I shall reimburse you. Mr. Mo, it is merely money drawn from the apartment's safe. Why must we distinguish between yours and mine? Mo Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, for Dong Xie's words rang true. Very well. Mo Yuan tightened his hold on the Hetian jade and remarked, I hope your words bring me good fortune. As long as I remain alive, I will certainly strive to assist the tenants in surviving. Dong Xie always felt that Mo Yuan was a person with a compelling story. However, he recognized that delving too deeply into personal matters too soon was ill-advised, so he refrained from probing further. At last, night descended. This time, for tenants were designated for the blood rite, matching the number of those assigned to protect them. Almost all attention was riveted on Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan. While the other two tenants had already been deemed as good as dead, the other two tenants were named Lin Xian and Chen Fu. Both Lin Xian and Chen Fu had survived 3 blood rites. It is noteworthy that within the entire apartment complex, The vast majority of tenants had only endured 1 or 2 blood rights, with a mere 7 tenants having survived more than 3. Lin Xian and Chen Fu were undoubtedly formidable individuals, yet in comparison, Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan shone even brighter. Among the 7 tenants who had survived more than 3 blood rights, 3 remained. One was Nia Han, the last of the 3 titans, who, like Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan, had survived 4 blood rights, while the final 2 had each endured 3. Thus, the 4 individuals residing in the blood-lettered household may be regarded as the apex figures within the apartment complex. The one tasked with driving is Mo Yuan, who has opted for a more spacious van to accommodate the necessity of safeguarding these 4 individuals. As they all boarded the vehicle, the residents of the apartment collectively watched them depart the community. The fate of these 4 individuals is poised to dramatically alter the overall dynamics of the apartment by tomorrow. Furthermore, Dong Xie is acutely aware that should circumstances escalate to their most dire state, he will be compelled to risk everything to protect Ning. Chapter 4. The connection at the bloodline with 2 of the 3 giants departed. The sole remaining leader in the apartment is undoubtedly the only female giant, Nia Han. Compared to Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan, Nia Han is notably more low-key. However, her remarkable achievement of surviving the bloodline 4 times has indeed left many in awe. Additionally, she is the one who met the legendary resident Feng Han, who left the apartment a year ago. Now, they await the arrival of Mo Yuan and others, at which point a mobile video call will connect everyone. The signal along that route remains adequate, and Mo Yuan himself carries 3 mobile phones, each loaded with over 10,000 yuan worth of credit, along with several power banks. Furthermore, Mo Yuan has prepared a selfie stick to facilitate video chatting, allowing everyone to observe the situation on the other side in real time. Of course, it is still early. Many residents choose to take a nap, setting their alarms to gather later for a group video chat with Mo Yuan. Considering the execution of the bloodline may separate the 4 residents, everyone has already upgraded their WeChat to the latest version, ensuring that a multi-person video call will be seamless. After dinner, Dong Xie took a shower and intended to sleep until the alarm rang. However, lying in bed, he found himself unable to drift off. Instead, he began browsing several articles on Jihu about malevolent spirits that his cousin had recommended. As he read on, he lost track of time, hours slipping by unnoticed. He stepped out of his room just as Ning emerged from another. "Let's go downstairs, brother." "All right." Upon arriving downstairs, the residents had already gathered, each holding their phones. Mo Yuan would connect with the residents before midnight. Their top priority is to locate the 4 individuals they need to protect. The bloodline's instructions, however, do not specify the exact locations of these 4 individuals. The Qishanring Expressway is quite extensive, and finding the 4 will undoubtedly take some time. At least one of them must survive. One wonders if there is any secret regarding these 4 individuals in this round of the bloodline. "Indeed, I share your concern," Nia Han replied, her demeanor calm. Many residents turned to her, as she is the only one present who has survived the bloodline 4 times. Meanwhile, most residents are hesitant to approach Han Lei and the others. The memory of that day, when Han Lei publicly executed those 2 residents, has etched an indelible mark of terror in many hearts. "I have no particular thoughts," Nia Han stated, maintaining her composed expression, offering no further elaboration. Finally, within the WeChat group, Mo Yuan successfully connected the video call. At this moment, he had placed his phone in front of the car, and the residents could see the Qingqing Expressway on their screens. It was nearly midnight, and the highway was devoid of vehicles. Mo Yuan was driving slowly, searching for the identities of the 4 residents. "Wonderful, we're connected," Dong Xie remarked, relieved that this time the connection remained intact. The vehicle advanced at a sluggish pace, while Mo Yuan's voice resonated from the video. "Can everyone hear me?" "Yes." "Mo Yuan, keep it up. We only recognize you as our leader. Mo Yuan, you must survive." Clearly, the supporters of Mo Yuan outnumbered those of Qin Ziyuan. At that moment, a group video chat was underway, allowing everyone to express their opinions freely, though it remained uncertain how much assistance it would provide to Mo Yuan. He carefully maneuvered the steering wheel, keeping a vigilant eye on the time. Soon, the blood task would commence, his 5th one, seated in the passenger seat. Qin Ziyuan glanced over at Mo Yuan and remarked, "It seems the majority wishes for your survival." I suppose many might secretly wish for my demise." "Don't look at me, focus ahead. We need to locate those 4 individuals swiftly. This time, those things will be more favorable to us." Qin Ziyuan was well aware of what Mo Yuan meant by favorable. "Mo Yuan, what is the matter? You may not believe it, but I am, in fact, the one who hopes for your survival the most." "I believe you." Dong Xie and the other residents could hear this exchange. Dong Xie recalled that when Mo Yuan and Qin Ziyuan first entered the apartment, they were quite close, and at that time, Fan Han seemed to have completed 7 or 8 blood tasks, just one step away from leaving the apartment. Perhaps these two shared a bond of camaraderie. Qin Ziyuan raised his wrist to check his watch. Midnight was approaching, and he genuinely worried that the video call would be interrupted and the phone would shut down automatically. What he had just said to Mo Yuan was entirely sincere. Mo Yuan had concealed a significant tragedy stemming from his obsession within the apartment. Many might perceive Qin Ziyuan as callous, but in reality, he had grown numb to life and death. In the apartment, few knew of Mo Yuan's tragedy, and he was one of them. For Mo Yuan, his obsession with survival was not as profound as that of the other residents. He was a remarkably kind soul in this era, yet regrettably, the world did not reciprocate his kindness gently. Qin Ziyuan secretly hoped he could survive a bit longer. After all, this world was already sufficiently cruel and bloody. Time had arrived. The blood task officially commenced. Thankfully, the video had not cut off. Dong Xia let out a huge sigh of relief. He feared that if the video were to break, he would miss the immediate results of this blood task. He then began to watch the video intently. Ning, let us observe closely together. One day, we too shall reach this juncture. At that moment, most of the lights in the hall had been turned off. Given that the video was rather dim, turning off the lights allowed for clearer visibility. Watching the video in such a dark environment was indeed somewhat terrifying. However, since this was an apartment, it was undoubtedly safe. With this thought, everyone felt a bit braver. One might wonder, could an evil spirit emerge from the video? Upon overhearing the hushed whispers, Dong Xia could discern that they were evidently referencing the haunting imagery of Sadako from The Ring. Subsequently, another resident countered with reassurance, asserting that the apartment was undeniably secure. Such words were spoken, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered. The vehicle continued to traverse the road ahead. Residents fixated intently on the screen before them, their minds racing with the unsettling possibility that in the next instant, a terrifying visage might materialize upon the display. At that very moment, Mo Yuan, Dong Xia, and the other residents simultaneously beheld 4 figures sprawled upon the pavement ahead.